This'll be easy.
How is it when you're in Uzi?
in the studio.
Nigga, we'll fight and make a song.
I know, cause he's so.
Think he tough.
He got the little man syndrome.
That's my nigga. I love that nigga.
Yeah, he got
He'll
little
beat
man
a
syndrome.
nigga ass though.
How is it in the studio?
Nigga, we'll fight and make a song.
On, let's play. I'm gonna foul every play. Hey, come on, let's go. Let's go. Come on, talking about, boy, you a real ain't doing nothing but fouling. White boy fouled the hell out of me. They ain't called nothing. Yeah, but I ain't mad at him. I'm mad at the ref. As soon as I touch you, it's a foul. You must pay the refs. On, let's play. I'm gonna foul every.
We really in the position. And where we at right now? MLK? Fair Street? MLK though? MLK. I appreciate you. You know, I'm new here. You know what I'm saying? I'm new here. Huh? What? You need to put that shit up, Sean. Damn, I ain't even know.
MGK, your favorite rap verse you've ever written? What's your favorite verse by you've ever written?
Third verse of the song called Glass House.
That's hey, appreciate you.
Hello? Hey, it's me. I have another deal that'll want to run past you. 2 a.m. is too late for a call. Change my mind. Okay, whatever. I'll give you $70 million, but you have to get a stamp on Daily Wire. Right? Sweet stuff. I'm not going to do that. It's standard. Candace Owens got one. Michael Knowles did it. Jordan Peterson got one.
Did Andrew Klavan do it?
Who?
He has a show on your network. He's the bald guy.
He has a show? I thought that guy was in HR. I've been talking to him about all my problems.
Well, I'm not getting a tramp stamp.
Come on, even Ben Shapiro got one. He can't be buried in a Jewish cemetery anymore.
Well, I'm not doing it.
He can't be buried in a Jewish cemetery anymore.
Well, I'm not doing it.
Well, okay, but how about this? I'll give you $90 million, so you have to work with me for 20 years, and you don't get a day off.
Wait. I think you would take time off for my stand-up dates.
Why do you need time off for your stand-up comedy?
Well, in case I ever get funny enough for someone to book me.
All right. We'll pay you $100 million. You can take time off for stand-up comedy, but we get to sell Crowder's razors.
Don't you already have Jeremy's razors?
Yeah, but your razors are different. They ain't for your face.
No, I don't agree to any of this. You're in bed with Big Tech.
I'm not in bed with Big Tech. We did go to dinner a few times, but that was it. Nothing happened.
I don't believe you. I'm not going to let these big corporations tell me what I can and can't say. All I care about is the conservative movement.
Yeah, me too. That's the ticket. I don't want to dominate this platform and control the whole conservative voice. I only want to own you, Steven. Just you.
Oh my God.
I summon Pot of Greed to draw 3 additional cards from my deck.
That's not what it does.
Roll my dice. That is what it does. Pot of Greed. Draw 3. I summon Pot of Greed to draw 3 additional cards.
Well, I finally decided it was time to clear up all the fancy tricks and focus on my spiritual growth. So Ever since the show, he's gone through some changes. He just really loves those YouTube videos.
Here's my baby Care Bear.
Okay, we just appreciate how much time Grandma takes out of her day to make the grilled cheese.
Who are you talking to?
Grandma never disappoints us with her cheese melting on bread.
Most people call it schizophrenia. I call it a boy with a bright little imagination. Go, Care Bear.
I love how accurate the grandmother is.
His behavior is erratic and it scares me like a nightmare. Like a nightmare.
Hey Jeremy, I was just wondering if you had a date for the call.
Cringe.
Hi guys, welcome and welcome back. I'm Anna, a clinical psychology doctoral intern, and today we're going to be talking about the oldest way to get more intimate.
I watch a lot of movies on TV, train, at home, while working out, in the bathroom, even where I'm watching. I find myself constantly doing this one thing. It turns out this isn't unusual. We polled our YouTube audience, and about 57% of people said that they feel like they can't understand the dialogue in the things that they watch unless they're using subtitles. But it feels like this hasn't always been the case. So to figure out what was going on, I made a call.
Hi, my name is Austin Olivia Kuhnert. I'm a professional dialogue editor for film and TV. I basically perform audio surgery on actors' words.
Do you watch it sometimes?
I do actually. I do a lot of the time.
So why do you think that we all feel like we need subtitles now?
I get asked this question all the time. All the time. It's something that it doesn't have a simple, straightforward answer. It's very layered and very complex.
After talking to Austin for almost 2 hours, it's true. It's a very layered and complex topic. But everything keeps coming back to one main thing. Technology that got us through this. This scene illustrates some of the difficulties and intricacies of early sound recording. Mics were big, bulky, temperamental, and required creative solutions to be hidden. They were wired and recorded onto hard memory, like wax and eventually tape. No matter how many actors were in a scene, all sound got recorded to one track. So performers had to be diligently focused and facing a certain angle so that their words could be picked up. Otherwise, you couldn't hear a thing. But technology's improved to the point where microphones don't impede performance as much anymore. They've become better, smaller, wireless, and we use more of them to ensure that performances get captured.
What we typically are working with from production dialogue is 2 boom microphones, and then every actor has at least 1 lavalier microphone hidden somewhere on them.
These shrinking mics have given actors the flexibility to be more naturalistic in their performances. They no longer need to project so that their words reach the mic. They can speak softly knowing that the tiny mic hidden on their body will pick up what they're saying. And my personal favorite example of this performance shift is Alec Baldwin on 30 Rock. In a 2011 speech/roast, Tina Fey says that he speaks so quietly that she can't hear him when she's standing next to him. And then you play the film back and it's there somehow. Just listen to this whisper off between him and Will Arnett.
I'm not afraid of you. Yeah. Well, you should be. Let's just see how it all shakes out in the meeting.
Naturalism isn't always the best for intelligibility, though. Take Tom Hardy, an actor that I personally love, but who famously is a mumbler.
Her ass is still be floating around in Surrey right now if it wasn't for me.
I mean, the mic picked that line up fine. Like, we can definitely hear that he's talking. He's saying something. But once that mumble gets recorded, it's onto a dialogue editor's shoulder to make it as intelligible as possible. And that was a lot harder when everything was analog. While you could pick the best takes and physically splice them together, if some piece of dialogue was truly impossible to understand, then actors will come in and re-record those specific lines in a process called ADR, or Automated Dialogue Replacement, which you can see Meryl Streep do in this scene from Postcards from the Edge.
There's enough money in the world to further a cause like yours.
That still gets done today, but
ADR also costs money because you're not only paying for the actor's time, you're paying for the engineer's time and then the editor's time. So we try to do ADR, frankly, as little as possible.
And so a lot of her job is making words sound better.
The show I'm currently working on, I remember in the middle of this one word, there was just this loud metal clang that I couldn't remove. So I had to go in and I had to find an alternate take of it that fit, and then I had to fit it to the movement of her mouth in that moment and then push it in.
And once she's done with it, it's sent off to a mixer who works to make sure the frequencies of the sound effects and music don't overlap with the frequencies of the human voice. Something that's only possible now that the world has moved away from tape and into digital recordings.
That is a big challenge, carving out those frequencies, that space amongst every other element of the mix for the dialogue to be able to punch through and not be all muddied up by any other sounds that exist in that band of frequencies.
But even with all that work, lines of dialogue can still be hard to understand.
The kind of feeling has been, if you want your movie to feel quote-unquote cinematic, you have to have wall-to-wall bombastic loud sound. A lot of people will ask, like, why don't you just turn the dialogue up? Like, just turn it up. And if only it was that simple. Because a big thing that we want to preserve is a concept called dynamic range. The range between your quietest sound and your loudest sound. If you have your dialogue that's going to be at the same volume as an explosion that immediately follows it, the explosion is not going to feel as big. You need that contrast in volume in order to give your ear a sense of scale.
But the thing is, you can only make something so loud before it gets distorted.
So if you want to create that wide dynamic range, you have no choice but to push those quieter sounds lower instead of pushing the louder sounds louder.
So explosions go up and dialogue comes down. Which brings us to the Christopher Nolan of it all.
A separate structure within the
Nearly every film of his has been criticized for its hard-to-hear dialogue that essentially begs for subtitles. But as his headline explains, he likes it that way. According to an interview in a book called The Nolan Variations, he said that he gets a lot of complaints, even from other filmmakers, who would say, I just saw your film and the dialogue is inaudible. The truth was, it was kind of the whole enchilada of how he had chosen to mix it. And in his 2017 interview with IndieWire, he said, we made the decision a couple of films ago that we weren't going to mix films for substandard theaters. And this is kind of the crux of the matter. The content that we watch here and here and here is not mixed for us primarily.
Re-recording mixers mix for the widest surround sound format that is available. Typically, like big release films, that is Dolby Atmos, which has true 3D sound up to 128 channels.
The thing is, if you're not at a movie theater that can showcase the best sound Hollywood has to offer, you can't experience all of those channels. So after the movie is mixed for the 128 Atmos tracks, somebody has to create a separate version of the film's audio where all those same sounds live on 1 or 2 or 5 tracks. This is called downmixing.
Downmixing is the process of taking that biggest mix and folding it down into formats with lesser channels available to it. So, say Atmos down to 7.1, or 7.1 down to 5.1, or 5.1 down to stereo, stereo down to mono.
Unlike old TVs that were gigantic and had a ton of space for speakers, TVs today are super thin. Like this one that I have in my living room is about the same thickness as my iPhone. So even though it's outputting the same mono or stereo sound that an older TV might, it's still going to sound worse because you have to have tiny little speakers to fit into this tiny, sleek form factor. these tiny speakers are also usually on the back of the TV. So the down-mixed version of this movie that went from 128 channels down to just 2 is going to sound even muddier when it's pointing away from you. And when you're watching on your phone or a laptop, it's generally not much better. When you combine not great speakers, naturalistic mumbly performances, dynamic range featuring bombastic sounds over dialogue, and a flattened mix, it's no wonder we have trouble hearing what's going on.
Drug dealer, I wear Nike, not Fila. Lean like Talvisa, smart like Mona Lisa. Had enough 36 shots, 72, had to double up. Mainstream tunes, couldn't make one. That was mathematics for the class clown stunts. ABCs, I wanted Q's. Get B, made 2. Crime watch my damn face on news. Direct spamming, pay me dues. Grief for money, gas like juice. Take it lightly, it's just food. Certain man, I think you love me mood. Come like Christmas, why be Scrooge? On a serious note, I know. And in serious flow, I smoke. Jump on a beat like a frog off a boat. Take a leap, just flow. Take a leaf out my book, I know. Try to believe them, lost all hope. I just wanna chill, go home. Someone push back and a zone. Ring, 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 answer my phone. Getting sick of my own ringtone. Pedal on shit so long. People need to go, grow my backbone up. Back to the bone, yeah, admitted it. And I mash up the flow, getting silly with it. Yeah, timid even though put my spirit in it. Real in the zone like it's tea. None of me sounds like them. Cheap, I put that T in 10 deep. More melodies in though. I don't know what you don't know is T. I put the T in trend. Me, about to run something. See, about to done this thing. How you mean? Come through the fuck, I'm king on the road. Digging for gold. Run from the boy, then put on a low. Switch off my phone, ain't going home. Locked in a box, stuck in the zone. Zone out again, sitting reflect. Dodging a pen like a dog in the yard, so we ain't going yard. Walk in the dark, walk in the park, I ain't playing no kid. Running a blem, shielded with tricks. 10 out of 10, tell them again. Fly to the sky, live on the high. Be the supply to order my them. Slow tide like body back in a wedge. Steady sliding, that talisman shit. I'm a G, yes, draw for the knife and the CS. Bally on tight at the B, S, B, S. Come around here, leave T-less. Jesus couldn't save his youth. Don't pray to him, he ain't saving you. Hate me, you must hate the truth. Box your chin and make it change your tune. If it's gonna get physical, slightly, I'm gonna bring in a tool. Try me, you can get something too. 1 bang, 2 bang, smoking a zoo. If it's gonna get physical, slightly, I'm gonna bring in a tool. Try me, you can get something too. 1 bang, 2 bang, smoking a zoo. And the bombs are coming, pitchfork shot and running.
I haven't forgotten.
I'm back!
Victory! Hold on.
I just started streaming, bro. I'm like, yo, bro, where the hell am I?
What's up, guys? Welcome to the Daily Dropout. I'm Lauren. Today I'm going to be picking up employees in the drive-thru. Perfect. What can I get for you? Can I just do fries?
Just fries?
Yeah.
Small, medium, large?
Small is fine.
All right.
Are your parents bakers?
No.
Oh, because
Elder,
you've got a nice set of
I have important news.
Thank you. That was really cute.
Thank you.
Would
Thank
you like
you.
any sauces?
Sushi.
Just ketchup is fine.
Perfect.
Are you single by any chance?
Yes.
Can I take you out?
Elder Fugan?
Yeah.
Hinoa, Minoto.
I mean, I get off at 3.
Go assemble
Okay,
the
that works.
villagers.
Are you for real?
Yeah. So aside from like being sexy, what do you do on your free time?
Being sexy?
Yeah.
Taking you out and stuff?
Okay, so are you gonna take me out?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
What's your phone number?
I'll get yours.
Alrighty.
We have discovered the whereabouts of
Yes,
Thunder
I know.
Serpent Narwa.
602?
The one
question.
Wind Serpent
What
Ibushi
kind of
calls his
material is that?
queen. If we
Your
defeat her,
shirt.
then the rampage
Oh,
may
I thought it
finally
looked
come
like
to an end.
boyfriend material.
However, the hunters dispatched by the guild to dispose of Narwa
Oh, it's not boyfriend material?
have all been completely wiped out.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Therefore,
Okay.
the guild has issued a request to the hunter who was responsible for defeating Ibushi.
What's up, kids? Welcome to the Daily Dropout. I'm Lara, and
Yes,
today
you,
I'm going to be
Hunter.
hitting on delivery drivers. Let's go.
So, think you can handle it?
Hi. Yeah.
Of course.
Wow, you look way hotter than your picture. Yeah, are you busy?
Or I'll wipe the floor with what's left of you.
Okay, well, it's been like
You're
a
my
really hard
biggest-
quarantine. Like, I haven't seen a guy in like 2 months,
village's
and I could
biggest
really,
hero.
like, I
We're
haven't
all
had my toes
family
licked in like a really long
We're
time.
all in this together.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Are you asking?
Your courage is an inspiration.
Okay.
Seeing you face the calamity has given us so much hope.
Whatever happens while you're out there, never forget that your family is waiting for you here. All right, everyone. Our hunter's about to face the biggest challenge yet. Let's all get to work.
Is it what? A break house?
Greek house.
Freak house?
Greek.
Freak.
Greek.
Greek. Oh, Greek house. Oh.
Bacon freak. No, Greek house.
No. Not a Greek house.
What's the number?
915.
To stop this calamity.
Nice to meet you. Be nice. Yeah, be nice. Thank you. Oh, what's a strong boy like you delivering food to a neighborhood like this?
I usually do construction, but
Oh, okay.
it's kind of slow right now.
Can you just like flex for me? Yeah.
Here's the
Like, oh wow, that's really nice. Yeah. Do you want to like maybe come inside and watch me eat this taco?
What?
Oh, just 'cause.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Thank you. You know what really gets me going? Chicken nuggets.
Chicken nuggets?
Maybe we can like feed each other to them? Feed them to each other? Yeah. You want to come inside?
No, I'm good.
Oh, you don't want to feed each other these nuggets? Oh. Oh, okay. Well, I'll be here if you ever want to come by. Yeah. Hi, Russell? Hello there. Oh, thank you. Are you single by any chance?
I'm used to waiting.
Oh, okay. Well, you're a very
ready.
attractive man. You're welcome.
Foraging or upgrading?
I don't know, 50 something? Yeah. Oh, wow. Do you come around here often?
Well, this is my first time down here.
Okay, cool. Okay, well, you know where to find me. If you're ever, interested in coming back.
My hammer's ready.
Yeah, it is, but, I'll be here. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. You too. Thank you. Hi.
Steven.
Yes, that's me. Do you think I'm hot?
Yeah.
Okay. What are you going to do about that?
Get back
No
in my
problem.
car and try.
Oh, you don't want to hang out?
Oh, no. I already. Thank you. But
Oh, okay. Well, the offer's always up on the table. If you ever want to take it there.
Get lonely in there, yeah?
Very.
Oh, boy. I get it.
Is that a BMW? That's so hot. What kind of material is your shirt?
Let's get cracking.
Boyfriend material?
I was gonna say that. Do you want to maybe like come in and like feed each other my donut? Well, am I gonna see you again? Okay. Good, how are you? Just lonely in this big house of mine. Oh, thank you. Do you maybe want to like quarantine and chill sometime?
What?
You know, quarantine and chill? Yeah, do you maybe want to like quarantine and chill sometime?
What does it
Like, you know, like Netflix and chill, but quarantine and chill?
Take good care of your gear.
Oh, okay. All right, well,
What does it mean?
you know, like
Quarantine?
quarantine and chill, like hang out.
Hang out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
This'll be easy.
What? What?
This house.
Yeah, what about it? I live here.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you. Do you know what it is? Corn dog? Okay. Do you want to come inside and watch me eat it? Oh, okay.
We're waiting
Just
for you.
want to know if you would like to watch me eat my corn dog.
Oh. That's all right.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you. You too. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Be sure to give this video a thumbs up, subscribe, and we'll see you next time.
Coming on.
Do it! You got this, King! You got this, son! For the booty! For the booty!
What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. My name is Annie Dackle, and today I'm in Miami Beach, Florida, and I'm going to be asking guys, want to eat my booty? What's your name? Penny? Penny, eat my booty?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Cool.
You trying to do it right now?
Yeah.
Where?
Right here? What do you mean? It literally is just, I can feed you if you want. My pirate's booty is, it's really delicious. But I just don't want all of it. I wanted to share it.
I don't like my.
But I thought you just said you were down to eat my booty. I'm confused.
Yeah, that's. I was down for it, but then it's popcorn.
You're giving me mixed signals, so I'm just gonna wait, why? Never mind, I'm confused.
It's a very dangerous game.
Why?
Asking people to eat your booty.
What do you mean? Oh my god, are you thinking about my real booty?
Yes, that's
Ew,
exactly what I
you
was thinking.
perv. What?
What are you talking about?
I'm not.
That's
No,
the
I
first thing
wasn't
was
talking about that. I'm talking
Okay.
about my pirate's booty.
Okay, now that you presented
You
it to me.
are a silly boy.
No, you presented it to
Silly
me.
boy.
You presented it to me, and then I'm like, okay, that's what she's talking about.
Right here, bucket hat boy. Do you want to eat my booty?
So great. Maybe on Tuesday. You want to what? Eat her booty.
Yeah, do you want to eat my booty?
What is it? That's a booty.
Pirate's booty. Have you never had it? It's really good.
I never had it.
Okay. Wow, you look so preppy, but I kind of like it.
Oh, thank you.
Do you want to eat my booty?
No, okay.
Are you you sure? I'm trying to get rid of it. I like literally don't like pirate's booty. I just wanted to see like, would you guys like want to eat my booty?
Wait, say that again.
Would you guys want to eat my booty?
Oh, wow. That's it. But wait, what makes you
Wait,
ask
what
that?
are all these cameras? This is more like a personal question.
Oh, what makes you ask that? What makes you ask that?
Are you guys like influencers?
Yeah.
Hot.
Alright, so I love your honesty though, because we've been talking about honesty, and you just came up to us with the most honest question.
That was honest.
That was dope. I appreciate
Thank
you.
you.
What's your name?
Danny.
Danny, I'm Broly.
Okay, Broly, nice to meet you.
I'm Goku.
Okay, I'll just call you guys booty munchers.
Yes,
Okay.
whatever.
Okay.
Help us
Yeah.
out real
Wait,
quick.
so
Right here.
here you go. Pirate's booty.
Pirate's booty. Hey, eat your booty.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah,
I love that.
Let's go. I will eat your booty.
Okay.
Let's go.
What were you guys?
I was just laughing. I wasn't
Yeah.
really inquiring yet. I was just thinking that was pretty different.
Okay.
Trying to figure out where you were coming from with that,
Yeah.
But
Okay.
But do you mind coming right here real quick? Come and leave.
Yeah, just to help him. Give him some
Stand right here, please.
Yeah. What are you gonna do?
Watch this. Right. You just want to. Yeah, I just want to. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just go for it. Find something. Yeah. Think about her. Think about her booty. On the chest. See the booty. Let me see the booty.
Okay.
Show me the booty.
Like, oh my god.
Show me the booty.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. Just do it for the booty.
Booty. Do it for the booty. Do it for the booty.
Do it for the booty. Do it. You got this, gang. You got this, dog. For the booty. For the booty. Give me one. One. Yes. 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 Another one in fat food. If that is okay.
I think I'm in the splash zone. Cheese. Wow.
Yes. Let's go. Find a reason to keep going. Think about it. You got this. Yes, fucking.
Wow. You look like a hungry boy. Yeah. Do you want to eat my booty?
What? Huh? That's how you come up? That's how you come up? You want to eat that?
Yeah. Danny, why is this such a weird question?
It's not a weird question.
Okay, sorry. You're gonna eat this booty. Yeah, you're gonna eat this booty. Are you DTE, this B? Down to eat this booty.
Let me see.
Yeah, here. It's pirate's booty. It's so good. Why would you not?
That's what I'm saying. Let me see it.
Do you want to eat my booty?
What? Oh.
Wait. I just have a lot of extra. I'm not gonna finish my pirate's booty. Do you like want to eat my booty? Oh, you don't? Is it like an allergy? Like, I just have extra. Are you allergic to cheddar?
Nah, but I'll give it a try. You really cool and I like it.
So you do eat booty then, liar? Are you guys big booty eaters by chance? You don't want to eat my booty? I have so much extra, please. The pantry is too full at home. Here, okay, thank you. The pirate's booty is so good.
Eneli Chapa is getting canceled for trying to cure cancer. When Justin Bieber revealed that he's suffering paralysis on one side of his face due to having Ramsay-Hunt syndrome, Eneli Chapa said that he could help him. In case you didn't know, Chapa is not only a rapper, but also an herbalist who claims he can cure all kinds of illnesses. He's been going hard on his journey to find alternatives to healing the body through herbs instead of medicines produced inside of labs. Last year, he claimed to have herbs that will cure a number of sexually transmitted diseases, and that he helped cure someone of cancer by having a meatless, dairy-free, sugar-free diet. Now, Chapa claims that he could cure Justin Bieber's syndrome, a condition condition that is deemed to be incurable. When Vlad TV's DJ Vlad posted a story about Choppa wanting to help the pop singer, it started a back and forth between him and Choppa, and Vlad took home a rare W. Choppa ignited the beef by asking Vlad to not post him and calling him a chump-ass ninja. And Vlad responded by calling Choppa a snake oil salesman who didn't cure shit. Any cure has 3 levels of clinical trials associated with it, along with peer reviews of the outcome. All you did was tweet that you cured someone. But comment what you guys think about this. Emily Choppa is getting cancelled for trying to cure cancer. When Justin Bieber revealed that he's suffering paralysis on one side of his face due to having Ramsay Hunt syndrome, Emily Choppa said that he could help him. In case you didn't know, Choppa is not only a rapper, but also an herbalist who claims he can cure all kinds of illnesses. He's been going hard on his journey to find alternatives to healing his body through herbs instead of medicine used inside of labs.
One thing I will never forget, I asked my friend.
Things don't seem to be getting much better anytime soon. One of the reasons, as I was kind of related, are implicit in anything that comes out is absolutely from the United States, whether Florida is the United States, these futures look unbelievably different. In California, the solution for every single problem is more government. There's more government interventionism, there's more encroachments upon economic rights, there's more left-wing indoctrination of your children. That is always the answer. And in Florida, the answer seems to be more local control, more leaving parents to their own devices.
Today I'm announcing. This is an announcement to rival the JFK "We choose to go to the moon" speech. What I'm about to share will not only change anything forever, it will change your life forever. If your parents are divorced, this news might get them back together. If your dog ran away, this news might bring them home. The point I'm making is the magnitude of this announcement is unlike anything you've ever experienced. This would be like if the government came out today and confirmed that there's aliens in Area 51. So I hope you're ready to have your third eye open to the future of gaming.
You don't know, pretty much every single esports organization is vastly overvalued. They're all subsidized by venture capitalist groups that are probably going to get fed up in 3 to 5 years when none of them are profitable. What the fuck, man?
It's over. We took first place in the Madden Baby back in October 2021. Oh, winning? Yeah. Hard work, perseverance, liability, two dubs, whole nine. Just champions over there.
Okay, okay. Boys, as soon as successful, don't anchor those boundaries. But then if it's a lot of money, then they have money.
Seems to give you a lot of money to burn.
So you just burn the money like this? It's fun.
It's addictive.
To this.
Since 2011, the highly collective ASAP Mob has been running the hip-hop style race, bringing the sounds of electronic hip minutes from. The group was founded in the mid-aughts by ASAP Ills, Mari, and before going on to the pro, Harley Cruz, and Jimmy Gordon.
We all around each other, and we was just outcasts, fuck the above. We just like no respect at all.
The group had a New York flair and a sea of other groups like LA's Kitchen and the Miami-centric Raider. The collective mob grew lineage of other teams writers, but they derived directly from how the rappers, children of corn, the Raiders, and the Diplomats.
When we disturbed the diplomats, they told us what's our generation. Everybody was just, they wanted to be dips at that time.
Roll around the globe, but always where I be at. Same home and Cameron, and I ain't talking D-ass.
In the early aughts, the Diplomats included Cameron, Will Santana, Jim Jones, and Ricky Leakey, and Australia. ASAP Ants are moved directly as a Dipset record station.
My first experience in the music industry is dealing with Jim Jones, being around him every day. He taught me everything I needed to know. I'll just stay around him and observe the whole scenery.
The local connections, Ants, Ills, Bird, Weldon, Nas, and Rocky, and Bruce Chinese, amongst others. The entire group at ASAP Brothers was Chad Wright.
So ASAP always strive for possible. Accumulate status and power. Accumulate status and power. Always stacking, always paper chasing. But still, he assassinates his opponents.
The internet-savvy Ants had a popular website called Rolling the Tongue, which he used to produce music. One of the first songs to pop was Rocky's Houston-inspired cut, Purple Swag.
From Drake, I still sit. From the beat, I'm still lit. Real nigga, real bitch. From swag, that real shit. That's real. Love it. Fire, life, I live it. That's my view.
Part of Rocky's appeal was that he did not sound like a typical music, something bird to the king.
I would have to say like ASAP started. It was into that era of music. See the music.
Sound was also inspired by the band, then led by Space Ghost, who had production credits on ASAP Rocky's and Rocky. They were fast friends with Rocky's success led to major legal attention, eventually ultimately a deal for Chop Art out with ASAP Mob. In October 2011, he released his first mixtape, labeled ASAP. The group's mixtape bore some really following 12, including cuts like Full Metal Jacket, as well as ASAP Rock's Monster Hit, which started my career.
So whoever came second had to be very creative. And what I seen with ASAP Mob, he wasn't love. I was like, I don't even want this.
In 2013, Rocky released his debut album, ASAP, with his Billboard 200 hit, Problems, featuring Drake, 2 Chainz, and Kendrick Lamar. That same year, Rocky was trapped with a romantic relationship. future, in April 2019, ASAP ENT's at Cozy Tease Volume 3 is on the way. As for the group's influence, Burke believes that ASAP is at the forefront of today's music.
Not a lot of us. That's what's happening.
I'm relieved that all this stuff is bringing me.
And we still have a long way to go. We're just trying to build a legacy right now. We're trying to make a legacy, and we pray for longevity.
Back to the village.
Understanding ASAP Rocky is brought to you.
You looking forward to your birthday tomorrow? Yeah. Gonna celebrate with Selena? Your favorite girl? I'm sorry, I won't ask you about her anymore. Sorry, brother. You know, you're so calm and you're so happening right now.
It's hard to stay that way when you're hollering. It's like, why don't you just get your film and do your thing?
Yeah. Well, it's...
You're hollering at me and yelling certain things. It's like...
Yeah, I'm not trying to yell at you. Am I yelling?
Well, you're not yelling in a mean way, but it's just distracting from my day-to-day stuff.
I got you.
I don't ever feel like answering questions while I'm walking in my car, ever. I don't mind.
Watch a master painter.
Following your job, but like when you start calling questions and stuff, like I don't want to answer questions. You and I are cool, but I'm just saying I don't feel like answering
Okay, bro.
questions. You know?
No hard feelings, I hope.
No, never. Never, no hard feelings.
I'm working on our screenplay.
For sure, do it. Thank you, bro.
Take care, bro. Happy birthday again.
Skillshare.
It's so bad in the snake skin. Ay, going through the dash, you know, racing. All my racks, the fucking same it and Jason. Motherfuckers is blue faces. Made a lot of fucking millions on the pavement. And it took a lot of patience and waiting, anxious. Ay, for suicide. Suicide. Big suicide. Hard suicide. Big suicide. Don't think no suicide. Say no to suicide. 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 Suicide, what? These niggas gon' kill themselves, they see me study. Yeah, these niggas gon' kill themselves, they see me making money. Please nigga, don't kill yourself. Bitch so bad in the snake skin. Ay, going through the dash, you know, racing. All my racks, the fucking same it and Jason. All the motherfuckers is blue faces. Made a lot of fucking millions on the pavement. And it took a lot of patience and waiting, anxious. Ay, for suicide. Suicide.
The first 500 people
Moving them back. Stuff in his bitch like a brain.
to sign up.
Lil Uzi regrets what he did to become famous. As you guys may know, Uzi bursted onto the scene around 2016 with classic mixtapes like these. However, his journey to becoming a famous rapper was much harder than it seemed. It required a ton of dedication, so Uzi forced himself to do something that he regrets doing to this very day. After quitting his job at Bottom Dollar, his mom kicked him out the house, and Uzi decided to get the word fate inked on his forehead, which became his first face tattoo. And in 2017, Uzi said he did this to guarantee that a regular job would no longer be an option for him, forcing him to only focus on rapping. And now he's stuck with the face tats forever, and he regrets it. Because although he's a famous rapper, he stated that he wished he could quit rap, and he only does it to provide for his family. Lil Uzi
Get 2 months for free.
Moving them back.
The link in the description.
Alright, the question is, what is the freakiest thing you ever did? The freakiest thing I ever did? Yeah. Counted a whole lot of money. So that's the freakiest thing you ever did? Yeah. Count that blue, them blue faces. Sloppy. Alright, the question.
The rap game is all about fitting in.
I'm not gay. You is. I'm not gay. You are. I'm not. I mean, that's okay. It's your business. I'm just saying, I know you are. I appreciate it, but I'm not gay. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm not gay. No, you is. I'm not gay. You bi. No, I'm not bisexual. Exactly. You like dick. No, I do not, bro.
So it's okay.
Bro, I know it is, but I'm not gay. I would tell you guys if I'm gay.
No, but I'm saying, even if you are, like, it's okay.
Guys, I know, but I'm telling you, I'm not gay.
Okay, you're not gay.
This chat knows I'm not gay.
There's no judgment here at all.
You're not gay. He is, though. No, dude, I'm really not.
You gotta be a little gay. Just a little bit.
No, bro, can I be honest?
It's cool to be gay.
It is. I'm not gay. You is. I'm not gay. You are. I'm not. And that's okay. It's your business. I'm just saying, I know you are. I appreciate it.
From cars to clothes to drugs, there's a lot of pressure to conform. But there are rappers who hop on the trends and rappers who start the trends. ASAP Rocky sits firm.
What's up, guys? Welcome to the Daily Dropout.
This video is brought to you by Dashlane. Head over to dashlane.com/Volksgeist to get a free 30-day trial of Dashlane Premium. I have a confession to make. I don't like trap music. Why don't I like it? Besides the fact that I may be an idiot with no taste, I just think it's boring. It's too commercial. There's no spirit. Trap music doesn't really progress in my ears. It just spins in circles. It doesn't spark my imagination. I can't get lost in a Migos song or a Lil Yachty album. Sure, it can be good to listen to in the car or with friends, but for the most part, trap just isn't that engaging. But there are a few outstanding exceptions, and in my mind, not one of them is more exemplary than Rodeo, Travis Scott's 2015 debut. Rodeo creates a deep, immersive listening experience using all the same ingredients as a normal trap album, in a way that so many other trap artists just can't seem to do. So what exactly is the magic ingredient that places Rodeo as one of the best albums of the last decade? Let's talk about that. In order to understand what makes Rodeo so good, you have to first understand Travis Scott and what makes him tick. He burst onto the music scene around the time of Yeezus, having helped produce tracks 3, 4, and 8 on that album, I Am a God, New Slaves, and Guilt Trip. At the time, Travis only had one mixtape available online, but he was named a 2013 XXL freshman anyway. His 2014 mixtape, Days Before Rodeo, was released 5 years ago this month, and still gets talked about to this day. But people didn't like Travis back then as much as they do now. He wasn't dating a billionaire. He wasn't adored by high schoolers around the world. In fact, his reputation in the early days of his career was pretty negative. Travis was seen by many as an artist with a lack of original ideas and pretty poor rapping skills. So what changed by the time Rodeo came around? Well, not too much. Rodeo wasn't even reviewed that positively when it was released back in 2015. You see, back in the day, when Travis was looked at as a biter, he got a lot of flack for it. You can pull up old Genius forum posts from a few years ago to see exactly what I'm talking about. He was accused of biting Kanye, Future, Kid Cudi, Young Thug. The list goes on. Travis was called unoriginal, boring, and a bad rapper. He was also accused of taking his instrumentals from other producers and not making enough of his own. Even Pitchfork gave Rodeo a harsh review, claiming that Travis was completely upstaged by the features on the album and his talent was mediocre. Of course, the author of the Rodeo review is the same person who called Chance the Rapper's The Big Day a wonderful record. But that's neither here nor there. What I'm trying to get at is that Travis was an underdog for a long time, and not even the release of Rodeo really changed that for him. But it didn't stay that way for long. Today, 2019, Rodeo is considered one of the best albums of the decade. So what changed? Did we forget about the glaring flaws that made Travis undeserving of acclaim? Or were they never there in the first place? Like most things in life, the truth about Travis is somewhere in the middle. But what isn't ambiguous is that Rodeo has turned into one of the most beloved trap records of all time, and is possibly one of the best albums of the 2010s. Rodeo's atmosphere is powerful. Its instrumentals are hypnotizing. But above its sonic qualities, it tells the story of a generation. A story that Travis himself has lived from his humble beginnings as a kid in Missouri City, Texas. all the way to the 53rd Super Bowl halftime show last year in Atlanta. Rodeo was a group effort, but more importantly, it was inspired. Travis went into the album with goals and ideas, and he brought a lot of different artists, writers, and producers together to realize those goals and ideas. I don't see his reliance on collaborators as a problem, because the rodeo is an aesthetic, and the album is the soundtrack. It's not to be understood along the lines of Good Kid, Mad City, an autobiographical album that tells the story of one man and his world. Travis Scott's music as a whole has always been a kaleidoscope, not a mirror. On Rodeo, he made a collage out of the music that made him, filtering it through his own chopped and screwed Houston influences. The result is a woozy, syrupy, grungy album that above all else has momentum. The greatest fault of modern trap music is that it drags on in a way that makes it unlistenable unless you're drunk, high, or driving. It's too repetitive. It runs in place. Rodeo, on the other hand, moves in a way such that each moment changes and evolves from the last. The music never lingers for too long. It moves forward like a neon hurricane, swallowing mountains and rivers, shining upon them with the brilliance of any color you can imagine. It's hard to pick a highlight moment on Rodeo. The album's opener, Pornography, is something of a manifesto. Trap legend T.I. narrates the track, and his spoken word introduces it as an album for those in transition. Young people who are looking for their place in the world but haven't found it yet. He describes Travis as a young rebel against the system, leading a stampede of lost souls in the middle of metamorphosis. Moving forward a bit, 90210's angelic chorus features Casey Hill accompanying Travis while he tells the story of a girl seeking fame and fortune in Hollywood, only to find herself descending into a drug-induced haze. Halfway through the song, Travis turns it on himself and tells his own story, rapping about how his family and his mental state have changed since he became famous. Those who once failed to support him are now living a glamorous life on his dime, a feeling that is both empowering and isolating. Later in the album, another highlight is Impossible. The song is a low-key, slow-moving track that describes Travis's experience in a stressful, lonely relationship. You can tell that even though Travis wrote it during one of the lowest moments of his life, he was able to channel his sadness into one of his most beautiful songs. Impossible is murky. It swirls around and around while Travis grapples with the overwhelming sensation of loneliness that so many of us know all too well. Apple Pie is the closing song on Rodeo, not including the 2 extra tracks added in the album's expanded, Apple Pie is the closing song on Rodeo, not including the 2 extra tracks added in the album's expanded edition. Travis uses this song to look back on his journey, tying together the record's literal themes of fame with its metaphorical imagery of rodeos. He reflects on the wild ride he's been on, the things he's left behind in search of fame, and the turbulent nature of his new lifestyle. T.I. returns to close the record in the same way he started it. He asks one simple question: will Travis survive the rodeo? Rodeo gives trap a progressive twist. It's atmospheric and it sounds different than anything else out there, with a musical palette that far exceeds the trap standard. Travis achieved what almost none of his contemporaries could do. He made an engaging trap album. Not even his mentors, his primary influences, have come out with a project that has as much momentum as Rodeo. The record is master painter award. It's dynamic. Rodeo is brilliant darkness. It's that feeling you get when you're far from home, wide awake in the middle of the night. Not sure how to move forward, but moving forward all the same. It's absurd, bizarre, sinister, psychedelic, strange, exhilarating, upside down. Travis had created a masterpiece, but he wasn't done yet. Some of his best work, some of his strangest, darkest work, was still yet to come. If you have any kind of data to keep safe, music, writing, creative or otherwise, Dashlane will be perfect. Dashlane lessens the risk of storing and sharing your data.
Watch a master picture at work.
Dashlane lets you know if any of your accounts are affected with data breach, like the ones that are put on Facebook and Zach's Yahoo. Dashlane also has the ability to protect us.
But there's no evidence that that's true. As far as I know, there's no proof that that was her jacket or put on
Watch a master painter at work. 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 Watch a master painter at work.
Let's think about the suspect list. Kind of lower into the suspect list. Here's what. Of all the people that would know what was going on in that household, okay, in cabin 28, he would know. His own son went to stay there for the night. Now, here's what makes no sense. If he wanted to get back at Sue, I'm pretty sure he could have killed Sue at any time and not taken out any of the kids. I'm pretty sure that if you know your kid is spending the night over there, this is not a good time to go kill off the entire family when your son can watch what happened. And as a matter of fact, his son was hypnotized, and he gave statements about what happened that night. Now, mind you, they're a little messed up. Let me show you what his son's statements are. Okay, Justin, if you look further, as time went on, well, Justin changed his story. Okay, well, he did quite a few times. He told investigators he was asleep during the murders, as with the other two boys, and did not hear anything. That was the original that the stepson said, Justin. Another time, he said he did see the murders. He said he was woken up, got up and looked through the door into the living room, and he saw a shoe sharp laying on the sofa, and there were two men standing in the middle of the room. Not unlikely. There were definitely, in my opinion, two men involved in this crime. There's no way they could have controlled all of those people. Well, you can, but it's not likely. And this is the kind of crime that one urges the other on, and it's kind of like they set a fire between the two of them. And so, yes, I think two men were involved. But was it these two men? Not necessarily. Okay, let's see what else he said. All right, so then he said, this is his next statement, that John Sharp came into the room again, arguing with the two men. A fight broke out, and Dana tried to escape out through the kitchen. But the man with the brown hair hit him with a hammer. John was attacked by the man with the black hair, and Sue tried to help John. At this point, he said he hid behind the door. He then saw the men tying up John and Dana. He also claimed he saw Tina come into the living room holding a blanket and asking what was going on. I think that's fascinating because a yellow blanket was found on top of her mother. The two men grabbed her and took her out the back door as Tina tried to call for help. He said the man with the black hair used a pocket knife to cut Sue in the middle of the chest, which she was stabbed in the middle of the chest. So this is all true. I think he did see something. I like the part where Tina comes out with the yellow blanket because it was found on top of on top of Sue, the mom. And there's people who say, the guys felt sorry about this and blah, 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 more stuff. I don't quite buy that, but I do believe if they killed all three of them, and Tina came out, or they found her and made her come out, and she was hiding in the blanket, and she saw her mother, they might have just grabbed the blanket, thrown it over her mother, and said, "We're taking you," and grabbed her and went out the back door. That's what I believe happened. I believe they were all tied up and they were all killed, and Tina came out with it. Exactly what Justin said, because that makes sense. So that they would have thrown the blanket over her mom just to calm her down for a second while they pulled her out the door. I'll go with that. Not because they felt remorse or because they couldn't look at the naked lady, but just because that helped them get out the door with Tina. And you asked, why did they take Tina? Okay, I'm going to get to that in a little bit. All right, so now we have a woman to point out Mom was not raped. She was tied up and murdered just like the boys. Now, so obviously the purpose of the crime wasn't rape. Why would somebody come in then and kill all three? What was the purpose? Well, one could say he was pissed off at Sue. He didn't care about raping her. He just wanted her dead. He wanted to see her boys die. Or, well, there's an extra, collateral damage. Maybe. But I look again. Would you pick that night when your son was sleeping over to kill three people? Son's friends, and the son's friend mother, really? And Justin never, ever, his stepson, never, ever said it was him. Now, some people, like the guy who put up the videos, who claims that Justin was involved in the crime, as was Justin's mom. Everybody was involved, like 6 people were involved. Justin helped kill everybody, or tie them up. And that's why he's not ratting them out. But, come on. Really? Would you really need to, if you wanted to kill off Sue, would you really need to involve your stepson so he can rat you out? Because it's your stepson. It's not even, hold on a second. My butt hurts. It's really hard. Hold on a second. Oh my God. That hurts. Oh, okay. Would you, if it were your son and you were a psychopath, maybe you take the chance. Your stepsons aren't that crazy about you anyway, They'll rat you out to their mom. Justin never ever said that he saw his dad there. I don't for a minute believe that if it was his dad, his stepdad that he saw, that he wouldn't have said something. But he never said it was his stepdad. So I don't understand. So this guy lives 2 houses away, and he's going to commit a massive crime like that right around the corner from where he lives. And there's no evidence found in his house or in his vehicle. His own stepson doesn't rat him out. I say nonsense. And this is why these two, in spite of the fact they're swirly creepy dudes, I don't think committed the crime. All right, I don't. I could be wrong, but I don't see that it makes sense that they committed the crime, and no evidence was ever linked. Now, there are those out there who say, oh, that's because the sheriff in town was his best buddy, and they were all in a big drug thing together. I don't buy that either. Because they had, not only did the sheriff work on the case, but they had Department of Justice people working on the case. And I'm sure they weren't going to cover. And even the sheriff, really? You're going to cover for a guy who, the sheriff had been friends with him for a little bit. He tried to help him out. But if he went and killed a woman, two teenage boys and a little girl, the sheriff is going to cover for that? I don't think so. So, these guys, shaky, in my opinion, as that they had anything to do with this crime. Did he claim things? Yeah, he did. But none of them, I think, pan out. I think he just thought it was funny to make those claims. All right, so I'm going to go on to John Douglas's profile next, and then I'm going to give you my conclusion of who I think is the most likely person to commit the crime. Well, let me check on your comments so I can have a taste of my phone. Sorry. I'm trying to be comfy. My beer while you do that. Okay, let's see. What have we got to say here? All right. Mitch says, I have at least 2 hammers in my house, but couldn't tell you right now if either or both were missing. Why volunteer that info to the police? All right, I'm going to explain that. I'm not saying he's not a psychopath, okay? Psychopaths have this weird way of liking to say stuff that's really stupid just because. Literally just because. That's why. And this is what confuses, when you're doing an investigation. One of the statements I've always made is that guy's a psychopath. Is he trying to lie himself out of the crime, or is he just lying and getting himself looked at as the criminal? Because he likes to play those games. So it's hard to know which way he goes with it. So, I don't know. What hammers do I think I have one hammer. I'm trying to think, but that's why.
Watch the master painter.
Let me go back out here because I see a funny comment I want to make. Oh, that's okay. Oh, goodness gracious. Let's see. Oh, okay, it's an interesting point. Maybe Sue was not raped because the boys came back suddenly. No, she was tied up in a way that you can't rape her. That's why. And if they tied up the boys, why can't they rape her? What? They're worried about the way the boys feel about her? That they're going to see them rape her? Yeah, I don't think that's an issue. First of all, they can kill the boys and then rape her and then kill her. Or they can rape her and won't let the boys watch and then kill all of them. But she was tied up in a way that is precludes most rape and sexual assault. So they seem to have zero interest in that whatsoever, which is very interesting to me. And he says, Lighthouse Motel in Toledo, Ohio. You should. Let's see. He says, I've always wanted to stay in one of those seedy American motels. Point out rated vibrating beds. And let me tell you, the Lighthouse Motel did a vibrating bed for the quarters. They took my quarters and didn't give me the vibrating bed. It was so sad. Oh my goodness. True or not true? Lisa says it's very challenging because Lindy said she couldn't prove the kids to the season. This is true. Let's see. I did not understand if the hammer and knives that were inside the
Watch the master painter at work.
Yes, let me get to that. All right, so this is what you're talking about. Okay, so later on, decade and a half. Okay, so this hammer and this knife they're both rusty. There's no proof that either one of those tools were involved in the crime. They were nearby. And here's where you don't want to jump to conclusions. There are a lot of tools in life that get flung around everywhere for whatever reasons. They do. And so, unless you can get DNA, something blood on there that matches, we just don't know. And so, yes, those did exist, but I wouldn't call that monumental, let me put it that way. Dini says, I thought it was sad that she would let Tina stay the night because she wanted to. I don't think so. I'm not tired of getting your
Watch the master painter
or little brothers or whatever. You want to just be with your friend, and then you've got a third person there. I'm going to do it again today. I'm going to be part of this. No, teenagers do not really like younger sisters hanging out with them sometimes. And she usually did hang out with them. This time, Sheila says, let me have some me time with my friend. I don't think that's wrong. So Tina went home. It was next door. It's like not like a crisis situation. Although it was claimed that Sheila sent Tina home myself. Sheila sent Tina home to be murdered. That's just nonsense. Absolutely nonsense. Let's see what else you got to say here. Before I go on to my next thing here. Oh, okay. And then he said, I looked at the pictures. She was naked from the waist down. Yes, that's true. She was naked. She was wearing a night thing. And when she was the gag, they ripped the panties off and ripped gag. Put pushed some panties in her mouth, which is not unusual. And then they took a bandana from one of the boys and tied it around her. Shut her up. But then they took it.
Watch a master painter at work.
No, it was not a sexual assault. That way. Which, you know, is actually perfectly fine with a 35-year-old woman. So, yeah. And Jeannie says that was confused to me because the coroner said her skull was perfect. But the therapist said Martin said he killed a little girl here. Martin did not kill a little girl here. The hammer was never used on her. But then Martin, again, we don't know why Martin said that. It was because he didn't know. He was making up crap. He couldn't. The thing is, he could be lying in or out about the truth. We don't know which one it is. Let's see. Why would he leave Justin in the house? His sister said he took the freakers out of the window so they wouldn't see what they saw. I doubt Justin woke up and sleep. One of the claims was that he could have helped his dad, and then his dad let him go back to sleep. He was like, okay, go back and sleep. Pretend I'm
Watch a master painter at work.
Alright, so now his profile. Because I find this. Where do I find this? I don't know how to even say where I find this. I can't find it. Again. I'm also looking at the cell phone. I found it on my iPad. So this is the top notes report. All these psychological profiles compared. I don't know there's a FBI. Alright, it says it should be noted that this profile is based upon certain probabilities. I hate probabilities. And a suspect developed by your department. I'm sorry. Right there. I don't base my profile on suspects developed by police department.
Watch a master painter at work.
I don't want to base my profile on the evidence. I don't care who did it. I'm going to look at the evidence and then give you my opinion. And it may fit the profile in part or more. Okay, so my profile matches some of your suspects. I believe that that's a good thing. It matches some of the other things. Okay. Good. I proceed. Noting that the personal background of each of the victims. I'm trying to not get reflection. Okay, sorry. I'm just turning my glasses reflections and I find it it's annoying to watch that way, so I'm trying to keep it happening myself. Okay, never mind. Noting the personal background of each of these victims, they all been categorized as high risk to the recipient of a violent crime. All of them are high risk? What? Okay, Dana.
Watch a master painter at work.
I get that. I guess Sue was automatic reporting to somebody. So she deserved to go. Tina is 12 years old. There's some suspicion. She had this little incident where some guy, I guess some adult, had her sit on a bed and kind of tried to molest her a little bit. She pushed his hands away, and that was the end of that. She was high risk because she claimed she was small, that she was 12, but she looked smaller, and she was in special ed classes, so she was a high risk victim. John, because he hung out with Dana, I don't know. All right, so anyway. So there's some talk here about Dana, previous interest in parents, for family. He's diabetic, which has nothing to do with being a high-risk victim. And there's no talk toward the animals. Who said that? How would you that? Wingate, that's Dana Wingate, that's the friend. And of course, it'll be
Watch a master painter at work.
Was involved in criminal offenses that may not have been known by police agencies. If they weren't known by police agencies, place a plan on killing all the victims. Okay, I'm on the way to their house. It didn't appear that that was the initial plan. I agree. All the big weapons appeared to have come from the residence of the house. The steak knife, the hammer, except there was a BB gun thing, which was kind of weird. It indicates that killing the victim is probably an afterthought. Okay, all right. In order for the subject to gain
Watch a master painter at work.
some assistance, yeah, the second guy. David Wingate was not killed in the same fashion as the other two victims, beaten but not stabbed. It was made comfortable. Oh my God, It was made comfortable by receiving a cushion from the couch to rest his head on prior to his execution. This is not the clutter. What is that their name? Clutter bird. And then those are the killer claim. They put the killer on his head. Because you want to make a first of all, I don't know if that's true. Because it's a psychopath talking to that. It's a killer talking to that. Don't believe everything you hear. Now let's take a look. I don't have that picture because I don't want to show it to you. That's not going to help. Let me go into the house for just a second here. Very vaguely. Okay. Okay. That's it. Okay, you can see enough of that. You see that? Right here. The pillow is missing.
Watch a master painter at work.
The pillow, Dana Wingate's head, is laying on that big pillow. Okay? I'm going to say that it's ludicrous that two vicious, violent people having a thrill out taunt on them and bludgeoning and stabbing people that give a crap that Dana has a comfy little pillow for his head. It's just nonsense. John Douglas, what the heck are you thinking? And why would you put that in? And I'm going to tell you why I think that person is missing. You got two guys in there pulling a knife on you and a hammer, and I will run those doors, and I'm just boy, those are little guys. I'm going to grab that cushion, hold it on, and try to protect myself from getting stabbed or hammered to death. And when they hit me on the head with the hammer, and I go down, my head is going to be on the pillow. Just go make sense. Don't make these statements.
Watch a master painter at work.
Then it says, Wingate might have utilized the system of finding other victims. That's possible. Sometimes what you do is say, one victim, you find him or let's say you put the knife into the monster and say, hey, Dana, you bind up John. He was kind of trapped and found out. So maybe he didn't have to bind up John. And that they found up him. Just so they had control of the three people. I'll go with that. Alright. Blood is observed on the feet of Glenna Sharp. Indicate she was alive when she walked into the blood. No, it doesn't. It indicates nothing of that sort. There's not one solid proof that there was she stepped in something and then the footprints on it. Nonsense. What you do see is that her feet are very next to the blood is on the pillow. So it's very likely she turned and her feet were down on the blood on the pillow and she was pushed. She back over, somebody pushed her. There's no proof that she was ever standing in any way.
Watch a master painter at work.
That indicates it was well attacked or bleeding heavily before they were bounced. Now they might have been hit once, threatened once, and slashed a little bit, but everybody was bound before they were then stabbed and hammered to death. So the blood is mostly down on the floor, except for when weapons are flicking around, because you're whacking with stuff. But there's no evidence that it was heavy on the floor. She walked through the blood and then, no, that's garbage, and I don't know where you go.
Watch a master painter at work.
One animal, part of the offender, who was John Douglas. But you don't know that the offender did that. Oh, right. It's probably the kid who was responsible for the murder of Parker Hope. It has no meaning whatsoever. Because if the little girl came out with the blanket food, she was highly injured, and they pulled the blanket from her and chucked it over her helmet. Just bleeding out. This terrible homicide appears to be without any motive. Neither sex nor money was a motivating factor. We can't agree that sex and the scene was a motivating factor. They didn't have a lot of money, so who knows? Maybe they thought they had something very worth stealing. The crime scene reflects anger and rage on one hand, and remorse and guilt does not show any remorse or guilt. There's a claim that that's why the black was put over the wall, because they feel bad about killing. It appears at this point that there is more than one murder involved in the triple homicide. The agent responsible for this triple homicide did not initially want to kill him. It was an act of lust, and it was by the weapon selection. Okay.
Watch a master painter at work.
This offender knew his victim, particularly John Douglas. No, where is the proof he knew his victim? Where did you pull that out of a hat? What is the proof he knew them? Absolutely ridiculous. It was Tina Sharp who probably went to the receiving center. What after she was killed? And got a blanket from her bed. Now, Tina, supposedly they were in the same bed. I think that mom said to Tina, hi, I don't know what the hell's going on. Just why I hired her again. And she went out to see what was going on, and then all hell continued. And then her daughter eventually either dies when it's school and brought her out. But Tina did not go to her bed. He put the blanket and then covered her mother. Oh, how? Really? Tina Sharp, at 12 years of age, may have had conflicts with her mother, like many pre-adolescent girls at that age. What does that have to do with Tina Sharp?
Watch a master painter at work.
Since she has probably demonstrated a great deal of remorse and guilt. Oh, now John Douglas is saying she's innocent. That she was running away with the guy who killed off her family. Now, mind you, teenage girls sometimes have been the boyfriend of their family. But this is a 12-year-old girl and two dudes. I'm not thinking that she is found a guy who's going to get rid of her family so she can run away. Oh, God almighty. If Tina Sharp is alive at this point, John Douglas did not know she was dead. She'll find that she was becoming recently depressed on significant anniversary holiday dates, like her mother's birthday, her own birthday, Thanksgiving, and Christmas. Her depression will cause her to seek out her father. And as well as the gravesite of her mother and brother. Because we all have to seek out gravesites. It should be noted that information received by the PSU, that's the legal science unit, is that the father had an alibi at the time of the homicide was not accessible. Tina Sharp may have already attempted to make his mother at work. Good God almighty.
Hey there.
This is a 12-year-old. Tina isn't necessarily running around trying to find out where mommy was buried.
I'll have one, please.
Lord. All right. Gets worse. The offender demonstrated control and confidence and therefore is urged around and brave. Nor is he clear any police record. He do not know that. It is saying that like absolutely. He is fixated on young females, which he is what? And has been involved with them in the past. What? Be it for sex or for
here. Let's go.
The hunt is on.
John Douglas, you are nobody on this side because you're making up a whole bunch of crap based on absolutely nothing at the crime scene. Okay. So for now he goes on about how they should look for Tina. Basically what he's saying is that Tina was
Gloves coming on.
Some guy she wanted to run away with. That's not him and his buddy that killed everybody, and then Tina is
fucking trash can gamer, bitch.
Yeah, exactly. I can't fathom that.
What an embarrassment!
Don't worry about it.
And Dee Dee says there's so many horrible things said about her. Even said she was pregnant. Yeah, there's no proof she was pregnant. I can't quite figure out the oldest. She was totally got pregnant. So Tina pregnant was coming to take her away, killing the family. Yeah. Let's see what it says. I'm sitting at a pad teaching how to profile with Jack in my hand. Jack Daniels is magnet.
It's coming for you! You're going down!
I'll unleash my true strength!
I needed that. It's got its eyes on you! You're gonna be fine!
You can do it!
Very kind of you. I am in your
Very
debt.
kind of you. Thanks.
You have my fix.
I needed that.
I am in your debt.
Very kind of you.
Very kind of you.
I'll show you no mercy!
Coming for you!
I am in your debt.
This to me is the big message. All right, let me show you that.
This is the end! I needed that.
Very kind of you.
Next to a pile of rocks, other bones quite further away. by the rear pretty much to the sun. Some people thought that why is it not because Tina Regina sometimes just I don't know that what they did, how long it was. So I don't know just that really let's see what else.
I am in your debt.
What I learned about the location itself is really hard to pitch. Remote is not easy to find. You wouldn't, as we've agreed, just come upon it by
Very
chance.
kind of you.
You have to know. Given that this location is known only as a place of lots of junk and chopped wood, this is ridiculous and hard. I don't know if you know this is the very isolated location.
Take this!
It's all over for you!
This is gonna hurt!
Nice.
Must remain sharp!
Fuck. Shit.
Now, do I believe that Tina was kidnapped? I don't believe it. I believe it was thrill kill. They didn't know Tina was there till later. And then when they found Tina was there, they decided to take her. They could have taken her because they thought, hey, she is a cute little thing, and we'll take her with us and eventually have fun with her. They could have taken her hostage. Who knows why they didn't? But they could have killed her.
Meow story.
Is it that once they did their thrill kill and she showed up, they just said, hey, let's grab her and go with us. And they did. Obviously they did. Now, when we come down to Justin's father, Marty, he lived right next door. What the hell? Was he doing all the way down here? Supposedly he was at home running that shit. And nobody said he left town. So how the hell did the little girl get all the way down here? If Marty was still in town.
Yes.
Didn't say he left town for 2 days, intention didn't but that would be a huge child nearby and some kind of other wife tries to claim that he kept her in captivity. But then again, Rito is not down here. Rito is way over here. So why the hell did he dump her on the way to Rito? Why would you have their fault? Tell you why, it's not probably not him. All right, now I'm going to introduce you to a couple suspects that almost nobody talks about. All right. The guy's name is Henry Thompson. And let me tell you about Henry Thompson and his buddy. All right. Now, it's interesting because I was Henry insight just because I want to see what he had to say. He said he felt really sorry for this guy. Because this guy says he and his man went in and gave the police some information about a van they saw in town that night in a certain location. And then they got harassed and we were questioned and they were like, hey, I just came in to give information. Now I'm being suspected of committing a crime. I got to go to polygraph. This guy was really pissed. And Henry said, I feel sorry for him. I don't feel sorry for him. I'll tell you why I don't feel sorry for him. First of all, read up on him. He wasn't just
Olha, vai ser novo.
Okay, his name is Charles Walkie. Walk. It's not actually Walkie, not W-A-L-K-I-E, it's W-A-L-K-E.
What?
All right. And this guy, Henry Thompson is his buddy. Henry Thompson and this guy, Charles Walkie, I don't know how you pronounce his name, also known as Chuck, were in town that night. Okay? Now, what's interesting about this? He said, apparently, Chuck, this guy here, had a friend down in a place called Liverpool. He claimed that he and his buddy, Henry, went down to Livermore the day before and came back up to Kenny. All right, let me show you. Remember those maps I showed you? Let me show you the maps. All right, let's take a look at Livermore. Okay. All right.
Oh.
Down here. Down here, see Livermore? You see how you come up here? And it goes past Feather Falls? Oh, yeah, it does. Now look over on this side. Now this says San Jose down here, but it's really Livermore. Okay, go up here. You see that little off the road? That's Feather Falls. Keep going up here. That's Kenny. What's on the way between Livermore and Kenny? Feather Falls. That's what's on the way.
Let's go!
Okay, now let me tell you a little bit about these fellas. Let me show you just a couple things, and I'm going to read to you. All right. So what's on the Livermore? All right. Okay, that's not what I want to read you. All right, fine, that's not what I want to. Okay. All right, I just want to point out before I read you the stuff about this. This is in the record of the police. This is police records.
Wait, what's that position?
This is this fellow here. Henry Thompson got fed up, he said, with people teasing. He worked for the railroad. That people were teasing, calling him the Kenny Shed.
Let's go.
Things like that, and out of anger,
I'm here to help.
Welcome.
They have told people at work that he actually did kill the victims. There's a confession here. He claimed to the guys at work, yeah, okay, I killed them. Now, could he have just been joking around? Sure. But when you talk about the police being unfair to these two characters, because they said they saw the van and now they're under suspicion. Let me read you the whole story. All right. In fact, the whole story about these two guys, this is just, now you're going to be amazed at what this is. Now, I'm not saying these guys committed the crime. I'm saying that boy, oh boy, there's a reason why the police looked at them, and their connection to Livermore to me is very interesting. All right. So, this is what happened. Look out! Picture here for you. I'll put that up just so you can see this. This is what that fellow said.
Farewell!
Remember Livermore, and that's what he said. Nobody's ever going to find the girl's body. Why? Because Feather Falls and
See you in hell!
I don't know where it is. Suspected never to be found. Okay, let me read this to you. This railroad worker,
I'm not giving up yet!
that would be Henry Thompson, okay, was in Livermore, as you saw, down the way, which passes by Feather Falls. He was in Livermore the night of the murders. Now, this is supposedly way earlier. Some hell of a long drive from Livermore back up to Kenny. You wonder why he was driving that many hours, but okay. The two went to Tom S.'s house in Kenny. I believe Tom S. was the...
Can't believe this.
He used to live actually in cabin 28, before he moved to another cabin. They went to Tom S.'s house in Kenny, where there was a party going on involving the use of LSD. The railroad worker and the subject that gave him the ride then went to the Sharp house, where they started playing a game with the victims. And the subject that gave the railroad worker ride buddy at the railroad. Had no further information except that the railroad worker said it only started out as a game. All right. The caller said he would identify himself, but I don't know, ever did. All right. They said that the railroad worker was very upset and nervous when telling him of the incident. Based on previous supplemental reports on Chuck W., this guy, and
Let's go!
And the person that gave him a ride back from Liverpool. So this guy was one to drive back and forth from Liverpool. All right. Henry's question after police learned they were both in Teddy on the morning of 4/12/81. They were in the town.
I feel better than ever.
And I mean early morning, but midnight, 1 o'clock, 2 a.m., exactly when the murder went down, without a really good explanation of why. In 1981, they said it was to go by Henry's brother-in-law's house, who lived behind cabin 28. Years later in the documentary, Chuck says it was to go by his girlfriend's house in Preston Harbor. Okay. In 1981, Chuck said they saw a truck at the store on Highway 70. Henry said they saw a truck at the Teddy store. He get the story straight. So the roommate who reported this to the police felt Henry was telling the truth and wanted to get it off his chest. Henry told the police that he told this lie because he was being tired of being called the Teddy Machete. And interesting, these are things the police looked at in 1981, but people today skip right over them. Yes, they're skipping right over them. They are so busy with these two guys that they're ignoring these two guys. Now I say, is it more likely that these two guys, knowing there were 7 people in the house, when they could have attacked Sue any old time, and there's no reason they were kidnapping the kid, they could have done it, and they could have attacked Sue without all those people in the house, and with Justin in the house as well, to identify. And there's no evidence actually linking them, in spite of the fact that the police were right at their house and right at this vehicle, and yet not a shred of evidence. There had been blood everywhere. Whoever killed those people in the house, they had blood on their clothes. And they got in a vehicle that had any blood in the vehicle. And they took the child away with them. And there's none of that evidence linking to this guy, in spite of the fact he's a psychopath. That's not so great either. But these guys were in town for reasons they can't explain. They were right next to the house. They even said they were right next to the house. And they left town. And their route went by Feather Falls. And the guy who was his buddy said they'd never find the body. And on top of that, let's look at the last thing about this. I don't know how they ended up in that house. I don't know how those 2 boys ever got home from when they were hitchhiking. There's one plane someplace a woman gave them a ride late at night. I don't know why that. I can't find any evidence of that. Who gave them a ride home? Was it these 2 guys? Is that how they actually ended up at the house? Because they gave the boys a ride home? A lot of people suspect that whoever gave them the ride were the killers. And that would not be unlikely. It does sound, the whole thing sounds like a pretty coordinate. Since they weren't raping the woman, they were more like having fun with the guys, messing with them, and tying them up, and then
I'm here to help. Welcome.
And then they found out there was a kid there. The kid was not the target. Sue was not the target. I didn't even say what was going on. Maybe they didn't plan something long time in the house, but if it all ended up badly.
Look out! Don't sweat it. Worry about it.
But I'm going to pick a suspect. Evidence doesn't point to these guys in spite of the nonsense that this guy said. The evidence points over here. Now, I'm not saying these 2 guys did it. But they were in town. The stories don't work. And they were on the way from the river, which was
no more holding back.
That goes by where the body of the man is. And I say where the body of the little girl found is the key to this crime. And if I can prove that these 2
coming for you!
Had any connection to Feather Falls, and had the time to drive 4 hours see. Sit on this. Okay, this is just a second. Alright. Where am I at? And by the way, you're still here. And before, please do subscribe to the channel. Okay. Benny, Lisa said, at least this still be the target. But the boys came back, the dynamics changed. One of the victims we tired is easy to control. But this guy, go back to this character here. Alright, Sue's the target. But see, this guy knows that he knows about the boys coming and going. He had no proof the boys were going to be there. So he comes out of the bar too long and decides to go to his little shit. And then gets caught by the two boys, but he knows his son is there and the two other boys are there, probably the other girls there.
Thanks, buddy.
He has too many opportunities to kill on another shit. So this one,
Fuck.
not one shot. Of course. I was to say because the sheriff was nice to him. That sheriff, it was a pretty huge cover-up.
This ain't over yet.
I'm not gonna go with that. Again, I think we talked about this. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. People, there are vagrants who come through. There are ones who go from town to town. I know people in different towns. The kind of crime is more of a somehow a drug-fueled crime or a thrill-fueled crime or just one of those crap crimes. And it could be somebody in town, but it just as easy as somebody next door. Because if you do that and you're in town, you're still sitting there right there. It's not very good idea to be there. Dana was found now. Right? Dana was found. He wasn't found well. Mind you. He was found that John was found that John had his hands wrapped with tape, medical tape, and he had his feet bound really well. He was bound with crack. So he didn't come out of it and find things. And he was also bound to a John. So I don't know what that really means. It could mean that they made John find Dana did a lousy job. The two of them did different gods, and one of them wasn't as good. No. Yes, that's true. Lisa says, fill up with comfort, but I'll knock out your tooth later on. Yeah, Steve's a snapshot. The poll's not for comfort. I mean, you could do it as a human thing, but you wouldn't do it for comfort, really, but that. Kelly says, the Douglas guy from the FBI sounds like he really was a good profile. John Douglas is considered the number one profile in the United States, and some of them like to speak badly about other profilers because I want to push the profiling industry. But I will honestly say this, well, it's my opinion, so I don't know if you want to call it honestly. People say that, yeah, we lie. I want to say this. I have had more problems with my brothers and profiles, and his profiling methodology, and his books, than any other profile. I just have. And I find that he put a judgment in the long run to the scientific aspect of profiling. I'm opposed to the negative profiles in any way. FBI presented profiling. I want that to change because I want profiling to be something that is scientific and logical, not just the FBI guys can do it. Many people, like if you're a lawyer or a doctor, you should be able to perform honestly and profiling by learning skills. Not by some magical program where that you get inside the mind of the killer, and analysis. It's done in the service. The whole concept of the FBI was studying serial homicides and studying this man. But then it took a bad turn, which they became the overlords. That they thought they were the only ones that could do this, and no other profile was worth their for assault, and I've had them say nothing but nasty things about me. Just calling me that TV lady, like I have no ability to profile because I didn't go through the FBI. And I think that's nonsense. I think that it should be a legitimate program you can teach in a university. Study it. Study how to profile. Study how to analyze crime. And then you learn methodology, and you become useful. I don't think there's only like 9 guys in the FBI who can say, oh, we were profiled and nobody else is. This is ridiculous. It's like saying you can't have more than 9 teachers in the world, 9 lawyers in the world, 9 doctors in the world, 9 engineers in the world. What kind of crap is this? 9 detectives in the world. Of course not.
I can't believe this.
Lots of them, and we need them to be skilled. So I'm very, very upset with what the FBI has done and what John Douglas has done too. Basically, in my opinion, represent criminal profiling in a very, very unfortunate way. Douglas probably does that. Well, you know, he's in with the media really well. And, you know, when he puts a book out, he gets, you know, any book he puts out is going to be published with the top publisher, and then all the reviewers from the New York Times and the Washington Post are going to go rah, rah, rah.
Backup's here. Let's go. Let's do this.
And I wouldn't mind it so much. Like, I don't have an issue with Robert Ressler. Robert Ressler is another one of the original FBI profilers. I like Robert Ressler.
Welcome, ready for anything.
He's not egotistical. And so I kind of like him. And I don't dislike you if you're an FBI profiler. Or if you're not an independent profiler. I just want you to understand that you should be promoting the scientific and logical method of profiling. And now, I don't know what this stuff that you did in this profile is astoundingly awful. Sorry. I'm like, what are you even talking about? I don't know where you can get your crap from. Because, and this is my point with everything. You need to say something. You have to say what evidence leads you to believe that. Again, profiling should be used for helping the police determine the best leads they should follow, the best avenues of investigation. It isn't about us being right or wrong. It's helping just focus on investigation. But you put out crap like this, I don't know. I really don't know what the purpose of that was. Here, I'm only trying to educate you on how things work. I'm not working with the police. I don't have all the inside information. I don't have every interview, every piece of evidence. If I were working with the police on this case, I'd have certain opinions. By the way, they do claim they have some evidence. By the way, these guys have been dead. They do claim they have this new team that is working on it. Claims they have some evidence that is links to a live person. Some people say it's his son Justin, and his DNA was on a piece of the medical tape. Therefore, Justin helped him commit the crimes. I don't know any of the truth on any of that. The old sheriff doesn't think these guys did it. I don't know. I'm not there. Let's see. Let's see.
Just targeting you. It's coming for you.
Yeah, Benny. Except the killer was the insurrection crime. That was a bit of an undercover myself. So it makes it interesting.
Sweet.
I don't think you have a submarine. Kelly says, wow, that profile of John Douglas makes you wonder about any common sense this guy may have. Holy cow. I was stunned by this. Most of the profiles the FBI does never seem to let us get it because it's to your advantage to never have to be covered so that you can't be proven wrong. This one, I remember that was very what are his credentials? Oh my god. John
kind of you.
Take these. You don't go to the FBI and say, I want to be a criminal profiler. You have to be an agent for like 2 decades. Kind of like when you want to be a detective or police. You have to be a regular police person, patrol person before you ever get maybe, and you may never get there, to be a detective or a profiler. And then at a certain point, like 10 years, 20 years later, you might get the opportunity to get you. I think Douglas did go and get some more credentials through college. And then he became a profiler. He worked at the and people will say, for example, that he's the lowest credentials with the FBI profiler. Pat Brown thinks that
Got its eyes on you!
Or that fraud. Whatever they try to claim. Apparently, you know, I have a master's degree in criminal justice, which I pretty much think is garbage, but I have one. I did a tremendous amount of study on studying every aspect of criminal profiling and criminal psychopathology. I studied forensic pathology. I studied massive amount of stuff on my own outside of the program, and also went to seminars and so forth. And then I worked in the field for many years, although many people say I haven't. And I also developed the first criminal profiling certificate program for criminal profiling in the country. But I couldn't take that program because I developed it, so I don't have the certificate. So it's my program, but I don't have a certificate from it. So you see, the problem is there's no absolute credentials for this particular job. And so there's huge arguments over it. Personally, I don't really care what the arguments are. I want to know that you're using logic and scientific method, that you're honest about what profiling is. And we don't have to say you're an FBI profile yourself, or if you're an independent profile yourself, or whatever. You don't have to do that. It would be nice if we developed more credentials in the proper way. We just haven't done it yet, and so therefore I don't think we should be pointing fingers. You can be good no matter what, but I would at least want you to present the evidence and say, if you're going to give a profile, you have to say where you got that information from. When I say, I think the number one point here is the evidence that the girl's body was found in a remote place, which nobody should know, that the killer has to have a knowledge of that place. Because, killers don't work like they just drive around 400 miles and find some fish in the mountains and dump a body. That's not the way they work. They pick some place they're comfortable with that they know was on their way. Those three things, and sometimes all together. That's why I think feather falls is important. Now, I'm giving you that evidence, and I'm giving you my explanation for my determination. I'm not just going,
Coming for you!
Nothing out of nothing. I mean, that's what bugs me. It's like, clearly they want to kidnap this woman. Okay, you're going to say that? Tell me why they couldn't kidnap this girl someplace else. If she's only 12 years old, she wanders around. Why did you just kidnap her off the road? Or out in front of her house? Why would you kill a whole family to kidnap one girl? Give me your explanation here. Oh, there isn't one because you're not going to give the explanation. That's my problem. I want to see an explanation. Well, you're going to come up with something fine. I may not agree with you, but it's what you're saying. I may not agree with you, but you should have my explanation. That's the purpose of profiling. When you tell the detective why they should look in a certain direction, you should be able to explain to them clearly, this is the evidence.
Be careful!
Here it comes! They can accept it or not, but at least I give you a good explanation. Because I don't want you to waste your time running down some road and you have no clue whether it makes any sense. I'm telling you, you should go down that road because cut around coaches go down that road. The jump in, you should go down that road. Oh, wait. And if we can't explain ourselves, we shouldn't listen. We shouldn't. So. Lila says, maybe at 17 I want to run away with some guy, but at 12? That's pretty young. Yeah, that is definitely pretty young.
I need to do better!
Oh, that's a good one. Andy, good question. What do you think about the knife holes in the wall? Well, okay. Ow, sorry. what kind of knife balls? Or if I took a knife ball and or found somebody who could throw knives better than me, and I go, do I have the proper depth in the wall for throwing knives? Or are we talking about somebody picking up a knife and going, pop, pop, pop? Now, why would they do that? I can think of two reasons, which is way more likely than throwing knives at the wall. Amusement. Hey, some of you are moving around, you're like agitated, and you're on something. You just go, hey, dude, you know, hey, ha, ha, ha. You just do that to amuse yourself. You got a knife in here. Or you go,
Nice to meet you.
or you can be saying, you know what I'm going to do to you?
Hi.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am. I'd go with those two. Those two are much more likely than anybody's a knife thrower, which is what they try to come up with. I think it's just amusement. Lila, I thought they just thought they'd have themselves a fun before they offered the last one, the little girl. They didn't offer, though. She was not killed in the house. There's no evidence she was killed in the house. They took her from the house. I don't think they were after the little girl. I personally don't think they knew the little girl was there. That's another thing. If it was him, he knows the little girl was in there. Probably, unless she was staying over the other house. You might have thought she was staying in there. You know, because sometimes they did stay together. I don't think the person knew the little girl was there. Either way. I think that was a surprise. I think Mom told them to stay home. Let's go out and try to see what's going on. And the little girl only ended up coming out later.
Kimura, here I come.
Because she finally panicked and ran out. I don't think they had to go back. I don't think that was their purpose. I think they were like, oh crap, we got 12 of them. She's cute. Let's just see. I don't see that this was something they were doing then to get to her at all. Because she would have then been raped and murdered in the house, and then they didn't do that. Pathologist said he believed she died shortly after she was taken because her bones were that of a child. No, he did. That's not what I saw. He actually said that he thought that she was 12 years old when she was, but she was actually a small child, so her bones might not have actually looked like a 12-year-old. Later on, he said he thought she was like only there for a year and a half to 2 years, which would mean that she was kept alive for a year and a half or so, or a year. But that she was a child. But personally, I don't think she lasted long. I think she was killed on the way back. They might have pulled over and raped her, and then strangled her and then dumped her. But I don't think that. Personally, I don't think she was held in any place.
This will be easy.
I'm back. I had to feed my cat. Wow. Aggressive. Feed me. Someone into the area. Well, someone who does know the area, but people drive around in those areas. A lot of people on the road, a lot more than once, that they like to go from place to place to place because there's not much to do in any of the places that they live in, so they move around. But that they lived in the town is not necessarily so. Let's see. Oh no, really? Did I get frozen? Yes, two of them are vets, and as a matter of fact, this guy, Marty actually, it was kind of funny. He claimed to a psychiatrist that you had,
Need a hand?
Welcome.
PTSD. They said that backwards, PTSD, and then it turned out he was just he was nowhere near the front lines. So how did he have PTSD? So he's a liar. I'm going to be curious to see you saying Mrs. Listed about the subject, which is the most important thing of this show. But I will see if I need to. I'll check it out later after processing to see if I need to do something to fix it up, which is very frustrating. Goes for a couple of minutes, it's 2 minutes too long. Because that was the important part of the show. Because I wanted people to understand that these guys are far better suspects than the ones that everybody thinks did it. I don't know. I'm going to wait to see whether the new evidence comes out, who the evidence points to, if anybody at all. But I'm going to say the guys that came and went from Livermore are far better suspects than Marty and anybody though. So, anyway, that's going to be it for now. I'm going to check later to see what happens with my transmission. What is like a fire? All here.
It's got its eyes on you!
You're done for! You're mine!
Thank you,
Here comes the pain! Goodbye!
I will see you soon.
This is gonna hurt!
Wednesday or Thursday for the hangout. Not sure which day yet, but I will see you there. And yeah, go back. I will be on a plane heading back to
You're done for!
Back to Maryland. But I don't get to leave tonight on Thursday, so I see you there. That's all I can say. It's going to be a day, so I'm not going to have a good time. I will be back in Maryland soon,
You're mine!
in Italy. It was that she put herself at the crime scene. Coming to you from Puerto Rico. I'm still here for another 3 days. Please do let me know if you can hear me. This is my third setup here. So I have a new layout, which I'm questioning is going to work. So tell me if you can see and hear me. Please for another, let's see, maybe a few minutes because I just found out it's supposed to rain at 4 p.m., which is the time here in Puerto Rico.
It's got its eyes on you!
We're 1 hour ahead of EST. And if it rains really badly, it's going to hit the tin roof and you won't hear anything I say. We'll like have to take a break, go away, come back. But, you know, I keep trying. And so I'm glad you're here. There's a whole bunch of people here. I'm going to run really quickly through this. Hi, Betty, coming in from Denmark. Lisa S is here. Ab is here. Now my Pat is here. Lisa S. Florence is here. June is here. Aisha's here. Maria's here. Sarah's here.
Get ready!
Did I say Florence already? Probably did. Kayla's here. I just repeat everything over and over again. It's here. If I missed you, Mia's here. I'm sorry if I missed you. You might be coming in now and I won't see you. But I do want to answer the oh, hi. Oh, really? Hi, Mia. Your first time here. Yay. That is fantastic. You're going to like this community. Everybody is super friendly. And if you'd like to be part of this community, yes, you should be. And I have made this, all my live shows, all the chat rooms are secret only. All my shows are public and to the public. Spread. But if you'd like to be in the chat room and in the community, please do join. Here we go. Oh, wow, that didn't work out. I just copied this so people could see this. Wow, that sucks. Anyway, never mind. Over here it says, go to Facebook. In the middle it says subscribe. And click the bell for notifications and like it and share. And over here, that's what I can do. Over here it says, hey, you can support the channel by buying a book. And right now, my book, Only the Truth, is a psychological You can see it's got more than 45 reviews, 5 stars. It costs you all $2.79 because
Help's here.
We were waiting
Amazon
for
just
you.
dropped it 20 cents because I guess $2.99 was too much for people to pay. Hey, you know, good for you guys. It's really I love my book. I really do. I love this book, and a lot of other people do too. So for $2.79, you can get a really good book, and it supports the channel. Okay, so wow. Okay, hold on a second. Oh my God. The air conditioning unit is in the bedroom, right? So I had to close the door to the bedroom for the show, otherwise you see the bedroom. It's kind of funky. It's not that I haven't made the bed. But still, now the air conditioning has come through. And so now I'm back in the sheet. It's such fun. Okay, so I want to answer this question though that Anne asked me because I thought it was kind of you know, Anne, I love you dearly, but I thought, you know, let's see if I can find a question here. Let's see. What is it? This is the question I wanted to answer, and I can't find it. What? Guys, there's a lot of. Okay, let's see. I'm going to find it soon. Oh, I thought this, Anne. I don't know that you should ask me questions like this. Will Pappy have beer at the early show?
Thanks, buddy.
Now, Anne. First of all, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I tell ya. And also, it's cold. Look at this. Oh, who knew that the air conditioner in this place would go completely away as soon as they shut that door? And I have to correct it, by the way. This is Presidente here. I was drinking the beer in Puerto Rico on my first show. I drank this last show, and somebody from Dominican Republic, sorry, not Dominican Republic said, hey, that's Dominican beer. And they were right. So, sorry, Puerto Rico, I'm drinking Dominican beer because I paid money. Not drinking. How you handle it? Anyway. All right, let's get serious now. Can you hear? Oh, I forgot to ask. Can you hear and see me? Just want to make absolutely sure. Oh, that's very nice of you, Lisa. Aw, thank you. Oh, that's not what I was doing. Look out! World. Hold on a second. I'm having issues here. As I usually do. Oh, okay, there it is. You'd be surprised how hard it is to hit the right thing. Lisa S.S., I read it. It's a wonderful story. Thank you very much. It's one of my favorites. It's really good. Oh, that's true, too. Lisa, Pat's mother painted the picture on the cover. This is true. My mother was a watercolor artist. And so when I did the story that was about Arkansas and Tennessee, I decided I would use this particular picture that my mother had painted. And in honor of her, and also because it's a free book cover. So, I love that picture. So, it felt kind of like countryside. So, yes, my mother painted that.
I'll be taking this.
And there's my mom. Anyway, okay, let's get to it. I keep asking, can you all hear me? Because I really want to make sure of that. Early tech issue. Yeah, always. Oh, you can see and hear me. Okay, that's the important part because I don't want to keep going for it and have you go. Why is she not saying it? All right, so now, to start out with something really, hold on a second. New tech issue. Oh my God. All right, having a little tech issue again. All right, here's the first story. Because this is an interesting one. See that bird? That bird is a criminal. Yes, that bird is a criminal. You betcha. So anyway, this pigeon, and I showed some pigeons in Puerto Rico on my Facebook page the other week. I said tropical birds and all these pigeons were there. This pigeon was detained last month at a Canadian prison. Did you know that, Anne? From Canada? At a Canadian prison, where it was discovered to be carrying a backpack that contained crystal meth. Yeah, the bird was found and later captured at the Pacific. Oh, it's other side. Institution Correctional Facility near Vancouver after officers noticed a high-flying fowl and its cargo. I think this is really interesting. This guy named John Randall, he is the president of the Union of Canadian Correctional Officers. He said, my initial reaction was shock because of all the advancements in technology and the number of drones we have seen. The fact that it's tied to a pigeon is abnormal. So in other words, when you can use a drone, why are you using a pigeon? Right? Anyway, the pigeon was apprehended on the penitentiary wall after the staff set a trap for it. I don't know what they did to the poor bird. They have never seen a winged trafficker in the last 13 years. And they said, smugglers would have an easier time getting the drugs to land in a specific location. They'd use drones instead of a live creature. But the official also noted that smugglers have recently had to go to old school with their methods as law enforcement has increased its awareness of drug smuggling drones. So they have to contend with that on a daily basis. That's fascinating. The introduction of drugs into federal prisons is becoming a huge crisis. The whole goal of prisons is to rehabilitate and release people to society as law-abiding citizens. So introducing drugs is scary, especially with a drug like crystal meth. I mean, what a weird story. But this is very true that we have all these modern technologies, but sometimes you can slide underneath radar of law enforcement using some very, very old-fashioned methodologies. So, you can use drones, you can use birds, you can stick stuff up your butt. I'm pretty much sure there's always a way to get drugs into prison. And it's a sad thing because, I just don't understand the concept. If something's illegal and you're in a facility that's supposed to prevent illegal things from happening, yet that becomes part of prison life. And that bothers me tremendously. But there it is. Thank you. That was very nice. She did a beautiful job. Look at the color and the shadows. That's the book. Thank you very much. All right. Now, to the next story. You'll find out what the next story is. I have a bunch of them today, which I find very interesting. All right. We got to mention this. All right. So, Alec Baldwin. And thank you, Christine. Christine was the one who sent the information over because sometimes she sees things before I do. I'm like, I might have missed that. Alec Baldwin has been charged with involuntary manslaughter.
Coming for you!
You're the target!
The woman on the left who was the person who was working on the crew filming, and he pointed a gun in her direction and pulled the trigger.
You're mine!
And people are asking, what is this?
This is the
There's
end!
got its eyes on you!
Over the last months about what Alec Baldwin is responsible for what happened.
Here it comes!
Because supposedly on the set, somebody else is responsible for the guns. Responsible for putting what should not be written in the guns. And it's part of the show because you're shooting guns in the show. So the question is, who's responsible? The person who sets up the gun or the person who pulls the trigger on the guns? Now, this is interesting because there's only like a second after shot. He wasn't filming at that time. And he pulled the trigger. And he killed her. What's his responsibility? Now, a lot of people think because he's a famous actor and all that stuff, he's not going to be responsible for anything. They have actually given him charges.
Better?
Now, what are my thoughts?
Very kind of you.
I'll tell you what they are. One is,
Your days are
it
numbered.
is always that whoever holds a firearm is responsible for what happens with the firearm. In other words, the rule always is, you don't point a firearm at somebody unless you want to kill them.
Coming for you!
Or you think you're at risk of being killed, so you're willing to kill them when you pull the trigger. If you pull the trigger.
Pick me up now!
Set. So it gets a little trickier because this is part of the movie. However, you still pull the trigger. And the thing comes down to you either have to have 100% trust of the people set things up. That's your problem right there. Because if somebody tells me, hands me a gun that says it's not loaded, or it's loaded with lights, or whatever, and I just go, okay, I better trust that person 100%. Well, I'm responsible.
It's got its eyes on you!
Because I'm still the one holding the gun, pointing it, and pulling the trigger. Now, was it murder? They're charging him with involuntary manslaughter.
This should fix it!
what he's being charged with. Because I'm not a legal person, and I don't like to say that he's come down to legal crap. That's not. Don't trust me for that stuff. Because I'm not a lawyer. Not a Carolina. Okay. Anyway, so my theory is this. It's going to be fled down to it's going to take place.
Your days are numbered.
And because it's the first time offense, I think he's just going to get like a service. And I think what's going to happen is that the law will say we did our job, and people who are upset, people who like alcohol will say, see, he did their job and he's doing what he's supposed to do.
Get ready!
Service, even though he didn't mean to hurt her. And people who don't like alcohol or are upset about what he did will say it wasn't up to the sentence. And he's just getting away with it. So I think that's where
targeting you! You're the target!
So they'll just get community service. And when you look at the issues of community service,
Thanks.
and check this out, Cardi B. Now, Cardi B, all right, hope I don't lose this big piece of information. I got Cardi B here. All right, Cardi B. This one annoyed the hell out of me. Cardi B was back in front of the judge in her strip club down case. After failing to start the community service portion of her plea deal, and now she's got a new judgment. Look, you know what she did? I think we know what she actually did. Okay. She had... Okay, let me go back to what she did. Alright, she was accused of ordering an attack
I needed that.
strip club bartender Jada Maddie G or something like that. Way back in August of 2018. And she was arrested and booked a few months later for her alleged role in the strip club fight. Okay, so she was fighting. She pushed this fight, got involved in this fight. The girl got beat up. And she was charged. And all she got was a little community sentence. So, Cardi's plea deal also requires her to stay away from the place for 4 years, which she has done. But see, she's failed to keep her part of the community service. All she got was community service. For Christ's sake, it was ridiculously
Gotcha.
15 days. That should make up for what she did. That should cover her crime. And that's such a struggle. I mean, there's people all over the world who do 50 days community service every month. You know, they help people out. It's a freaking deal. But 15 days is like zero.
You're a lifesaver.
But she didn't bother to do that. But she appreciates the court giving her to complete this service. So don't tell me people who have money and fancy furs and are Cardi B and Alec Baldwin don't get a deal. They do, more so than regular people.
And I need some of your parts.
Massive lawyers, and they just get away with crap. And it's sad because their crimes are no less than everybody else's crime. So that's my first comment on today. Let's see. Other than that, at this point, I don't think he did himself any favor by doing all the interviews with Alec Baldwin. Yeah, he wanted to stand up for what he just, hey, I didn't mean to kill her. I mean, people will say, like, he didn't care.
He's got his eyes on you!
Would he like Alec Baldwin or not? I'm pretty sure he was pretty freaked out about what happened. I mean, if you shoot somebody, and I don't believe it, I believe he was careless, like people on the stuff careless. And I'm sure he was horrified. And he will live the rest of his life. The fact that he killed someone. Because he didn't kill someone.
Let's see how you handle that.
Like anybody else, like Brother Jack. Yes, he should pay for it. But emotionally, yes, that's it. Life, because I'm sure he's got to hit you.
Look out!
I can't imagine living with that thought and didn't mean to do it, but I did.
Be careful!
Easy.
Hang out. I end up on a soapbox.
Let's see.
Somebody said, why don't we have a pass soapbox?
I'll put this to good use.
Mine now. Here we go.
Nothing personal.
Nothing personal, buddy. Here we go.
Gonna need some of your parts.
Mine now. Let's see. Here we go.
I'll put this to good use.
Nothing personal, buddy.
Let's see what they are. All right, so the first.
Let's see.
Oh, wait. No. I have to do this. Oh, no, this is my first show. Hold on a second. This is a Delphi soapbox. All right. I got to bring up the Delphi soapbox first. All right. This woman. Oh my God, she appeared on Dr. Phil. Well, there you go, right there. You should never appear on Dr. Phil because it's an ass and I don't want to go on the show ever again. That's a whole other story. Anyway, so this woman, what she said was, hold on a second, let me find what she said. I'm so bad. It is like raging cotton candy. And I'd open up that door, but no, I can't do that. Okay, let me find what she said. It was so dumb. And the reason I want you to understand how dumb this is, okay, where did it go? I got a lot of stuff on. I gotta try to hold down here. Yeah, Christ sake. Why can't I find it? Oh, man. Oh, here we go. Sorry. All right. Here's what this woman's name is. Let me find her name to start off. And I'll tell you what my problem with that is. All right. Trial attorney. Now let's put a picture up here again. Mercedes Cole.
Working hard?
First of all, trial attorneys should not be profiling crime, talking about how profiling works and stuff like that.
What would you like to do?
Like I said, without involvement. I'm not an attorney.
Hello.
I believe a whole hell of a lot of what I say about anything legal. So listen to a lawyer on that, an attorney who knows what they're talking about. I'm just going to sort of tell you a vague thing because I'm not an attorney. Okay?
Please lend us your strength.
This woman has decided she's going to profile this crime.
Which quest would you like?
Mercedes Coleman.
See you later, then.
Suggested that she, you know what that crime, so what happened at the crime was there was, Brian, I forgot his name now. I try not to use his name, so I forgot it. Brian Koberger. Okay, Brian Koberger, who was the suspect in the Idaho murders, left a sheet, let me rephrase it. The killer of the 4 students in Idaho left a sheet, a knife sheet at the crime scene that they got DNA off of, which matched to Brian Koberger, which is why I'm going to pretty much say the dude's gone down. But now, why did he leave the sheet? Now, this is what gets so retarded. Oh, did I just use a word that's not allowed anymore? Okay. I love that word. Hey, and I worked with people with mental disabilities. But that's still a good word for people who are stupid, not people who have actual problems biologically. All right. So anyway, when asked trial attorney Mercedes Coleman suggested the sheet may have been left at the crime scene on purpose. It could be. I mean, it's almost as if we've seen this with other killers. Which one of those would say? Because I have no idea where you're getting your crap from. It's their calling card. Really? They leave their weapon on purpose. They leave evidence on purpose because it's their calling card. I'm assuming she needs signature, like something I can tell everybody, hey, it's me.
Oh, hello.
Okay. Especially if you think you're smarter than everyone else, and he had gloves, at least.
See you later.
He tried to cover himself, did something
Take
to
care.
the clothing. If in fact he is the killer, of course.
What is it? Goodbye.
Just a calling card and left. Okay, I gotta hurt something. Oh my God. No. Stop talking about crap you have no clue about. You have absolutely, you're coming across as an idiot. There's no way also.
Good to see you, Hunter.
That the killer of those
See you later.
purposely left his sheet from his knife that could be identified, especially if you put DNA on.
Oh.
Okay, leave a sheath of your
Take
knife
care.
on purpose? No, you do not. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. So, usually it's the whole signature idea, not calling card or calling card. Oh my God, every once in a while, I mean, there are shows where I've literally like the card and got the crime, like a jewel.
Oh, hi there. Nice talking to you.
Diamonds, you know. And the next card, the ace of cards. All right, that's a guy named calling card. All right. And most of the time, they're actually talking about signature. Like the guy does something he doesn't need to do as an amusement, like Foster strangle people.
Welcome to our trade ship.
Although he didn't do that most of the time. But,
Farewell.
And certainly in Hollywood, they leave signatures at every crime, like an X on the forehead. Everyone has an X on the forehead, so you go, oh my goodness, there's 5 little X's on their forehead. You're trying to be the same guy. No, you don't. Almost never happens in real life, which is why we have trouble.
Welcome. Until next time.
There's all of these crimes. And if these crimes even are the same guy.
What can I do you for?
Anyway.
Hello there.
Or the killer of Idaho students left the sheet.
So what can I help you with?
And here's the problem. People believe it's garbage. That's the problem. When people speak outside of an area where they have any knowledge of, have any competence in, and people believe that, then you see this all over the internet. I'm going to swear to God we're going to see this by all the armchair profiles. Oh my God, he left his calling card here. That sheet was a calling card. I wonder how many other cards.
Shouldn't rush picking your gear. Take all the time you need.
And there we go. This is just stupid stuff.
Just tell me what you need.
When I see that kind of nonsense being put out there, and nobody questions it during the show, of course, because they're like, "Oh, that's interesting." No, it's not. It's nonsense. It's absolutely nonsense. Here's a good point. Michaela, Ramirez changes MO.
Leave it to me.
Yeah, MO. Let me explain.
So what can I help you with?
That's why I actually drink the beer, because, oh my gosh. And it's vacation.
Let's do this.
MO is method of operation. Modus operandi. It's what you do to commit the crime because it's...
I like the way you think.
For example, you want to control the person.
Thank you kindly.
That's modus operandi.
Welcome. Looking for something new or an upgrade?
So that we can identify your modus operandi. That you break into houses to kill as opposed to killing them apart.
Good luck out there.
The person always breaks into a house. Except, as you point out, not always true. MO changes over time a lot. And sometimes it changes because whatever you did last time didn't work so well. Like you used a knife and then you ended up cutting yourself and leaving your DNA and you weren't happy about that. So next time you strangled. Or one time you strangled and took too damn long, so they decided the knife was or if you got to the crime scene, you realize you forgot your knife, so you use a rock. So you tried inside crime, so you went to drilling, so you went to outside crime. And some killers will change their MO all the time. So MO is, you can link crime to the MO, but not necessarily absolutely. You gotta be careful about that. Signature is something you do just for the fun of it. And not so much you're leaving a calling card, but just you enjoy doing that. You didn't need to do that, commit the crime. But that also gets really sketchy because it's a lot of times the profile is saying, oh, I think that's a signature, when it could just be an MO. So you have to be very careful about your confidence level and claiming things that may or may not be true. But that's a very good point. McKenna says if it's a signature, it's going to get very costly for a serial killer. Yeah, a signature can then link crimes if it's that outrageous. But most of them just don't do that because they're more interested in the actual experience than some extra thing. I mean, it's just really, really rare. Any kind of true signature is so rare that it's overdone, and it's because it's been picked up by Hollywood because it makes for a good show. It gets a little out of. Oh, that's an interesting point. And because the person you choose to kill is MO. Yes, and again, we have this problem of is it the same every time? Like, there are some who will only kill pretty young things. That was fast. Like cheerleader types, and there are some who will kill cheerleader types, but they started with prostitutes, and then they went to cheerleader types in the neighborhood, and then there's some who killed older women in the 20s or 30s, and then went ahead and killed a 10-year-old. So that even gets confusing. So you have to just be, the point about profiling is to be aware that you cannot have a pronouncement. The pronouncement stuff bothers me. It's very like, you can puff your chest out, say, oh, this is what happened. And I'm so brilliant because you never caught the guy, so you'll never prove me wrong. But this is what this is. This is MO. This is signature, blah, blah, blah. But that's not helpful in the investigation. Profiling is for the investigation. Profiling doesn't serve any point outside of the investigation. I mean, it's amusing to put on TV. It's amusing to just think it's cool. But the real point of profiling is to narrow your leads down and to figure out where you want to go, who the suspects are. That's the point of profiling. That should be done investigatively. The rest of it's just fun, you know? So, but that's the way it works.
We were waiting.
Joining in.
Thanks for coming.
I'll end this!
He's now
This is gonna be easy. I'm gonna get you.
This is a blue line flag.
Your days are numbered.
Mine now.
Say goodbye!
Here comes the pain. This one's gonna hit hard.
This one's pain!
You know, I live in Minnesota, you live in Minnesota. No, it's not in Minnesota. Very sad. The statistics, I think I put up two different ones here. There's like 20 to 25% more police officers killed this year of last year than in years before. A lot of domestics, and actually these are some of the domestics are just setups to kill police that they show up and they're slowed down.
That's time.
Right. They've had, Minnesota's had so many people, Minneapolis has so many people retired, begging people to come back, and no one will come back. And they don't have enough police. And I keep saying, you know, there are definitely Tomorrow whetstones are the best. Any profession that you've got your bad apples. But if you make it so that you say everyone in that profession is a bad apple, we're going to treat you as such. You're not going to have any law enforcement. You're not going to have any safety. And that's insane. That's just absolutely insane. And it bugs the heck out of me. Oh, so that's one little soapbox. Now here's the next one. See this lovely woman. This lovely woman. There's another thing we're having happening in society. We better face it. This woman was killed. Let's see. In the panic. Here she is. This woman, very pretty lady. Now, I happen to know this. Okay, I'm going to talk about Prince George's County, Maryland, where I live. 3 different incidents. And I want you to tell me what the common denominator is. Boy, 15, faces murder charge after shootout killed a woman at a Southeast D.C. carryout. A woman, that woman, went to this carryout. It was on Benning Road, and she was before 9 p.m. It wasn't even late at night. She went to pick up some food at the Moon Star carryout. While she was there, this teenager pulled out a gun, discharged the gun multiple times, and struck this 54-year-old Dale Henson. So, I know that together in town because that's in D.C., but it's on borderline. I did not work in that area, so it was after that I too stopped by to get some takeout.
Thanks, buddy.
Goodbye. Accused of robbing taxi drivers. They also faced 5 armed robberies. A similar case. A 15-year-old was arrested and charged with allegedly robbing other taxi drivers at night. Now, that 15-year-old, where was that 15-year-old? The 15-year-old already was in the culture and was back out. Okay, and then one more I want to point out here. Let's see, is it this one? Okay, let's see. There's one more.
It's fleeing! Oh, no, you don't!
Okay, it's not there. This one. Ghost gun. Check this one out. 2 teenage boys are accused of stealing a car at gunpoint in Prince George's County, Maryland. There was a third suspect. It happened at 11 p.m. at Seminole Road in Suitland, Maryland. As the police pursued the vehicle, the suspect crashed into a tree. 3 people ran from the car, and 2 teenagers, 14 and 15, were
Mine now.
14 and 15. Police also found a ghost gun, a loaded ghost gun, a firearm without a serial number inside the car. The 2 boys are currently in custody of D.C. The 14-year-old is from District 5, and the 15-year-old was arrested for carjacking in a neighboring jurisdiction in January 2022.
Doing great!
He's already a carjacker. From what was that? From the year before. What's he doing running around on the streets? He's a carjacker. Now, what do you notice in common with all of those cases?
Sweet.
There you go. Well, right off the bat, the perpetrators were all teenagers. Yes, right off the bat. And of course, I wasn't trying to hide that. But yes, we have a lot of teenagers in my area that have participated. Carjacking has gone out of control. And the funny thing about it is, carjacking used to be for the purpose of what you would do is you would carjack somebody, then you would use that car to commit crimes, commit robberies, and then you dump the car. Now they don't even seem to be bothering with the robbery part. They're just carjacking to go run around in the car. And you're like, for a joyride? You carjack for a joyride? You used to boost a car for a joyride. And somebody steal a car, but now you're carjacking for a joyride. So it's very, very frightening. And we're having teens doing this, and it's getting younger and younger, 15 years old. They have guns, and they're shooting the guns. Not only the carjacking, but the robberies and the gang it's out of control. And we seem to be ignoring that. And poor parenting, yeah, you think? Yeah, I would say that's a pretty big issue. And the area I live in, I live in Prince George's County.
Making progress.
We have
What's
not
this?
a great reputation. Our sister counties are considered better places to live. But I have always loved PG County. I've lived here 35 years. And I've always known there's areas that have always been dangerous. But I've worked all over Prince George's County and in Washington, D.C. And I have never been fearful. But I'm fearful now. Because before it used to be something that made sense, like you were actually literally involved in a drug deal. Now it just seems random. It seems out of control. Like teenagers are going wild. But with going wild not with punches, but going wild with weapons. And this is a huge problem. Jim, hello, Jim. A big problem. Low bond release. We're just putting people right back on the street. And they have no respect for the law. And you know what? Because they should have no respect for the law. Why would you have respect for a law that goes, oh, never mind, just go home. Go to the same home that just let you have a gun. Nonsense.
Mine now.
Absolute nonsense. It's frightening. So that's my second one. Now, I have one more I want to point out. It's sort of another problem we're having in this country, and we don't seem to want to face it, but people get killed over this crap. These are this is, Goshen. Oh, it wasn't Goshen. Hold on a second. Hold on, maybe be sure I don't have a mix up here in my pictures, because we all know I do that, and then somebody's going to say, oh, Pat, that's not even the person. Yeah, I know. All right, I screwed up.
That takes care of that.
But, let me be sure I got the right one. Okay, that is her. Okay, these are called the Goshen homicides. 6 people were murdered. All right? 6 people. And this girl was murdered. This teenage girl and her little baby were both shot. All right. Now you wonder, how did this happen? And I'll tell you how this happened. It's something we need to face very, very soon. Let me hopefully I can find where did it go? Okay. They call it the Tulare Massacre. All right. Let me explain this one, because I think this is just very important as far as crime goes. All right. Tulare Massacre, mother and infant, that's the one you just saw. You put up a picture again, because this poor girl, and that baby will never have another day of life. There they are. The victims in this there were 6 people killed execution style. They were trying to escape. The victims were identified. And this is, you know, talk about profile. I want to talk about profile here, because that profile is like, this time I got like, okay, 3 seconds flat, I knew what had happened, and I knew who was sorry. Okay. The victims were identified. 2 picture. All right. It's not a very good picture. That's the best I can do.
Your days are numbered.
72-year-old Rosa Paras. 52-year-old Eladio Paras Jr. 50-year-old Jennifer Analia. 19-year-old Marcos Paras. 16-year-old Elisa Paras. Nicholas Paras. Okay. Look at those 6 pictures. Who the hell is responsible for this crime? I mean, or if there was a victim, but I want to ask you, who is responsible for this crime? Here's a profiling challenge. Right here.
You're my best pal.
Now, were they 6 totally innocent people? I mean, you know, they were just sitting in their house, having dinner. Somebody came in and shot all 6 of them down. For no reason.
It's getting weaker.
Is that true? All right. Starting out on a good foot, Mia. Cartels.
It's easy.
Even that girl and the baby were shot in the head. Execution stuff. All right. Cartels.
Mine now.
Well, why with the cartels?
Yoink.
Have anything to do with these people? Now, of those 6 people, does anybody stand out to you? Oh, the man. Okay, there were. Let me see. How many men do we have? Okay, let's look at the men, Jim. We've got 52-year-old So the 72-year-old Rose, that was the grandmother. She was sleeping at the time. 52-year-old Eladio Perez, 52. Then there was his, I think, a 50-year-old wife. I think that's probably his wife. 19-year-old Marcos, probably his kid. And Elisa Perez, probably his kid. And the baby, probably his grandchild. Oh, you mean the 50-year-old, 52-year-old man? You think, Jim? Now, why would you think that 52-year-old man would have anything to do with it? Okay, let's take a look. Okay, young mother in Tulare, I think it's Tulare, but I don't know. Tulare County, California, was fleeing for her life with her infant son in her arms, and they were murdered in a cartel-style execution following the killing of 4 other family members. All right, none of this was by accident, said Sheriff Mike Boudreaux. He was deliberate, intentional, and horrific. All right. Now, let's say they were all killed in the early morning hours. Couple of hiding in a room and holding the door shut. All right. Now, let's go down a little further. Let's see. Okay, this is what I did. I'm like, okay, I'm looking for the dude, right? I'm looking for that 52-year-old dude, Jeff, because I'm in the same thing. It's like this wouldn't come in there for no reason. And who is the most likely person to be involved in something they shouldn't have been involved in? 52-year-old guy. All right, so here we go. The house where the massacre occurred was known to law enforcement. Really? Boudreaux said that on January 3rd, patrol officers conducted a parole compliance check at the home. Oh, somebody was on parole. Basically, what that is when we know people who are on felony parole and are in the community, we stop by to make sure they're abiding by the law. During that compliance check, deputies saw shell casings laying on the ground outside the home. When asked if the officers could go inside to search, they refused, which prompted the sheriff's department to issue a search warrant on the home. During the search, deputies found that Eladio Perez Jr., Mr. 52-year-old dude, who already had felony convictions, more honking outside, who was in possession of ammunition, felon in the possession of a firearm, felon in possession of a short-barreled rifle, felon in possession of an assault weapon, felon a loaded weapon, in possession of a firearm, in possession of a controlled substance. Okay, he was arrested but posted bail 4 days later. Part of our duties is to go into these homes and try to remove guns, drugs, and that type of activity. And this home is known to us. That's how I'm able to say this is gang-related activity or cartel. I'm going to go with cartel. I've also quoted saying this was a cartel-like institution. Make no mistake, says the guy. I'm not saying this is a cartel. But also be clear that I'm not eliminating that possibility, the sheriff explained. It's cartel. Okay, so the cartel in California. The sheriff said the cartel is well known in the Central Valley as well throughout the state. When it comes to certain gangs of the cartel, there are local connections that spread across the state. Now, that is because of illegal selling of drugs and the unsecured southern border. There's a lot of money to be made, all right? There's a lot of back and forth that comes to cartels and the free movement up and down the state and across the border. And what has happened is with the legalization of marijuana, the cartel is, like, there are legal grow sites. It's like 1,000 or more legal grow sites in California now. Here. But in between the legal grow sites, the cartels decided, why the hell should we grow shit, Mexico and further south, if we could just hide it out inside the legal grow site, we grow too, and they don't know we're here, and then we undercut the legal grow. And that's why the cartels have moved into California. So, I'm sorry, I'm totally for the legalization of marijuana for the use this year. I'm going to say the medical part, I'm going to put it in. But get ready! Massive increase in drug use and massive increase in the cartel in this country. And I had such time with Mexico. I love Mexico.
We'll get through this together! We're gonna be together!
I go. But I know there are places in Mexico which are so bad that the residents are terrified and are murdered right now.
Come on! You got his eyes on you!
Happen in other countries going south of the border. So,
I need a breather!
Give a good life to the people south of the border and give a fertilize our own nation. This is my soapbox. We need to stop this kind of drug use. It's ridiculous, and it's destroying all of our countries. Yes, that's my soapbox. There we go. That's it for today. And and it's just, but it's funny because when I looked at that, the case, I immediately said it's the 52-year-old guy. He's involved in the cartel. He pissed the cartel off. Got his whole family. That's the way it works. All right. That's my little soapbox. But then the next one is really important. And this one is for everyone here. Because I talk about this a lot. And I'm amazed how many people do stuff like this. And I talk about it, but this is like the best example I've ever seen. It's horrifying. Absolutely horrifying example. Okay. This is a lovely woman. And this is her son. And this is her husband on the right, her daughter in the middle, and that same son on the left. They have two children. A lovely couple with two children. All right, let me tell you this story, and this is for everybody here. This is how to not make this horrifying mistake. A lot of people have very good hearts, and in doing so, they let down the guard, and they do stuff that they shouldn't do. The article is called, "They Welcomed Him Into Their Home."
Mr. Monster, meet Mr.
Mom of two, let me show you the picture again. Tracy Wilkinson was a former British Latin American ballroom dancer champion. The 50-year-old had struggled with alcohol.
Hope you've got insurance!
She continued to visit her voluntary support. She had a heart.
Nice. Now's my chance.
She wanted to help other people through their addiction problems. She gave her support to the center. I'm good with that. If you want to support someone, if you want to support struggling addiction, people struggling with alcohol, whatever you're supporting, support an organization.
This is gonna
Some kind of, shall we say, barrier not set yourself up. Be sure that those people who are asking for help are actually doing something you deserve.
Now's my chance.
Let me tell you what happened. 2015.
Gotta sharpen while I can.
This character here. His name is Aaron.
You're my best pal.
He was living out in a test case on the same day. She felt
Look out!
She felt obliged to help after seeing him cold during the course of the rock.
I can't move.
Here it comes!
You can feel sorry. But you better step back and ask yourself. Why are they in this situation? Should you risk your own family? Because she had two children. That's kids. You can't put, those are your number one responsibilities. You cannot risk their lives for something you have to do. What's wrong
Coming for you!
She did that. Because she just said, oh, I feel so bad. Yeah, terrible. Who is Aaron Barley? Okay? Aaron Barley was born in 1994. His parents were an uncle and a niece. He was conceived of incest.
Be careful!
Okay, his mother died of cancer when she was 4, heart attack, killed his father, now he's lost.
Take this!
He spent the rest of his youth in
Look out! Eyes on you! You're gonna be fine! I'll put this to good use. See what you have.
Don't mind if I do.
He had a lot of issues while he was here. He was expelled from the children's home as an 11-year-old due to violent attacks on other kids. He had a smart loan to his staff, and he
this to good
He
use.
also wrote on Facebook that his desire was He was 18 when he was sentenced to
That's my chance.
You
asked for this!
Nothing personal.
I'll put this to good use. Don't worry. I'm gonna need some of your parts.
Along the way,
I'm gonna kick your butt!
You know, we don't got, that three-strike system, which we seem to want to use cool and punishment.
Gotta sharpen while I can.
20 convictions and you still just run around the table. He became severely dependent on drugs and his mental force.
Easy peasy.
Peasy. That's a wrap.
Friends regarded Tracy Wilkinson, this is the woman, as a kind, compassionate, and giving lady, so it was no surprise she took Aaron under her wing and attempted to help him make something of his life after a traumatic childhood.
Daddy needs a new pair of boots.
Now, let me tell you something straight up here. There's a lot of people you can help with this, okay? There's little children you can help. There are elderly people you can help. There are people who you can help in many ways that don't include getting a saw he's just now off the street out of a box, bring him into your home. You have no clue that he's a violent felon and a psychopath. That's foolish. You have the kids in your home. Anyway, gets worse. She's so calm that she accompanied him to council offices and assisted him in securing a hospital. She took him in, and introduced him to her husband, Peter, and her two children. Then she made arrangements to have breakfast and dinner prepared for him daily. He's being treated like a king. Sincerely appreciative, Aaron kept telling Tracy, of course he's sincerely appreciative, as a psychopath will be as long as he's got you doing your duty. I just need someone to give me a chance while I'm great. I've heard that before. If I just had one chance, I'd be okay.
How can I help you?
You had probably 30 chances, but you never took advantage of any of them, and you kept refusing me. Peter, Tracy's husband, managed to get Aaron an entry-level position as a construction worker at his company. By now,
Until
Aaron
next time.
food to eat every day, a reliable source of income, and a mobile phone thanks to the Wilkinson. In addition, they arranged for him to attend an alcoholic drug rehabilitation facility. Aaron finally had some good luck for once in his life. He had good luck before, he just screwed everybody over. Believe me, he had much good luck before. But, the generosity of total strangers had finally given him the break even. One more break that he would take advantage of. Sadly, there's no happy ending. So then he started using drugs again, and things went downhill. He became hostile. They gave the people the location he was staying at gave him a chance to shape up, but they had to let him go. And then he disappeared from their house. He was living in their house. He disappeared from there. But a few weeks later, he showed up sleeping on their driveway. They were kind again, gave him a place to live again. Giving him food and helping him find a place to live. They patched things up. And he started hanging around the house, performing small chores for them in exchange for food. On Christmas Day, he joined the family for the activities. There was genuine affection in his relationship with Tracy. Aaron wrote, "To the mother I never had." Oh my God, he was being a sucker.
Watch a master painter.
Giving this guy chance after chance after chance, when he's already proven this guy's a criminal psychopath. All right. Volunteers at the rehabilitation center stated he had become obsessed with knives and weapons, raising severe concerns about his safety and others.
Let's go!
He confessed to them that all he ever wanted to do is kill people with knives, especially law enforcement officials. They didn't report him. Of course not. His words were written off as drug-induced bravado. Anxious about the content of Aaron's Facebook messages, his foster caretaker ultimately reported him. As a result of her concern, he then wrote these messages to authorities. "I have nothing left to lose. You're all going to pay for it. Got to get some help before I go on a killing spree. Don't blank with me. I am unstable." And then he hid outside the Wilkinson's backyard. There he is. As he waited for Peter to walk the family dog, he'd be seen crawling around the yard in Ninja Guard. Peter, that's the husband, got up a little before 7 a.m. and walked the Greyhound Mandy. He asked his son Pierce to come with him. But the teenager said he would go with him the next day and decided to stay in. Sadly, that walk would never happen. After Aaron sneaked into the house and through an open door, he killed Tracy and Pierce by stabbing them as they slept. and then he attacked Peter when he got back. Pierce the school while was stabbed so hard it nearly split his spinal cord, whilst Tracy was stabbed as many as 20 times. As a result of her concerns, he then wrote these messages to authorities. I have nothing left to lose. You're all going to be obsessed with knives and weapons, raising severe concerns about his safety and others. He confessed to them that all he ever wanted to do was kill people with knives, especially law enforcement officials. They didn't report him. Of course not. His words were written off as drug-induced bravado. Anxious about the content of Aaron's Facebook messages, his foster caretaker ultimately reported him. As a result of her concerns, he then wrote these messages to authorities. I have nothing left to lose. You're all going to pay for it. Got to get some help before I go on a killing spree. Don't blank with me. I'm unstable. And then he hid outside the Wilkinson's backyard. There he is. As he waited for Peter to walk the family dog, he'd be seen crawling around the yard in ninja garb. Peter, that's the husband, got up a little before 7 a.m. and walked their greyhound, Mandy. He asked his son, Pierce, to come with him. But the teenager said he would go with him the next day and decided to stay in. Sadly, that more would never happen. After Aaron sneaked into the house and through an open door, he killed Tracy and Pierce by stabbing them as they slept. And then he attacked Peter when he got back. Pierce, the schoolboy, was stabbed so hard it nearly split his spinal cord, whilst Tracy was stabbed as many as 20 times because she was the mother he never had. Aaron leapt at him, stabbing him in the chest. Oh, Peter returned. Aaron leapt at him, stabbed him in the chest and back in the garden, and made a desperate phone call for assistance.
There it is.
Now, he actually survived. The husband survived. The girl was not.
Need a hand? We were waiting
the husband
for you.
And the daughter are alive today. Now, at the end of this, I'm just. This is why it's at the end. You just got to pay attention. Peter Wilkinson, Tracy's husband, spoke to the media after the court hearing and praised his wife, saying Tracy was a beautiful woman inside and out. She was so elegant and stylish and loved her family. She was also very compassionate, which led her to care for others. When she found Aaron sleeping rough outside the supermarket, she wanted to help him. She could have helped him in many, many ways, didn't include having him be part of the family. We gave Aaron help, invited him to our home to found him accommodation.
You're my best pal.
No, he didn't. He saw Tracy's as a until this happened, and he never considered him dangerous or threat. All right.
Let's go.
Sorry.
Nice.
Never saw him dangerous or a threat. Why? You did not know who this guy was. She didn't check into his background. The guy was a long-time felon with a massive amount of problems and a very, very bad background. We never saw him as a threat. Why? Because you felt sorry for him and he seemed sweet at the time. This is how you get killed. Okay? And it's okay to care for others. I'm not trying to say you should do charitable work. You should. But there's a lot of ways to do charitable works that help people without them killing you. That's something I would just want to point out, because I think that too many people think that they should just take this risk, and they shouldn't. You have a right to decide how you're going to give. Okay, for example, if you want to give to people who are, I like, for example, the shops that you can give clothing to a shop for ladies and for men who want to go get jobs, they don't have proper clothes to wear. You donate your clothing to those shops, and then they have something decent to wear to an interview. That's excellent. Absolutely excellent. Anything that helps them while they help themselves doesn't put you at risk. And if you want to be put at risk, you're willing to risk yourself.
Prepare for a world apart.
You have children. Your children shouldn't be killed because of your decision to be helpful to whomever. That your children are your first responsibility. Live up to that and say, am I taking too much of a risk and my family's going to be killed? No. But I'm not saying I haven't done stupid stuff. I'm probably taking risks I shouldn't have taken myself. And so I speak from experience. And I look back and think, that was dumb. That was dumb. I shouldn't have done it.
Here comes the pain.
Because this can happen to you too. Help people. Go to an organization.
You're a
work with them,
favor.
Give your volunteer time, give your money, whatever that is something that truly helps people help themselves. That's my real soapbox for today. All right, let me go back up and see what you have to say about this. We're going back. Yes, I live in Arizona. I go to Mexico. Places you would never go. Back to the cartel thing. Yes, I love Mexico. Mexico City's one of the cities that are founded in Mexico. But there are certain places in Mexico. So, I'm gonna skip. Don't go where the cartels are very active. That's it. Not a safe place. Let's see what else you have to say here. This is interesting. Hudson Lawrence, hi. So true. I know this from experience too. Dude, I helped him now in jail.
Targeting you!
Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky thing between wanting to be a good human being and not wanting to be suckered into becoming a victim. And you have to really pay attention to that because, in my opinion, a person who's looking for help has to be also fair to people that they help from. And if they're not willing to do those things, then I'm sorry, I'm not willing to help them. It's kind of like that. So, to me, you've got issues. There are places you can go to get help. Those are the places I would prefer to support than taking my chances on. I have no clue what's going on. You're on the street. And you just go say, hey, I'm living in your house. Mind you, I made that mistake too. I mean, I have, and I look back and go, I wasn't too bright, But I did things I felt sorry about. Okay, maybe that person, all they need is that chance, and I'll give them a safe place to live. They can follow the rules, and most time they do. I have had one good experience. I did, even though the guy was in and out of jail. I did have a good experience. Opened up my home to a woman who was just been diagnosed HIV positive through rape. Her husband stayed with her. They had a baby, and they lived in my home for a year. And they were good people. Outside of the fact, I kept getting calls from the jail because he was a bit of a he would work and then he kind of like did a little shady thing. And but he loved her and he took care of her and they moved on to their own apartment, and then he stayed with her, took care of her till the day she died.
Mine now.
I'll give him credit for that. I mean, he's still kind of like a little bit of a low-life criminal. No, not as severe criminal. I get lost because I mean, he definitely had some criminality issues. And I'm thinking back and I go, I'm not getting your nails. Why did I play that off so lightly?
This one's gonna hit!
I mean, yes, I did help him. And they turned out well, but it could have turned out bad.
It's gonna be easy.
I don't think I was too great. Let's see what you have to say.
Here it comes!
Help kids. Okay, this is interesting. You're saying this.
You're my best
Never help
pal.
an able-bodied man. Help kids and women. Well, a lot of these women are able-bodied too. A lot of women they can be as conniving and psychopathic as they can. Careful now. Too often, she's totally helpful. She's this, she's that. And she's also burning through her family. She's gone through, every relative won't have her in the house anymore because she steals from them. She steals money from them. She does things to them. There's psychopathic women out there like a lot.
Victory!
So, can't necessarily trust women
Easy
either.
peasy.
And so, again, do something through a situation which is safe for your family. That's my biggest point. That's safe for your family. Because your children that you're raising are at your mercy. And if you bring people into your home that are questionable, then you put your children at their mercy. It's just, I look back and say, I made my mistakes too. So I just want to warn people about that. Because when your kids get murdered because you decided to be kind to somebody else, was that okay? I mean, I'm sure her son is not thrilled about the fact she brought this psychopath into the home to kill him. And I'm sure the daughter doesn't appreciate the fact that her mom and brother are dead because mom was so soft-hearted she had to help a man that was a psychopathic criminal, But she thought she was doing a good thing. But she wasn't really doing a good thing, not for her kids. She was doing a good thing for the thought that she should help you. But kids should come first. Your own kids should come first. Oh, that's a good point. Grandma Tat says, I used to feel bad for having boundaries. Oh, that's a great point. When I was younger. But manipulators love to make you feel bad for not doing what they want. Absolutely.
See you later, then.
Boundaries are okay. Having a line is okay. I'll help you, but only in this way. I won't help you in this way, and I don't have to help you. And you can't, and you shouldn't have to. You have to guilt me into helping you. You're a manipulator. You shouldn't guilt somebody into helping you. You don't say, well, why would you help me? I mean, if only I had a chance. What kind of person are you? Aren't you a decent person? Somebody's telling you that, bull. Tell them to go jump. Right away. Because they're abusing you. They're abusing you and you're manipulating. Have a line. You don't have to do that. Yes, very good. Benny says, it's a case of the Good Samaritan gene in all of us. Except psychopaths. Good. Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, it shows a good side of your nature to have the Good Samaritan part. And of course, yes, you're right. Psychopaths don't have that part, which is why they can manipulate you when you do have that part. Wanting to feel the joy of, there's more joy in giving than receiving, but that should only be done to people who don't kill you. Yes. I mean, it's wonderful to help somebody and see them, then come out of whatever issue they're in and succeed in life. And you can feel good about that. It's okay to do that. But you got to be careful of how you do that. You really do. Same thing is true when I talked about adoption before. You have to be very careful. Sorry. Sorry. Adoption and foster care are the same thing. My advice is never, ever adopt a child or do foster care for a child who is older than the children you have. Make sure that your children are way older than that because they can become violent and dangerous to your own children. As much as you would like to help kids can be dangerous. And so once you have your kids in the house, your responsibility is to them first. You're going to bring another child in the house. And I've had a foster daughter and I have an adopted son who's grown up and he's wonderful. You just don't know what they can do to the kids that are already there. And you've already got your responsibility. And, if you're going to help somebody else, then you have to weigh it out and make sure that they're not going to harm what you already have. And your responsibilities first. So, yeah, be very, very cautious of that. That is very true, Hudson. They look for suckers, and that feeds their narcissism and psychopathy. Yes, women especially. One of the reasons you see serial killers that seem to always love their mommies is because women are suckers. A lot of times they don't like their dads because their dads are like, get out of here. You're a screw up. Go away. But mom's like, oh, I want to help you, honey. I still want to help you, dear. And so women are suckers. It's true. And yeah. And Dini, it's like people who want to own a lion. True that. It is what it is. And sometimes it's a snake. It's a snake. Or it's a lion. Or it's something that is going to attack you. And it might have some moments of where it's really cute and all of that. You just want to save its little life. The old one about which one is it? I always forget which one was crossing the water and giving him a ride. And then it's like, and then he eats him at the end. And he goes, well, you knew I was whatever I was. It's like, yeah, it's true. Never give your name. That's an interesting point. Use a fake name. Yeah, I mean, you just have to be cautious, and because first of all, people always can find out where you live these days. It's a frightening thing. No matter how much you hide, people can find you. They can find you just on the internet because for whatever reasons, even if your name isn't really sometimes easy, a difficult name. I mean, it's like mine, Pat Brown. It's amazing how it often shows up in these searches that you can do. You're like, oh crap, there's my address. Sucks. So yeah, I think you have to be cautious of that kind of thing. All right, now let's see what else I have on my little thing that I want to talk about. I want to talk about. All right, Benny had asked me to talk about this little girl. She's just gone missing. I want to talk about the issue of when we talk about why we think oftentimes that it's more likely that the kids were killed by the family members than by somebody else. There's reasons for this. Okay, this little girl's name, let me get her name here, is, okay, here we go. Her name is Madalena Kohakari. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that. Madalena Kohakari. She's 11 years old. And this was the last sighting of her coming. This picture makes me super sad.
Mine now.
Because you see her getting off the school bus, and she's just, she's got a little backpack on, and she's going home. And she was never seen again. And, I think about my granddaughter and other people's kids that I know, and they're just coming home, and then they're gone. So anyway, she went missing. And meanwhile, they have now, the authorities have confiscated 3 cell phones from our family's North Carolina home, seizing 2 dozen items. They got all kinds of warrants out. Now, the mother, this is what really gets you. Her mother said she saw the child at their home on November 23rd.
Sweet.
The parents reported her missing to the school resource officer at her school on December 15th.
There's backups here. Thanks for joining us.
1 month later. 1 month later, they report her missing to the school. Now, the school, interestingly enough, is not required for a really long time to report to authorities. They can just send a thing home to the parents, hey, kid's missing from school, what's wrong, and they can send lots of notices. They're not actually really don't have to go to authorities for a really long time. Now, I am a previous homeschooler. I homeschooled all 3 of my children, so I didn't have anybody come after me. I had filed that I was homeschooling. The authorities knew that. But if you send your kid to school on a daily basis and they just don't show up again, it's kind of suspicious. They should have somebody out there going, hey, where's the kid? Okay? You have the right as a parent to make choices. But when there's something that is all of a sudden not normal, not what the routine was, I think there's a social service element that should kick in a little bit quicker. Mother took a month to say, oh, by the way, she's missing. So at any rate, yeah, they haven't found her. Now, if a parent doesn't report a child missing for a month, I'm going to say parents are suspects, So, and then when we look at so many cases where people say, why do you keep suspecting the parents? That's why. Because the majority of the time, it is the parents. Because that's where the child lives. That's where things go wrong. And let me show you another case. I'll show you this case while I'm at it. This is the case. This little girl is 4 years old. All right. What happened to this little girl? This is...
Backups here.
Welcome. This one is... Gotta find her. And here we go. Okay, hold on.
You're gonna be fine.
Thanks. I'm glad I have you by my side.
And then for God's sakes. And so I'm having the kid goes missing problem. I mean, not the kid goes missing, but the kid is missing. But so is mine. Some information about it. Oh, maybe it's here. Yeah, it's not here. Well then, anyway, let me tell you about that case, because I actually know what it is, basically. So, the biological parent of this little child left her and her sister with these other people. These people. This guy, and this one. All right. And so the 2 girls were with these 2 people for reasons which I do not know why. What happened to Bio Mom? I don't know. She just went off. I'm going to assume for something else. Anyway, she dumped her kids with these people. They were with those people for 2 years and apparently called them kind of mommy and daddy type of thing. And then this creep apparently beat the living crap out of the little girl and held her to the ground and pounded her chest until she was dead. And mommy this fake mommy just sort of went along with the program, and this fake mommy just sort of went along with the program, and they just disappeared. And the other kid, I guess the 5-year-old was left by herself, and eventually started wandering around the neighborhood saying, I haven't been alone for so long, I don't know what to do. And then police now are, got these people in custody. And I don't know, I can't find my story on it, but apparently they have not found the, they know the kid is.
Let's see.
Oh, here it is. I finally found it. Okay, let me tell you. Missing Oklahoma child Athena Brownfield was killed on Christmas. It's the worst. Ivan Adams, this piece of garbage, was charged with murder and child neglect while his wife, Melissa Adams, was charged with 2 counts of murder.
Making progress.
She should be charged with sent back by this piece of garbage. He was charged with murder and child neglect while his wife, this piece of garbage, Melissa Adams, was charged with 2 counts of child neglect. She should be charged with accessory to murder, in my opinion. They said the man charged with murdering 4-year-old Athena, she was in the suspect's care and she went missing, allegedly killed her on Christmas and buried her body before fleeing to Arizona. They charged him with first-degree murder, and his wife got 2 counts of child neglect. You see, women get off on these things. Maybe he killed her, but she was there and she allowed it, and she didn't report it. Finally, this woman confessed on December 25th. She confessed not on the day. If she had confessed on the day, like she went to the police and said, hey, this piece of crap that I'm with did this, no. That's when she got caught.
I'll put this to good use.
On December 25th, Ivan beat Athena and held her by her arms so she was not moving and eyes were barely open. He then laid her on the ground and punched her chest 3 more times, and she never moved after that. This occurred in Oklahoma. Then he left the residence and told Alicia that he buried the child near a fence line on their old property in Oklahoma. Athena and her older sister called Alicia Mom and Allie, and they called Ivan Dad and Uncle Ivan. Their biological mother, Jasmine Brownfield, left the girls in Adam's care approximately 1 to 2 years prior to Athena's disappearance. Here's nothing. The Adams did not take the girls to the doctor or enroll Athena in school. Now, again, I am a homeschooler many years now, because my granddaughter during COVID too. I homeschooled my kids all the way through. My kids did not go to school. And where people go, oh, that's just because when people don't send their kids to school, they're just home abusing them. No, they're not. The majority of homeschoolers are actually trying to give their children a good life and a good education. But there are some, the reason that they don't enroll their kids in school isn't because they want to give them a good education. It's because they are abusing them, and they can't have that child arrive in school or feed them. So the fact that she never took the kid to the doctor, again, there are many parents who just aren't doctor-oriented. Again, I don't say that's necessarily a wrong thing, but the fact that these are somebody else's children and you don't take them to the doctor and don't send them to school is a big fat red flag. And I'm going to guess it's because she's beating the crap out of them. Not her, but her husband or whatever the hell he was. And she was allowing it. So in my opinion, she should be in jail for murder. Athena was initially reported missing last week after a postal carrier found her 5-year-old sister wandering around alone at 2 p.m. The postal carrier knew the 5-year-old girl wasn't where she was supposed to be and notified police, at which point law enforcement realized that Athena was missing. Athena's older sister told the officer that she had been home alone and was tired of being alone. The officers then received a phone call from Alicia Adams asking where Athena Brownfield was located. That's okay. At that time, authorities determined that the 4-year-old was missing.
You did it!
And then they went after them and got them. So we have 2 situations where in both cases, something wrong in the house, okay? So when we have a situation where a child goes missing and parents don't report it or have odd behavior, that's why. Sometimes children die in the house.
How can I help you? Until next time.
case, we're looking at the parents, but what about the boyfriends? And when people go missing, all right, this woman's name is Brittany T. She was reportedly last seen at her boyfriend's house. She's been missing for over a week. She's a Massachusetts woman. She's 35 years old. She was last seen on January 10th in the area of Lewisfield on Main Street in Brookfield, reportedly at her boyfriend's home. Now, interestingly, supposedly she was seen on the street leaving the home. However, now the sister says she never left that home. Now, I honestly don't know if there's a proper identification of her leaving the home. At the beginning of this case, there was supposedly somebody saw her, witnesses saw her leaving the home and walking away, and they described her coat and everything. And so then the question is, did she have a mental health crisis and disappear, or was she kidnapped by a serial killer? But now the sister is saying she never left the home. I don't know if the sister's telling the truth, and I don't know if the witness was accurate. But the last place that she was spending time was at the boyfriend's house. Always is a problem. Now check this woman out. This woman is, let's see, what's her? This woman is in Pennsylvania. All right. She's been missing for 2 weeks. She's been not dead, however. All right. Her name is Jennifer Brown. She's 43 years old. She was found dead and partially buried in a shallow grave. Now, so then, they found her. They haven't announced an arrest or cause of death. She was last seen alive at 2 p.m. on Tuesday, January 3rd, by her friend and business partner, Antonio Blair Watts Richardson. Watts Richardson told NBC 10 he was with Brown on January 3rd and took her 8-year-old son to his house for a sleepover that night. Okay, I'm just weirded out by that right there. Sorry. But boyfriends shouldn't be taking little boys over to the house for a sleepover that long. I'm sorry, that's just creepy now. I put Noah on the bus the next day, he claims. So in other words, he sees her, last sees her, takes the kid. Next day puts her on the bus, and then the mom doesn't. Welcome.
Let's make this a quick one.
From school the next day. That's how she went missing. Then, this is what the boyfriend says. Run! I have nothing to do with anything. Now, you might have something to do with something, though, you know? I have nothing to do with anything. Look at statement analysis. When a person says, I have nothing to do with anything, that does leave open. Peter Hyatt will tell you this beautifully. Look at Peter Hyatt's stuff. He's actually saying that there could be something he's involved, has something to do with it. Peter Hyatt, check him out. It's always great. I have nothing to do with anything, Watts Richardson said. Just because I'm the last person to see her, that does not mean anything. But it might mean something. So, here we have girlfriend at boyfriend's house, boyfriend last to see her. Do you look at the boyfriend? Do you look at the wife that was last seen by the husband? Do you look at the kids when they're last seen by their parents? And
Mine now.
in the house and disappeared from it? Yes, you do. You cannot not do that because majority of the time, boyfriend did it, the husband did it, and the parents did it. That's a fact. So, now, you don't want to have television because they could be the anomaly. So you have to have an open mind, look at all the facts, and then determine which way the investigation should go, or whether you should just split the investigation, go both directions, which is reasonable. But when people say, oh, you shouldn't look, oh, you shouldn't have, yeah, sometimes you actually should, because that's the way things work. That's reality. Let me check the comments. There's 51 of them. Okay, hold on. Let me go back here now. Okay, let's see. I'm going to try. Let me go back up. Off to my comments. I heard that horn. I thought UPS was trying to deliver something. That was back to the horn. I don't know. They do have, I don't know. They have Uber Eats here in Puerto Rico, so it could be that, but no, I don't have any.
We were waiting for you.
But I got some tortillas and some beans, and down the street is some restaurants, so I might go there. Let's see here. Okay, I'm going to top that story says, I don't know about the father who is, and how does the lack of a man in the house make a child worse than with a man? Now, personally, I believe in a family. The ideal situation is to have a loving family and have a father and a mother and the kids. That's my personal opinion. People have different ones. Second to the perfect image of a perfect family, if things go well. Now, mind you, humans are human. Sometimes you can have the traditional family and have it be crappy. Because you're crappy people, you're crappy family. But to me, that's the best of that situation. Then there are the next best situations. You have loving people, regardless of who they are. Whether they're male, female, stepfather, stepmother. If you have loving people, adoptive parents, whatever, loving people, foster parents. But there is this point which I want to make. If you are a mother who does not have a man in the home, you have children, bringing a man into the home can be one of the most dangerous things you can do. Because children are a lot of work, and they don't necessarily appreciate that pseudo father, fake father who's in their home. They don't relate to him properly necessarily, and children can be annoying. I mean, as a parent, I'm going to say that my children could be annoying at times, and I love them in spite of it. But when you have a stepfather who doesn't have the connection to those children become in danger because a lot of times, first of all, the mother brings a guy in their house, she doesn't even know what kind of whack job he is. And on top of being a whack job, he gets annoyed with the children and kills them. So I think that bringing a man into a house with young children is very dangerous unless you have given that relationship a long time to develop outside where the kids are not involved, where you know that person is honorable and loving and trustworthy for a long, long time. But if that guy just, you get to meet this new guy, and 6 months later, he's living in your house and using your credit card, and he kills your children or rapes them, that's on you. Don't be so desperate. Don't be so desperate. Let's see. That's just my opinion on that. Let's see. Let me go down here. Let's see. Mia says, Good Samaritan killings are gut-wrenching. Yeah, we just have to learn to live from the tragedy. Being too nice can get you killed. It can, and it can get you also, this is where people get the bad boyfriend, the bad girlfriend. They date the wrong people because they say, well, I shouldn't judge them. Yeah, you should. Judging is a really worthwhile thing doing. You should judge everybody. And and when you judge people, what you do is say, I'm protecting myself, I'm going to judge what I see, and I'm going to set limits, those boundaries, until I can move those boundaries. So I will judge you. So if I'm going on a first date with you and I don't know who you are, I want to find out who you are. I want to be in a safe place with you, and I don't want to be running around. I don't want you in my house when I don't know who you are. I don't want to go to your house when I don't know who you are. I'm going to judge the fact that there's not enough clear information about what kind of character you are. And so therefore, yes, I'm going to judge. And if I'm going to bring you into my home, I'm going to judge your background. Whether you have a criminal background, an addictive background, a violent background, what your situation is. I have a right to judge that and not just say, well, I shouldn't do that. It's not fair to judge. Yeah, judge away. Judge away. And people should judge you too. With this crap about people shouldn't judge you, absolutely. You should look, you should say to the person, well, I'm going to go based on your past and your history. Why shouldn't I judge you? I'm going to hire you for a job. I want to know your job history. If you're going to live in my house, I want to know your where you've lived before, and what kind of renter or what kind of person you were where you lived before. Absolutely. And you should judge me, and I should judge you. I don't have any problem with anybody judging me. Judge away. I'm responsible for my behavior. If you see my behavior leads you to think a certain thing about me, well, you have a right. You have a right. Let's see. I'll go down further down here. Marie says, I'm still scared to get new friends. I'm so scared of letting wrong people into my life. Well, just be slow. Good people aren't in a rush to be your friend. You know? When you're traveling, I just love this statement. When you're traveling in certain countries, a guy will say, I want to be your friend. You know what that means? So, you know, you have a right to take your time with people. Get to know them again in public places. Get to know them in clubs and activities that you do. You start getting to know what kind of people they are. You get to know what kind of friends they have. They got shady friends. You might not want to be hooking up with them. You have the right to go slow. And again, people, you know, you have the right to judge, and same and vice versa. Somebody says to you, "Well, I'd like to get to know you a little bit better, but let's meet let's meet for lunch. We'll drive separate cars. We'll go to a safe place where you don't kill me in the parking lot." You have every right to do that. They have every right, and you have every right.
Great.
Absolutely. And we don't have to be in such a rush. And let me tell you, I always point this out. Psychopaths and people who want to take advantage of you have no patience. They're not going to bother with you. If they can find somebody, there's so many other people that will pay you really quickly. They're not going to waste their time with a slowpoke. So that's the safety valve. Always say, no. I know. No, I'm not giving you sex on a first date. Believe me, you won't get a second date if they're not a decent person. That'll do it right there. That'll do it right there. Let's see. Indeed, it's why I'm single at 54, says Carol. Welcome, Carol. Last boyfriend turned out to be a narc. Once I saw the pattern, it was goodbye. Not that he was ever allowed to move in. My kids came first. Good for you. Good for you. I mean, you keep that little separation until you can find out whether they should be anywhere near your kids. And if they're good people, they won't want to be near your kids. They'll say, hey,
that was delicious.
A person will respect you for protecting yourself if they're decent human beings. If they say, well, I don't know why you do that, then they're not decent human beings. And you dump them really quick. This is a good point, Florence. Elizabeth Smart's parents had given her kidnappers some odd jobs, then he took their daughter. Top job of serial killers and others, handyman. And it's because handymen they don't have a boss. They have some little skills. They can just pop up any place at your house and do some work, and they get paid. And while they can be very nice people and very useful people, you got to be aware of that they can also be very questionable people. And you're allowing them to have access to your home, to see how your home is laid out, to see who lives there. So it can be risky. It can really be risky. And it's problematic because, we have to hire people to fix stuff around our houses. I'm lucky right now because I have a house right next to my daughter, and my house was built by my son-in-law and his dad, and my kids. They all built my house right next to the house they built. So when anything goes wrong in my house, we already have the handyman built in between four people, 4 to 5 people in the family can fix the house. So I'm really lucky right now. But I used to own a 250-year-old house and live there alone.
It's a wrap.
I didn't fix anything.
Barely
so
broke
I had
a
to hire people. And that can be risky.
Let's see.
Definitely can be risky. Good for you, Grandma Tad. Last 10 years I've made better choices. I've seen the signs early, turned it around faster. Yeah. You make those mistakes, you go, well, I don't want to do that again. It's the important thing is to try to get it to people that are younger, so that they don't go through that 10 to 20 years of screwing up, making the wrong choices and taking the risks. The problem is they have to understand it. I have my book, How to Save Your Daughter's Life, which is at Amazon, which I think Amazon only has the audio copy, which I hate because it's not me, it's some woman with a horrible voice. And doesn't fit at all. But anyway, you can also go to eBay and get it, How to Save Your Daughter's Life. And I recommend giving that to anyone and any man, because this tells all the different things that people do, these mistakes people make. And if I can prevent one person from not making those mistakes, saving their lives, or saving their daughter's life, or their granddaughter's life, or whatever.
Come back anytime.
I'm thrilled about that. I really am. Let's see. That's interesting. interesting. I did not hear about this, Tikkun. January 6th, some Canadian tourists in Mexico remained barricaded in their hotel Friday after the arrest of a major alleged drug cartel leader led to violence in parts of the country. Yeah, there was the shooting at the airport. That was very freaky, really freaky, very unusual. Let's see. Aisha says, what's the difference between a Samaritan and a vigilante? I think there's a huge difference. A Samaritan helps people, and a vigilante goes after people that.
Are you foraging or upgrading?
Vigilante goes after people to help other people by getting rid of the bad people. Just messing around. Let's see. Hi, Fire Opal. Don't bring strangers near
No problem.
Where's the animal instinct, mama bear, and people who do this? And there's being kind, that's being totally irresponsible. Kids can't override bad decisions. Well said, well said. Okay, I'm going to tell you why. It's called our own needs. There can be the need of loneliness. I am so lonely that I want a guy in my life, so I'll bring this guy in my life regardless of the fact that he's risky to my kids. I need that so badly, I'm willing to risk my kids. Sometimes your Good Samaritan stuff can actually be the same problem. I need to feel like a Good Samaritan. I need to feel like I'm a good person. And therefore, I'm going to do these good things for somebody at the risk of my kids. Sometimes it's our own needs, our own egos, our own whatever that we're paying attention to rather than those around us that they don't get to make that decision. So when we make that decision, we can do terrible harm to the people around us. It's not okay, it's not. Let's see, Grandma Tat says, I've known so many children that are abused by their parents wanting to help someone out. One night of a stranger sleeping over can cause a lifetime of issues for their children. Absolutely. Absolutely. Or sometimes, for example, my children want to stay at this person's house, and I don't want to be offensive, and I want to be looked at like a person who's not judging. So I let my girl stay over at her friend's house, and her mom was there with her boyfriend, and the boyfriend rapes the daughter. All because you didn't want to judge them and didn't want to tell your kid no.
What do you need?
Oh, okay, that sucks.
My hammer's ready.
If somebody who's known the family for a decade, that's another whole problem. I mean, here again, the question is this, not always a stranger. Oftentimes we have a family member who is a
let's get cracking.
Our families have psychopaths. Our families have
let's get
perverts.
cracking.
That's a fact. Not all of our families, and not all of our family, but sometimes there's that
Now
one.
get hunting.
So again, we don't have to open up our house to uncle, cousin. And he's down on his luck, he needs his place to stay. Can you let what's his name stay at your house? I don't know. Is he a weirdo? Is he a drug user? Is he a sleaze? Is he a pervert? Is he a pedophile? Maybe I don't want him in my house. He's an adult. Make up his own mind. Where he can pick something else. He doesn't have to be in my house with my little kids or my teenage girl. Sometimes we have to say no to our families just as well as we say no to
See you later.
So that's really, 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 really important. Let's say, this is true. Poor little girl, I think of the still missing Kyron Harmon when I hear her story. Yeah, in that case, when I'm talking about a stepfather, we're talking about a stepmother. Now, I did a show on Kyron, and go check it out. You can go to my, the easiest way is to go to the search engine, go to YouTube. Go to the search engine in YouTube and put Profiler Pat Brown and any case you're interested in. Put in Kyron Harmon, you'll get that case. I talk about what are the different people, who's involved in that case, what is the evidence in that case, and why that case is still unsolved. So, let's see.
Weapons getting dull.
So many great comments here. Profile Pat Brown. You kid about being accused of calling all murderers psychopaths, but aren't they? Yes. If it's an actual murder, wouldn't you have to be a psychopath to kill someone? Absolutely. Yes, and I fight this all the time. He's always calling him a psychopath. Yes. Because you have to have a 100% lack of empathy to do certain things. Now, I'm not talking about self-defense. I'm not talking about you come in and you see somebody raping your daughter and you blow his head off. I'm good with that. It's okay with me. But when you attack an innocent human being and brutally rape and murder them or whatever you did to them, you have to be psychopathic to do that. You have to have zero empathy for them whatsoever. And and I stand by that. And so people want to say, why do you call it what is that? You're just making it. So we just using an easy way out.
Tomorrow Whetstones
No,
are the
I'm
best.
just being real. There's no way around it. There's no way around it. Yes and no. Michaela says the last person to see someone live is usually the guilty party. Well, in many cases it is true, and that's why if somebody disappears out of your life and you're the last person, you have to have at least an understanding why the police are looking at you. Now, whether you should lawyer up right away or not, I mean, I could argue that in the system, whether even, it's safer to do that,
ready for this.
or you should go along and help the police as much as can so you don't look guilty. But the simple fact is that the police cannot charge you without evidence, okay? If you did not do it, they will not have evidence, okay? You can still have done it and they won't find evidence. That's true too, you can get away with it. But my theory, if somebody accused me of something that I was the last person to see them, I would have respect to the police. I'd say, look, I understand where you're coming from. And I would lawyer up. I would, because that's just a safety factor. But I would say, I don't really have a problem with when it comes down to search warrants, a search warrant of your house, your car, and I don't know. There's nothing there. But they can charge you with it. There's no evidence. So
mine now.
But yeah, I think if you're innocent, you should understand why the police are still looking at you. That's my point. Or why other people are looking at you. Sometimes, I get that accusation. Other people do too. Why are you, for example, why do you still look at the
I'm not giving up yet.
the Madeline McCann case? Why do you look at them? Why do you look at the Ramseys, the Jean-Benet Ramsey
Leave this to me. That was fast.
Because at this point, there is no evidence of an abduction or a stranger in either one of those cases. No evidence of an intruder. And a lot of evidence that is questionable as far as the parents' participation. Now, it doesn't mean 100% of the parents are guilty, but I do think that there should be no reason to say, hey, why are you looking at the parents?
Good job, me. You're good at this. Found it. Nice.
Yeah, because. That's
You're my
creepy.
best pal.
Yeah, any boyfriend who asks for a sleepover with my
Here
children.
it comes! This one's gonna hit hard.
Yeah, that's there's things also that people just have to say no to. And again, it's going to go to trust me. The answer should be, if you have to ask that question, something wrong with you even asking that question. No, my kids are not sleeping over at your house. Period. Ever. And if you don't like it, I don't need to be around you. I do not need to be around you. Yeah, well, exactly. I'm not a psychopath. I could have murdered him that assaulted my daughter. I get that. That's what I'm saying. When you're talking about somebody who has harmed your child, that doesn't. You aren't necessarily a psychopath for that. I'm talking about when you're harming somebody because it's pleasurable and fun for you to do, and that person's an innocent person. That's the difference between that. Oh yeah, now interesting enough, most people, which is fascinating, most people whose children are abducted or raped or both and murdered do not go after the killer and kill him. Most of them don't. And people wonder, they always think they're going to, like, did that ever happen to my kid? I'd go after and kill him. You know why you don't?
Thanks,
because
buddy.
in spite of all of that, it's still very hard for normal children to commit and justifiable. Very difficult. So that goes to show that, that's why we don't. Because even really want to.
Don't fail me
Most of us
now.
won't do it. Fascinating. All right. You appear to be getting a little sun. I just one day's work, maybe it's just the lighting. It is, it is sunnier than let's see. Oh, I want to talk about what I'm going to do. I am finding, I've been requested to do this show over and over again. So I'm going to do this show on Saturday before I leave Puerto Rico, my case show for the week. I'm going to do the Petty Cabin murders because I have had that request over and over and over again. It is a fascinating case. And so I've been studying it to see whether there's anything I had to even do to analyze that case, and I found enough that I can do the case. So I will be doing this probably Saturday in the afternoon again, Saturday, 3 o'clock Eastern time, because I'm leaving on Sunday, so I won't be able to do anything on Sunday. So I'm going to do that on Saturday, so I will be doing the case. All right. I think that's going to be it. I want the merch that says psychopath. They're all psychopaths.
Wow, I can
press. One of these days, I'm going to do what's it? Hopefully one of us stuff. Jury is supposed to be one of us stuff. Everyone's a psychopath. I'll have to merch girl one time. Oh, Lord. One of these days I'll get around.
After it!
Let's see what Carol says. I did not murder him, of course. He had his own 2 daughters there. A police and court incident in jail, sex offender for 10 years, or released back. But see, in spite of the fact that that's what you want to do, you didn't. And I think most people, I've seen a few times when they show up at court and pulling somebody away and kind of go, I get it, I understand it, but very few people even get to that point. And it's fascinating that they don't. But again, I think if people saw the person in the act doing that, I think we have a lot more, at that point, more likely that somebody would pull a gun and kill them in the act. Because that's so justifiable. Because at that point, you are actually preventing a crime. The problem is once the crime has been accomplished, now you're not preventing a crime, you're taking revenge. And even though the revenge is deserved, then we have a different issue involved in all of that. So, Mia says, in the Idaho murders, a lot of people looked at the food truck driver, the ex, and apparently, it was a psychopath stranger. The fear we all have, the boogeyman in the night. Well, when I did my show on that, I said the police had to look at the certain people. They have to do that. Now, the problem with a lot of shows at that time, they were saying, absolutely, this is the guy. I said they had to look at the ex-boyfriend because they had just broken up, and there was all those phone calls placed to him that he did not answer, and we were all totally distraught at that point. I said they had to look at him because ex-boyfriends are, again, like parents, and they're the most likely suspect in a case where this is the most recent thing that happened that's a revenge thing. Have to look at him. Regardless, and we did not get a good piece of information at the time whether he had an alibi or not. And so his alibi was still shaky. So could it have been him? Yes. Was it him? No. But they had to look at him. Now, who else would they look at? They have to look at the people that any of the four interacted with in recent times, especially most recently, and then over whatever weeks. They have to look at those. So I'm sure the police did look at all of these people. And they should.
Later.
The problem was people just go off and say, "Oh, that is definitely the guy who did it." And they went after that neighbor and said there were videos that said the neighbor 100% did. There were videos that said the guy in the food truck 100% did. It's almost 100% did. This is sad.
All in a day's work.
My 2 theories were. I didn't like the boyfriend was the best possibility, and the other best possibility was not a stalker of one person. Like stalkers who want to have that connection with one person usually just get them alone, and they had that moment with them. So I said it had to be more of something creepier, like an incel thing. And so it was those 2 that I was looking at, and it turned out to be the incel thing, incel mass murder thing. and this is the directions, two directions I would have looked at mostly, and to find out what evidence supported either one of them. But you have to look at everybody, at the time. But you don't have to say 100% who did it. that was the problem. That was the problem. So yeah, that is actually true. Psychopaths just want to have fun. Their fun is different than our kind of fun. That's the problem. Which is sad. But, that's the important thing about raising children well and healthy, so that their idea of fun isn't violence, sexual assault, drugs, alcohol, all the kinds of things that are just a disaster for life. We should raise kids to love life, love people, love animals, love everything that the world gives us, the beauty of the world, all our hobbies, and all kinds of cool stuff. There's so many cool things out there. You want to raise your children to appreciate those things, but unfortunately, sometimes it doesn't happen, and then those people are out there. And we, as a society, we need to stop as much of that as we can. We need to have healthy families. We need to stop the drug scourge that's going on. We need to stop the violence, and if we don't stop those things, what happens is if we don't have a healthy family, those are the kind of things those unhealthy kids will go into. And they'll become gang bangers. They'll become cartel members. They'll become drug dealers. They'll become rapists and killers. We have to do as much as we can to prevent that from happening. It's just so sad. So anyway, that's my last little soapboxy thing. And so, yes, what time is it? Hey, yeah, it's about that time. Okay, so I will be doing Saturday at 3 o'clock, the Keddy Cabin Murders. It's a pretty horrific crime. And so long ago, usually I don't like to do things that are too far back because there's so little evidence that's worthwhile analyzing. Sometimes I do little pieces of it, during a show like this. But I've got enough I think I can talk about with that show, and how I would profile that show with what I know, what leads I would follow if I were the police in that particular crime. First, please do tell me if you can actually hear me. But then I moved to the my bedroom here, and everything's on pillows. So I have a chair with pillows to put the. Yes, I'm still on vacay and having a great time, but you know what? I can't forget you guys, so I'm here. And before I start, do tell me if you can hear me, because I'm going to show you my setup so you can see what I'm dealing with here. So tell me if you can hear and see me before I keep going, and if you cannot, do let me know. Let me show you my setup at the moment. So you look at this now and you say, oh, it looks just the same as she always does it. But oh no, at home I have a studio. Well, it's my dining table, but it's my setup. Look what I'm working with now. I'm in Airbnb. I already knocked a picture off the wall in the bedroom where I did my last show, because apparently when I put the green screen up, whatever held the picture up fell off. And so now I have the green screen over the television in the living room. And as you can see, I've had to put pillows to get the laptop up high enough, and use a bucket to get the microphone up. And I'm sitting on a chair and I'm getting a broken back. But I'm doing it for you guys. But can you hear me? That is the most important thing. You can see and hear me. Oh, good. Okay. And you may also hear, this is Monday night, and so I thought it was a good night because people would be partying. But apparently, there's going to be a big, huge festival in San Juan, so everybody's gearing up already. And I'm already hearing people chattering away and getting louder as the evening goes on. And there's some dog outside barking his little head off. So if you hear that, it's just going to be part of the program tonight. Yeah. Christine says, that's some kind of setup. Yeah, and it wasn't easy to set up, let me tell you. It's a mess. And I have an extra light back there. I have all the lights on. You try not to. Anyway, I'm here, and all is good. And I wanted to let you all know who have been following the fact that I'm in Puerto Rico, and I'm looking to see my friends, the green friends of mine. And I finally, for the first time after 8 days, I finally saw some iguanas. I don't know where they're all hiding because there's supposed to be so many of them here that they're killing them just to get rid of them. But today I got to see 2 of my friends, so that made me really happy. Yes, my friends, the green iguanas. So that was cool. And that's the only picture I'm going to show you of Puerto Rico today. But if you would like, I want to say hello to everybody in the chat room. I'm burping. Sorry. Starting off really well. Okay. I want to say hello to people in the chat room. Kelly is here. Molly is here. Michaela is here. Christine is here. And Alicia is here. And Eric is here now. And Aggie's here. And that's it. I'm going to miss somebody. Michaela. Did I say Michaela? Probably did. Lila's here. And Anne is here. And Christine is here. And I hope I'm not missing anybody. I will be missing somebody. But anyway, if you would like to be part of the chat room, please do join Patreon. Patreon is all my shows are open to the public, but the live portion is just Patreon only. That keeps our community friendly and not full of crazy people and bots and haters. And so we have a really nice community. And you join, it's $5 a month. Come to 8 live shows a month. 4 case shows at 4 hangouts, and there's other stuff too. And you have more opportunity if you're interested in criminal profiling and crime scene analysis to actually contact me and communicate with me. And every week we have a chat between the patrons and myself. So it's a little more personal. But of course, you don't have to do that. You can just subscribe to the channel. That helps me out greatly. Like this video, share with people, and hit the bell for notifications. You can also support the channel by buying one of my books below or by hitting the little dollar sign and giving a one-time contribution. This is an educational channel, and sometimes I do get demonetized depending on what I do when I'm talking about crime. And so, yeah, I get demonetized. It's fun. But luckily, most of the time I don't, so I can't complain. Things have been pretty good. So, anyway, that's that. And last time I showed one of the fine beers of Puerto Rico. This is a Residente. This is a IPA from Puerto Rico. I'm still on vacation, so screw it. I'm staying in a place called Coupe, which is a really nice little suburb of San Juan. Very cute little area. And they have places here that sell a lot of IPAs. They're getting into the IPA business. So I want to support Puerto Rico. Anyway, all right, here we go. Let's go to this case. In this case, oh my gosh, this one is the most famous case in Puerto Rico. Well, thank you, Kelly. I'm having fun by myself over here. Can't have a real party here, but I'm having a party with you guys, so I'm happy about that. Anyway, let's get to this case. This is, again, the most famous case in Puerto Rico. This little boy, let me tell you the basics from Wikipedia, as I usually do. His name is Lorenzo Ahmed Gonzalez Cacho. He was 8 years old. He was murdered in his home in Dorado, Puerto Rico. Okay, let me show you where that is. Hold on a sec here. Let me find let me get my map behind me. All right. And if you see the thing goes shaky, it's because I've got the pillows underneath. It's not exactly a stable methodology. Okay, so this is San Juan, and right over here, Calle Bruma is where he lived at the time, and this is in a development called Dorado Del Mar. It's a very nice development, and this is one of the things that shook San Juan all of Puerto Rico, because this was a nice home in a nice neighborhood, and it was shocking that a little boy was murdered in his own home. And what's more shocking, it's never been solved. So he was murdered in 2010, March 9th, 2010. In the house with him was his mother, Ana Cacho, and his 2 sisters. So there were 3 people in the home when he was murdered. All right? Now, let me tell you a little bit about where the location is. It's kind of funny. So I'm here in Puerto Rico. So, I just got to kind of do a drive-by, which I did. I drove by this location. I was curious, is the house still there? Or is it completely gone? And it is still there. So the funny thing about it was, let me see if I can find this. Hold on a second. Hold on. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so the neighborhood is actually behind a mall. Okay? And apparently the mall was there at the time because there's a Burger King that plays an important role in this case. And then when you go to the neighborhood, it's a pretty little neighborhood, nice little houses. They're not ostentatious houses, but they're nice houses. It's definitely upper middle class, I would say. You have to have pretty decent money to live in this location. And so the funny thing about this is, let me show you the entrance to this place. So here's the entrance. Now, one of the things Anacacho, the mother, said was that when she hired a private detective, and the private detective was told if he wanted to enter, that what he should do is go here where the hotel was and just say to the guard, hey, I'm going to the hotel, and he'll just let you in. And then you can just drive around into the neighborhood. And she says, what kind of crappy security is that? I mean, there's no protection in this neighborhood. Now, 13 years has gone by. So I'm driving out to Dorado, right? I get here, and I'm sitting in my car, right? And I'm like, do I try to go through the hotel gate like they did 13 years ago? Are they not going to ask to see my key or some proof that I actually am at the hotel? And so I didn't know what to do. So I got kind of like, oh, I shouldn't do that. So I was just going to turn around. So I'm over here now, right? This is the residential entrance, right? And I try to turn around. I realize there's no way to turn around. I'm stuck. There's nothing I can do but go through the gate here, right? See where that car is? I have to go through. And I'm like, it has got the gate down like this. And I'm thinking, must have something on my car, or I have to flash something. And I'm like, but I don't know how to get out of here because I can't turn around because it's like one way where I'm sitting. So I'm like, I don't know what to do. I'm hoping there's a guy in the booth so I can just say, hey, can I turn around? So anyway, I come up to this gate, and the gate just opens up, and I just drive on into the neighborhood. And I'm like, really? Man, Anacacho, it hasn't improved in 13 years. You can still just drive into your neighborhood. And there was nobody in that booth, and I don't know what kind of security that was. So anyway, I drove around the neighborhood, and I did indeed come to the house. Let me say, here it is. Okay, this is what I saw. And you can see this area here, and the windows are these are new windows. You can sort of see the shape of the house, and you see it matches this door over here. So it is the same exact house. They've just gotten rid of this tree in the front, and they've brightened it up. But this is the same location. So I was able to see. Do you hear the dog now? The dog is back. I'm hearing the dog bark. Can anybody hear that? I'm just curious whether, as I go on, whether you can hear the stupid dog. Maybe a nice dog, but I don't know that dog. Does anybody hear the dog? Just let me know. I'm curious. But yeah, you hear the dog. So frustrating, and there's not much I can do about it. So try to ignore the dog. But there you go, hey, it's in the neighborhood, I'm not in a hotel, I'm in a neighborhood, and people have dogs. Okay, hopefully I'll shut up after a while. No, it's not my dog. I'm in Puerto Rico. I don't have any dogs here. Actually, at home, my dog next door does have 3 dogs, 2 German Shepherds, and a cockapoo, I think it is. But no, not here. It's not my dog. Oh, you can't hear, somebody else says they can't hear the dog. What? It sounds like it's in my room. Have another beer. I only have one beer. Somebody's now. One beer. I'm not drinking to excess, but I'll drink. So anyway, this is the house. And the reason I wanted to see it was I wanted to see what kind of neighborhood it was. I wanted to see how acceptable it was, and if it would be really strange for somebody to come into that home and kill the little girl. So it was fun. I kind of felt guilty as I drove by a few times and felt creepy. And I don't usually do that kind of thing, especially when I'm not actually being, a private investigator. But And I go, these people, I don't know who they are, who bought the house and fixed it all up, but, it's their home now. And, yes, a boy did die once upon a time, but that's the way life goes. So anyway, Doggo likes my show. No, Molly, Doggo hates me. Just wants to screw me over. No more. I mean, it's like, I'm so annoyed. Okay. Anyway, so now, if the dog will quiet down a wee bit, I want to tell you what happened with this. I'm not sure what that means, Christy. Okay, so anyway, I want to get to this really bizarre case. All right, so let's talk about who the little boy was. Okay, so hold on a second here. I'm in a little bit of a different situation because of my
very kind of you.
Circumstances, so I'm a little harder finding things here. Okay, here we go. All right, now this little boy, this is his dad. Okay, the two sisters are blurred out. He has a little sister. He's 8. Little sister was 5. The older sister was 13. That's dad. But dad and mom were separated at the time, so only the mom was in the home with the 3 children. So that's important to know. Dad was elsewhere. Dad never was a suspect in this case, in spite of the fact that apparently her mother couldn't stand him. So she spent a lot of time saying, I think he came in and killed his son, because who knows why, but that's what the grandmother said, because she just really didn't like the guy. Okay? So let me tell you what book I read on this case. So I want you to understand where I'm getting my information from.
I've been waiting for you.
Now, there's only literally one book on the case. It's called The Lorenzo Case. It's actually originally in Spanish. The Lorenzo Case from My Own Point of View by Milton Rodriguez de Rivera. Okay. The book sucks. The guy, I think, was an ex-cop, and now he's a private investigator. He worked for the mom. And apparently she got really pissed at him at some point and
next time,
wasn't happy about what he was doing, and the fact he was going to write a book. But I don't know what his point of view is, because he never comes up with any conclusion on the case at all. It's like, you're a private investigator, but you come up with no information and very, very vague stuff. And most of the time you talk about his feelings and other people and their behaviors. Not in connection with a crime, just people how they behaved, which was really weird. And so it's don't read the book. It's not worth it. I'm going to tell you the most important points I did get out of the book. And I also did watch, there's only one, I think I'll link it below. It's only one YouTube video in English. The rest are in Spanish. My Spanish sucks. So what I did was I read all the comments. That's the best I could do to try to get a glimpse of what they were saying. And most of it was repetitive of their English version. So interesting in this case. Not only did the police in Puerto Rico work on it, but there were tons of FBI guys working on this case as well. And there's almost no information on anything. I mean, it's amazing how limited the information is for cases this important. I don't know why the information is not public. Is it because of some rules, or I don't know. I have no clue what happened in that case. But what I'm going to tell you is the little that we do know. And if you were analyzing this case, bark, bark, bark. I can hear this dog just going on and on. Shush, shush. No, shush. I haven't heard a dog. I've been here in this place for 8 days. Never heard a dog until now. The dog is out to get me. Okay. Owner, come home. Feed your dog. Take it in. Pat it on the head. Do something for me. Anyway, so the interesting thing about the case is that the information is very limited, but I'm going to give you, if you were working this case, what would you be looking for to try to figure out who did it, and what were the red flags that just stand out like craziness in this case? And I do think there's some incredible red flags, odd things that you just have to say, this does not make sense. So let's go on to what happened. I'm going to give you the very basis of what happened, because I want to go back then and go into who was involved and what they said. All right. Be quiet, dog. All right. So, okay, let me go to the day that this all happened. So the couple was separated. I want to point that out. All right. So I'm just going to give you a very small part because I want to go back to it and go into all the details of it. On March 9th, 2010, Anna Cacho, that's the mom, took the Lorenzo, the little boy, I see him here, to the Treatment and Diagnostic Center in Dorado, Puerto Rico. Okay, I looked up that center and I cannot find it. And this is important for people because I want to know how far away the center was from the house she was living in. Because a lot of people say, she didn't call 911. Why would you not call 911? Well, it depends. If you believe you can get down the street in 1 minute, but it's going to take 911 to take 5 minutes to get you, I might think I'm going to toss my kid in the car and drive the 1 minute to the center. So I'm not going to hold that against Ana Cacho because I don't know how far away. The center was in Dorado. That's where she lived. I don't know how far away it was. It's the middle of the night, so there's no traffic. Maybe she thought she could get there quicker than 911 could get to her. Maybe she didn't think 911 could tell her anything useful about saving her child. I'll get into that later. All right, so bark. It's going to drive me nuts. Okay. So anyway, she arrived at the diagnostic center, treatment and diagnostic center, at between 5 and 5:30. So it's like a hospital. I think it's like more like a clinic, like one of those all-night clinic things. It doesn't sound like a true hospital, but one of those smaller places. She arrived between 5 and 5:30 with Lorenzo covered in blood. The child was pronounced dead at the clinic. Upon questioning, Cacho claimed that her son had fallen from his bed at their home in Dorado del Mar. However, this version was discarded by the autopsy, which revealed severe injuries to his face and head, which included let me read you what the autopsy report said. And this is also bad Google translation, so I do apologize. The pathologist who performed the autopsy maintained that the 8-year-old boy's cause of death was severe head trauma caused by a blow to the head and 3 wounds. One, now I don't know if this is accurate because it's really screwed up, so I'm just going to get as close to it as I can. One above the left temple, one above the eyelid, and one on the nose. Now, I'm not sure. It sounds like to me it's like left, eyelid, temple, eyelid, nose. But I can't guarantee that. All right. They said, this is very important. We're going to see later why this is important. They said that the wounds that the boy received on his face were compatible with him lying in bed. The doctor described the wound on the nose as the most lethal and maintained that the wound Lorenzo received on the right temple.
Find something good.
Okay. They said left temple originally because they're not. See, that's what I'm saying. Things are messed up. They said left temple, now they're saying right temple. Was compatible with his killer spitting the knife with a single movement. Now, I don't even know what the heck that means. I don't know if it's bad Google translation, but I think what he might be saying, I'm kind of guessing here, is that it's a possibility that the stab wound went from here. Wait, I'm trying to do something here to here to here. In other words, it might be one stab that caused all of this, or it could be, I don't know, because it's very poorly written. Now, also, the claim is that the boy may have been hit on the head against a wall by his assailant. So, in other words, smashed against a wall, stabbed in the bed. Very important. All right, so Ana Cacho has come to the center, and she said, your son fell from the bed. And they're doing the autopsy, and they're like, not exactly. So now the question is, and of course immediately people say, well, she's lying. The question is she lying? All right, let's get into some more parts of the story. All right, let me show you the suspects in this story, because there's a bunch of them. And I want to point out that every suspect, Ana Cacho was a suspect. Her husband was never really a suspect. in spite of the grandmother, Anna's mother, just really constantly saying that he did it. He was never a suspect. Let me show you a couple other guys. All right. So now, let me tell you what Anna said was happening at her house. All right. She said that she was home with the three children. All right. And this is her boyfriend. I think this is the boyfriend. This is the boyfriend. He wasn't really a suspect because he was not supposedly there that night. However, she said she had a friend over. It's one of these two guys, or both of these guys, because there's a lot of stories about why these guys were even there, you know? Okay, so she said a friend was over. Or maybe
Thanks for coming. We were waiting for
and
you.
she said that they went and looked at some pictures on a computer, and then they went to the living room to watch some TV. While they were sitting there, they opened the side doors because the night was too hot. They took the opportunity to have a beer each. One beer each. Only one. All right. According to Anna, at around 1 a.m., her friend, it's really questionable which one the friend was, or there's a lot of people say both of them were there. Her friend left the house at around 2 a.m., and she decided to go to sleep. It was not until 5 o'clock in the morning that a loud scream awoke her. Apparently, Lorenzo slept in his bedroom. There were two bedrooms. I'm going to see if I can show you this, but it's pretty crappy. Okay, so this is supposedly Lorenzo's bedroom. And over here is the oldest sister's bedroom. Supposedly he was sleeping in the bed with his little sister, the 5-year-old. Because he was 8, she was 5, and then the 13-year-old was over here. Okay, this is his bed. Supposedly, Lorenzo's sleeping in the bed with his 5-year-old sister, and the 5-year-old sister wakes up and she has blood on her. So she runs upstairs to her mother's, and again, if you know something different than me, because I am struggling to get any credible information on this case, and the private investigator didn't do a very good job of helping me out. So you're welcome to write in the comments of anything that I've got wrong here that you actually know is true, and you got a link it, because I can't find it, because I work my butt off to find links to this case. Anyway, the daughter supposedly, I'm going to get into the whole issue of the daughter telling her this. Supposedly the daughter woke up with blood on her, and she ran upstairs to her mother and said, Lorenzo got blood on me. There's blood there. Lorenzo's got blood there. So Lorenzo's bleeding. Anna noticed that her daughter's hair was full of blood. So she ran down the stairs to the first level to check, and she found him, Lorenzo. And she realized that he was bleeding profusely from his face. She called and yelled at him, trying to wake him up, but he did not respond. So she ordered her daughters to get dressed immediately, and she took off with them to the diagnostic and treatment center. Lorenzo's mother told the investigator that while holding her son, do I want to go on with this 6 seconds? Okay. Before I go on any further, I'm going to go back to that in a minute, but I want to point out the characters here. All right. There's supposedly one or two of these guys was in the house with her. All right? And they became suspects, and then they became non-suspects, because everybody became a suspect and then stopped being a suspect. These two guys. It's hard to know. There's a lot of gossip going on the internet that they were having an orgy and all kinds of crap like that. And there's gossip that one of these or both of these guys were raping a 13-year-old daughter, and that Lorenzo saw that, so these guys stabbed Lorenzo to death, and mommy covered up. And I just personally do not buy any of that garbage. Okay? There was a crack pipe found at the residence. So I'm going to say some drugs might have been going on. And at some point, they went home. These two guys, that's what I believe, leaving most likely Anna alone in the house at a certain point. The crack pipe is still there, apparently, and some other paraphernalia. But I personally think if these two guys, they had killed her son, Anna wouldn't be so cooperative and just cover it up just because she was doing some crack. I mean, I find that hard to believe. I also find it hard to believe that these guys will walk out and not clean up after themselves. They actually killed the kid. So I don't buy it. I don't buy that these guys are involved. So we're down to Anna. Anna, who has a very strange story, and another guy. Okay? All right. I'm going to go back to Anna in a minute. But let me go to the other guy. Because this is where it gets really weird. All right, this guy.
It's a good spot.
He became the main suspect. All right? Now, this guy, let me tell you about this guy. This guy's got a missing arm, as you can see. Which is why this case is so bizarre. Okay, this guy's name is Luis Gustavo Rivera Ciejo, or Ciejo, better known as El Manco, because he's missing his arm. A homeless man missing his left forearm. And again, he was incorrectly released from jail the night of the murder. And mind you, he was a violent fellow and had supposedly had mental problems. I don't know, when people say people have mental problems, I don't know if they mean they're schizophrenic or they're psychopathic. I don't know who's diagnosing them. But he was in jail and somebody let him go by accident. And so he was like out there in the neighborhood. Now, so what happened was this guy, it actually was in the Dorado neighborhood. And remember I showed you this? All right, apparently there's a Burger King around there. And apparently this guy, what's his name? They call him El Uncle. His parents actually were in that neighborhood. So it wasn't like he was unknown to the neighborhood. So he gets out of jail wrongly. And he ends up at a Burger King like at 2 in the morning. And there's evidence he was there. So he was in the neighborhood. Then it gets weirder. All right, so he ends up confessing to the crime. Yes, he does. El Manco. So here's El Manco. He confesses to the crime. He says that what he did was that he got into the house. He broke into the house. Well, there's no evidence that he really broke in. And then he went to the refrigerator and took some food out because he was hungry. And then when he was leaving the house, the little boy, Lorenzo, confronted him and blocked his way. So he attacked Lorenzo. He had taken a knife from the kitchen, you see, and he stabbed Lorenzo and escaped the house. And then he goes into the courtyard. And when I say courtyard, I have no freaking idea where this courtyard is because there's a lot of different areas outside the house that have walls around them. I don't know what they're talking about with the courtyard exactly, but I suppose he ends up in the courtyard. And then he leaps over the 6 foot wall. Okay. And if he doesn't have something to stand on, I'm not quite sure how he leapt over the 6 foot wall with a missing arm. But all right. Supposedly he did. And when he did that, he dropped 2 things. One was a bunch of, like a package of papers, release papers, that dropped into the courtyard with his name on them, which is very convenient. And also dropped a toothbrush and toothpaste. So, and then he supposedly leaps over a wall. They pick him up because obviously the stuff is in his yard. The next day when they're looking at things, hey, it's El Manco. They interview him. He confesses to the crime. Eventually, the FBI takes him back into the house, and he goes through and says how he did it. But then they were going to charge him, but then they dropped it because they found out after they tried to do as much forensics as they could that there was 0 evidence that he was ever in the house. And what's interesting to me is that where's the knife? So the guy supposedly steals a knife from the kitchen and drops his bag off his shoulder. I'm not sure what shoulder he carried it on, but whatever shoulder, maybe he should have carried it on this shoulder. But anyway, and then he dropped his little case with his, his toothpaste and crap. But you think he dropped the knife too? But there was no knife in the courtyard. So where's the knife? And they never identified any knife being missing out of the kitchen, which is also quite interesting. This is a problem with the case. This case has puzzled people, and a lot of reasons is because I'm listening to everything and I'm going, why does nobody ask this question? What knife was missing from the kitchen? Because you would think. Some people don't know what knives are in the kitchen. That's true. Like you have a whole bunch of crap knives and you don't know what's there. I actually know I have 4 knives in the kitchen. 4. 3 Japanese knives in a case, and one what I call my crap knife, which is what I use when I don't want to waste my good knives cutting up something or opening up a box. I literally have four of them. But many times in my life, I've had so many knives in there from so many different places, I wouldn't know if a knife was missing. But did they ask Anakacho what knives are in the kitchen and what's missing? I don't hear anything about that. So I'm like, what knife did he actually take and where the heck is the knife? Is that the only thing he got over the wall? And then my question is, okay, the boy was killed in his bed. I do have a picture of that. I'm not going to show it. This is the last time I showed blood spatter pattern. That got me demonetized. I'm not going to show it to you. It's a bed with a lot of blood. The boy bled out in the bed. If the boy had come out of the bedroom and saw this man here, and he freaked, which I don't understand why he was just going to punch the kid in the head and keep running, why he would have to stab him, but okay. Let's say the kid came out in front of him, and he goes, oh my God, punch, stab, stab. Why is the kid in the bed? Why isn't he in the hall? Why isn't he just laying there in the hallway? Why isn't he in? How would he get back to the bed? He's not going to stagger all the way back to his bed and crawl into it. So his story doesn't really work well. And they never found any evidence to prove he was actually there outside of the courtyard evidence with his belongings. So here's the problem. They dropped the charges. I don't know if they actually had charges. It was very confusing whether they charged him or were going to charge him, but he's no longer suspect. So now we're down to Anakacho. And I have to admit, you gotta wonder, the guy gets out of jail, he's in the neighborhood, his stuff is in the courtyard, and he's violent. So, could he have killed the little boy, Lorenzo? Yeah, but the story isn't actually matching things. That's where the problem comes down to. Then we go to Anakacho, and here's where it gets to me extremely interesting. All right, let's go to Ana. All right. Okay, Anakacho. Let's go back to her story. She's in a house. And supposedly somewhere around 5 o'clock-ish, her 5-year-old daughter supposedly comes up the stairs and says, the blood coming out of Lorenzo, Lorenzo's blood. She's got blood in her hair. Now, mind you, I want to point this out because this is where things get swirly. I looked everywhere to see if the little girl actually said that she went up to tell her mother, or whether her mother said, my daughter came up and told me. It's 5. Is mommy giving the story that she wants to be heard, or is it coming from the little girl? Now, if we have this problem of, did the police separate the kids early enough, which they didn't, to get information to see whether anything matched? Did they have proper people interviewing the kids? Which I don't think they did. So therefore, they took the story of the mother. The mother said, she came up. That's as far as I know. I don't believe the little girl said that. My little girl came upstairs and told me that my son was lying. There was blood. And then she says, okay, get this now. She goes downstairs and finds her son. And now she says she believed her son fell from the bed. Now I'm going to say, you're going to ask right here. Well, if her son, she believed her son fell and was injured, wouldn't he be on the floor and not in the bed? He bled out in the bed. According to the autopsy and the pathologist, they believe that he was murdered in the bed. So how would she find him on the floor? So if he fell out, she said he fell out of bed. Where did she get that concept from? Interesting. She says that he had fallen out of bed once before and got back into bed. He had cut his chin, and she didn't say he was bleeding like a pig. She just said he cut his chin, later had some stitches. But apparently he fell out of bed, hit something, got back into bed one day.
It's targeting you!
Really? Okay. So she's got a story based on something she said happened before. I don't know that that happened before. Again, we don't have proof that that happened before, at least not to my knowledge. So she's giving a story that she's trying to explain away this story about what happened to him. Now, to me, it gets worse. So now, supposedly the kid fell out of bed. He should be on the floor. He's not on the floor. She's actually telling us that he's bleeding profusely. He fell out of bed, starts bleeding profusely, but got back into bed, went to sleep, and bled out. He wouldn't scream for his mom, ask for help. The little girl doesn't wake up anywhere in this. She sleeps through everything. And he somehow just bleeds out in the bed after falling and getting back down. Doesn't go to mommy and say, Mommy, I hurt my head. Nothing. Okay. So now she says she finds the child. She says he thinks she fell out of bed. What's the next thing she does? This is the thing. To me, it's a massive red flag. When she sees her son is bleeding profusely, she doesn't call 911, which could have been useful because they could tell her what to do. Or okay, maybe she thought she could bring the kid in the car. Okay, maybe that's true. She doesn't seem to do anything to save her son's life at that point. I don't know, but if I found my son bleeding profusely, I want to know where the blood is coming from so I can stop the bleeding. Apparently she doesn't bother with that, okay? She just says, hey, you alive? Jake doesn't answer. She's like, not looking good. So what does she do next? This is the thing. This is
come back anytime.
The key. She says to her children, her 5-year-old and her 13-year-old, get up and get dressed. We're going to take Lorenzo to the clinic or hospital. Your kid is dying. Dying. Blood spurting out of him. You're going to tell your girls to get dressed? Oh, don't forget, put on your shoes. Brush your hair. No, not that shirt. What the hell? You're going to a hospital. I don't care what the hell you're wearing. I don't care if girls are going to be wearing a pajama or a nightgown. Just chuck them in the car. Who gives a crap? Tell them to get dressed? I don't think your kid's sleeping that nude, so why would you waste time? Your son is dying, and you're worried about your kids getting dressed. Two of them, a 5-year-old and a 13-year-old, have to get dressed. How much time does that waste while your kid is dying? That's insane. Or it's a lie. That bothers me more than anything else in her entire story. That bothers me. Now supposedly the kids. Now here's the other thing. The daughter's 13. 13 is legal age for babysitting most everywhere. Why didn't she just take her daughter and go, I got to take Lorenzo to the hospital. Watch your sister. Something's wrong with Lorenzo. I got to rush him over. Why does she do that? She doesn't. She gets the girls. Get dressed, girls. And then she takes them to the car. Okay, now you want to hear the next part of this? Okay. Okay, hold on a second. Then she says, Lorenzo's mother tells the investigator that while holding her son, she had unintentionally hit Lorenzo's head with one of the doors while trying to get him into the car all by herself. What happened to your 13-year-old daughter? Couldn't she freaking open the door so you could place him in the back seat in a nice manner? So she opens the door herself and smashes her kid's head into the door. Now, I don't care. There's no way you're going to cause a fracture of the skull to the point where he dies from it, from opening a car door and hitting her kid's head. That's not that big a deal. Why is she saying that? The only reason I can come up with she's giving that story is because she knows that his head hit something prior to her putting into the car. So she has a cover story for why his head is hurt. So her story is she hit his head into the car. She was putting him in because apparently her daughters are still changing their clothes and getting all prettied up. All right. So on the way to the center, she had told one of her daughters to call her grandmother, her father, and one of Anna's girlfriends. Wait, what? Sorry, I have to laugh here. What? She told her daughter, well, obviously she didn't tell the 5-year-old to do this. She told the 13-year-old daughter to call her grandmother, that's her mother, her father, and one of Anna's girlfriends. Why the hell does Anna's girlfriends have to know any goddamn thing about what's happening that night? I mean, the only person that really should know is father of the child. Maybe I understand the grandmother, but not one of her girlfriends. So she has her daughter calling 3 people. And if she could have her daughter doing that, why don't she just leave her daughter at home with the 5-year-old and tell her, I gotta take Lorenzo to the hospital, call your grandma.
Nice to meet you.
All right. To tell them that Lorenzo had had a fall and that they would be at the hospital. I think her purpose was to tell them he had a fall. More than that, they were going to be at the hospital. It's the excuse for what happened. While still driving to the center, she had begged Lorenzo not to leave her because she had a feeling that something was wrong. No shit. The kid was bleeding. It gets worse, believe me. I mean, she's now saying he's bleeding too much. He couldn't have been bleeding too much. You know why I wasn't bleeding too much? And she said, well, I'll get to that. Hold on, Lorenzo. She kept telling him until they arrived at the center. After leaving her daughters in the car, okay, she doesn't leave them home, but she can leave them in the car. She started calling at the door of the center to ask to be seen. So now the kid's in the car, like dying more, supposedly. All right, then they get the kid in the hospital, all right? She told them that's what happened. But here's the problem. The blood was dry on the child. His body was cold. When she found Lorenzo in the bed, the kid was dead. Long dead. She knew he was dead. It's one reason probably why it didn't matter if her daughter got dressed or not. You know, I mean, hey, take your time. He's dead. You know, just go ahead, change your clothes. So she takes him to the hospital, and so the story sucks. It really sucks. So the question is, why is Anna giving this story? Now, interestingly, she doesn't give a story that somebody broke into the house to kill her child. Which, you know, if you find your child stabbed up, the first thought you would have is somebody broke in and killed my kid. Because, I mean, they had a guy, right? What about this guy? Right? I mean, this guy supposedly actually was the suspect for a long time. The question I have is, if that's the guy, why didn't she say, I thought somebody broke into the house? I'm scared. I believe somebody broke in and killed my kid. She doesn't go there, which I find fascinating because she goes to the accident story. So this is my opinion, she could not possibly know at that point that he had been anywhere near her house. There's a lot of people who have a big conspiracy theory about how they planted his evidence in the courtyard and all this kind of stuff, but to me that doesn't really work because the police found that like the day after, and so I'm like, I don't know how they would have done that, and I don't know, maybe they did, but she didn't seem to know anybody could have been in the neighborhood to break into her house and kill her kid. So you could say, on one hand, that she really thought her child had fallen out of bed. He was just bloody, and she just jumped to that conclusion because she had no clue anybody could have killed her kid. So she jumped to a conclusion. That would be reasonable if everything else did not make any sense. I could go with that. Maybe she was doing crack and she was out of her mind. She wasn't thinking clearly. Maybe she did see her kid and go, oh my God, I must have fallen out of bed. You know. But the other thing she says, telling her kids, her daughters get dressed, tells me that she already knows he's dead.
Mine now.
Secondly, that she comes up with the excuse for why he has a bashed in head by saying she had hit his head into the car. There's too many things that are off that make me think she knew exactly what happened. And what she knew happened wasn't that anybody broke into her house. And so she tried to cover up a stabbing an accident. But why would she stab her kid to death? A lot of people think that she killed their kid, she's covering up. And I just don't buy that. So the question is, would she have stabbed her own child? She was doing crack cocaine. This is going to hurt. I can send you in a frenzy as possible. He came out and said, I'm going to tell Daddy. She pissed off. She killed him. And little daughter was there, and she just said, shut up. She told the 13-year-old, shut up. Sweet. Interesting enough, the two girls will not, they no longer speak to them at all. She's living in the U.S. now. I think she has a new life, let's say that. And the two daughters won't speak to her. Why not? Some people think that the teenage daughter, because her room is so close, that she killed her brother. and the mother was just covering up. You know, and I've seen that in many cases where a parent will cover up for the child who killed the other child because they're trying to save the one that's left. But if that were true, why would the teenage daughter not be sucking up to mom? Why would the teenage daughter want to have nothing to do with mom? Unless the teenage daughter knows mom did something and she just... She never could rat her out because she also didn't really want to have anything to do with it. That's where I come down to. Because in spite of this guy is belonging to supposedly a hard drive, I don't see any evidence. When the FBI came in, they did... So the whole thing is so screwed up.
I needed that.
Very kind of you. Apparently the first night it happened, they looked at the scene, but then they let Anna's father clean up the scene, so it wouldn't upset the girls when they came back.
This is gonna be easy.
Now, if I were Anna and I thought somebody came in and raped my kid, I would want that house to be locked down. I'd take my kids over to my mom's house. My kids were not going to come in until you found out that all the evidence you had about him killed the kids. Anna didn't seem to have a problem with returning to the house with the girls. So they cleaned up the place. They moved. It took the mattress out of there. They cleaned up the blood. I mean, very strange. And then, by the time the forensics team came in, they're like, oh, crap. Seems like they already took stuff out of the
Very kind. Very kind of you.
That's
I needed that.
FBI eventually did come in.
Very kind of you.
Thanks.
I don't know if it apparently didn't there either. But so that just ended up all these years nobody has ever been actually charged and convicted of this crime. And yet something happened in that house and somebody knows something that who's the one that knows more? Now this guy, he's a whack job. And it certainly seems like he could have entered the house and killed the child for whatever reasons. But Anna's behaviors are so strange. And she's basically the one that gives, I mean, there's no physical evidence he was ever in the house. That is absolutely true. But Anna's actual behavior and her statements make me think that there's something wrong with what she's saying the whole way through. So I have trouble looking away from Anna.
This one's gonna hit hard!
I mean, you don't think a mother's killing the children in a rage, but I mean, if you've been doing crack, and the issue about the drugs is weird because there was a crack pipe there. I don't know why it was left there. It's interesting, but the knife was not there. If Anna killed the child, her own child, where's the knife? And why was the child killed with a knife? Was it the knife was in someone's hand and they threw the kid and then they grabbed the kid and they accidentally stabbed him through the face? I don't know. Because we don't have a lot of information. All I can say is the child was murdered in the bed. Absolutely. And the child bled out from the bed. There was no fall. There was no reason to believe there was a fall. And there was no reason to have your daughters get dressed to take the child to the hospital unless you already knew he was dead. If you already knew he was dead,
well done.
Why would you think it was a fall? I don't know. For me, blood all in my kid's face, I don't want to wipe it off. First of all, I want to CPR. I want to wipe it off. Second, I want to stop the bleeding. She didn't do any of that. She knew he was dead. And she probably knew why he was dead. And she knew why he was dead. It wasn't his gun.
So use this as why. Have a taste of
That's
that.
the problem. So, it's an unsolved case that drives people crazy in Puerto Rico because they believe that Anna's father had a lot of power, that he handed some money off to somebody, they lawyered up, she never actually said what happened much that night. They believe that something happened, that this guy is innocent and Anna she's involved. She either did it or she knows who did it. 13 years has gone by, she lives a free life in the U.S. and you know, a lot of people have a lot of conspiracy theories on this and who was paid off and all that. And it's interesting because the FBI was down there working on this case.
That takes care of that.
We hear nothing from them either. So why is this such a silent case? Why couldn't I get any detailed information on this case? Why did I not see crime scene photos or clear autopsy pictures? Why did I not see where the blood was at? It's very weird. It does look like a cover-up by the family, I have to admit. I don't usually go for cover-ups, but I do feel like they were well-to-do, and the father came in right away and cleaned up whatever was there in order to protect somebody. Because if you were the parent, if you're the grandparent of a murdered child, your grandson has been murdered by theoretically a stranger or a friend who's even honest. Would you want to touch that crime scene, or would you want that place to be blocked off and get the police in there, for God's sakes, get in there and find out every piece of evidence you can? But they went in and cleaned up the scene instead. There's a whole lot of things wrong with this case. That's what I can say. All right, let me go check out here some of your comments on this, because this is a very strange case. And so it's not part of it. All right, let me go. Here's a good point. Sounds like weird crime preservation. It was pitiful. I'm surprised the police allowed that. Yeah. I don't know. They were crappy at what they did. That's all I can say. That I don't know why they did this terrible preservation of crime scene. That's absolutely true. Okay.
I'll put this to good use.
I'll put this to good use.
I'm sorry, I gotta go. You all have to make me laugh here. Okay, wait a minute. Let me go back outside. Anthony's here too. Okay, let me go up here a second. All right, I'm gonna go way back up to the top now because you got some great.
Time for some shopping.
Okay. Sending a virtual dog whisper. It worked, Christine. The dog stopped barking. Thank God. I mean, oh my Lord, he stopped. Yeah, he did. Thank you very much, Christine, for sending that. Because the dog didn't stop barking. Thank God. My Tico says, I'm late as usual. Same when I was dating. Did you not hook up with anybody ever? Because you never showed up. I love it. All right. Drugs were involved. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of issues about the drugs, okay? Drugs were involved.
Hope I find something good.
What kind of drugs? What kind of effect did those drugs have? Now, just because you do drugs doesn't mean every time you do drugs you go insane, or that everybody who does drugs has an orgy and it doesn't have a weird shit. You know, that's exaggerated. But on the other hand, sometimes people who do certain drugs, and I had to look up crack because I'm not real familiar with the issues of crack cocaine. But apparently, it's very short-lived. The thrill of it, the excitement part, the good part, and then you dive, and you can get very irritable and angry. So I don't know. Let's see. Was the weapon found? No, Molly. The weapon was never found. So that's why I said, if this one-armed dude had the weapon and dropped everything else, why didn't the weapon drop too?
Mine now.
Why was that gone? Why are we not talking about the knives in the drawer? Because he didn't bring one, supposedly, grabbed one. Now, interesting enough, a little later, now, this is just a weird aside because I don't know any validity in this crap at all. Let me see what I'm finding. Oh, come on. Where'd my picture go? All right, I always have to. Every time there's always a problem with a missing picture. There's another one. Anyway, what the heck? Oh, let me see if I can find it. Where'd my missing picture go? Okay, where is it? God's sakes. Alright. Yeah, it is missing. Anyway, oh, here it is. Why isn't that over there? Alright, I forgot to put it up. Alright. So the question being, was the weapon found? No, the weapon was never found, but later on when the private investigator wrote this book, said that Anna went to some bathroom or something and found this weapon, which is like a little pocket knife type of thing. And he said, oh my God, why would we find this weapon like a couple of weeks? I forgot how many weeks later he said this was. And why now, And he put gloves on and took the weapon. And he saw that there was fingerprint dust on it. So somebody fingerprinted it? But I'm like, did anybody test it for blood? Again, no answer. So why would this weapon show up? Why was it originally tested for fingerprints? Why wasn't it taken into evidence? I mean, lot of weird things in this case. What kind of knife even was it? When the autopsy report just basically says he was stabbed, but with what? I can't find information on that. Was it a kitchen knife? Was it a serrated knife? Was it a straight edge? What the hell was it? How deep was it? I don't know. Could it be just a little pocket knife? Did somebody have a pocket knife in the hand and go punch the kid and accidentally go like that? I don't know. If you're working on a case as a profiler or as an investigator, a lot of the problems comes down to when people do not do a proper job of interviewing and making sure you have all the detailed information. And then you just sit there going, did you ever find that out? Oh, I see. You never asked that question?
Wow,
That's what happens. And then you end up in a quandary because you don't have the information you can work with. And I think this case sounds messed up, really messed up. So let's see. Let me go back up here.
This is gonna hurt.
Yeah, 13-year-old could have stayed with that kid. Absolutely. And it's 13. I mean, I would say to that 13-year-old, oh, grandma, get grandma over here. I have to take her. Yeah. It's too weird. Oh, Michaela says, she relates to Casey Anthony. Oh no, trigger warning. Good question. Now, there's a point here where we're talking about the parents were in a very contentious separation, a very contentious divorce, and apparently, this was his only son. She had a couple daughters, Okay, we're gonna be sexist here, but that's the way it works. So some people would say, well, was he very connected to his dad? And when they thought that when he saw mom doing like crack cocaine or hanging out with the dudes or whatever she was doing, that he said, I'm gonna tell daddy, and then you're gonna lose custody of sisters, that kind of thing. Did he say something and enraged her because she was over there?
This is for my fellow hunter.
Making progress.
So it's a question. Alicia says she's complicit. Well, if she had just gone to the hospital and said, I found my child who's bleeding, I don't know what happened to him, and her kids were stayed at home or they were in their night clothes, I might not have thought so much of it. She could have for example, she could be like under some influence of a drug where she's not thinking clearly. I get that. But the problem is she was thinking clearly. She's thinking clearly enough to come up with a story that she hit her kid's head into a car door, which to me is an excuse for why his head had
It's getting weaker.
She had too many stories. I think he fell out of bed because this happened to him. She's too clear on her explanations. So if you're whacked out of your head, you shouldn't be too clear on those either. So she just gives some mumbo jumbo about, I don't know, I found my kid messed up, and I just thought she was a husband. Okay. You didn't know he got stabbed to death. You're not thinking clearly, and you didn't expect your kid to be stabbed to death. Maybe you got a drug problem, but you didn't kill your kid. But the things they chose to do make me wonder, and I still wonder. When she said her daughter came up there and said she was lying and the blood was in the bed, her daughter's hair had blood in it. I don't know if any of that's true. That really bugs me, and I would like to know what interview came up with that info, because it's also very possible that her daughter was in the bed when all this happened, and she took her daughter and stood her aside and said, "You shut the hell up." Not on hands. You shut the hell up. Don't say anything. And she did. And then she just said,
What would you like to do?
Doctor, my daughter came up and said this, and the daughter's like, it's her mommy. You know what I mean? It's her mommy. Oh, here's a good point. Kelly says, I would kill anyone who attacks my kid. I wouldn't even blink about it. So this is a good point.
See you later, then.
A lot of people think that one of the guys that was over with her doing whatever they think they were doing, drugs, orgies, sex, whatever, rape. They make up all kinds of stories. That somebody got, okay, so let me point out these dudes again. So to tell you who they are, because this is why people have so many suspicions. Okay, the guy on the left, let me find so the guy on the, the guy on the left is Camacho. That's her boyfriend. He denies being in the house when this occurred. He was not a suspect. Well, he was a suspect for a second. Everybody was a suspect. All right. Now, Colon, he was rumored to be there as well. He supposedly was connected
This
to
will be
very
easy.
Politicians. This guy in the middle was a federal agent working for the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. He was from ICE. And there's theory that he was also involved. So you've got an ICE agent, a politically connected son, and this guy. So the theory was that these guys were like, they were doing something with Anna and got out of hand, and then the kid came out and said, "Oh my God, I'm going to tell Daddy on all of you." And then somebody got pissed. One of the men got pissed, grabbed his pocket knife or whatever, chased the kid, and stabbed him. And Mommy covered it up. I don't know. I don't know this evidence of that. I think it's weird that they did all that they wouldn't have controlled more of the scene, they wouldn't have cleaned up, they wouldn't have gotten rid of the crack pipe. I have a problem with that. Yeah, doesn't really work for me terribly well. That they would feel a need to kill a kid just because somebody might say they're hanging out with them. I don't know. Big freaking deal. You know what I mean? I don't know why people make such big deals of it. People get caught in, like, what's the kid going to say? I saw my mommy with guys hanging out at the house. He could say, "Oh, they were doing drugs." And they could say, "The kid doesn't know what he's talking about." He said we were smoking a crack pipe. We weren't smoking any crack pipe. We were just smoking a pipe.
Sweet.
The kid doesn't know what he's saying. You can get out of that so easily. You don't need to make your child overt. That makes no sense to me. I don't personally believe these guys didn't do it. I think they left. I don't know if both of them are there or one of them was there, but I think they left the house and something happened after they left. Now, Anna, on the other hand, has more contentious issues with her ex-husband. I don't know. I can't say she did it, but I could just say everything she said sends up red flags. Oh, let me look at some
Mine
more
now.
comments. All right. Oh, this is true. And Mimi, very correct. Dead people don't bleed. Oh, I'm glad you brought that up. Here's something else I don't understand. What's happening in the car?
This is gonna be
I don't
easy.
hear anything anywhere about bleeding in the car. Now, you put your child still alive and he's bleeding like a pig in their car, you're going to have fresh blood all over your car. I see nothing about the car at all. Why not? I don't understand what he was he wrapped in a blanket when they put him in the car? When Anna put him in the car, did she just chuck him in the car without a blanket? Where was he in the car? Was he in the back seat? Was he in the front seat? Was he sitting? Was the teenage daughter cuddling him?
Progress.
What the heck? Why don't we have not one shred of information about the child going to this semi-hospital in the car? That car should have been impounded. It should have been analyzed for the... I don't know anything about the car. It drives me nuts. I'm like, and nobody mentions it. It's the weirdest thing that people talk about this case. Very few people, but still. And that piece of information is extremely important as to whether the child was alive or dead in that car. But so thank you for bringing that up. I wanted to point that out. No, okay. Now, Alicia, you're new to this channel, and I want to tell you that I am a very a person who's always concerned about everybody's feelings, and I want to be sure that you don't say things that are okay. I love it. Sorry, I want to do a fake chastisement, but I can't even get through it. Okay, was he left-handed? I love it. You're the perfect person to be here, Alicia, because I know a lot of people. Well, not a lot. Some people think I should be more professional, not joke, but I can't help it. And so I totally appreciate where you're coming from. Was he left-handed? Well, that's a very interesting point, actually, because he would. clearly not be able to use the left hand in that, and the murder. And again, we know nothing about the actual stabbings, but I still don't understand how, if he stabbed this kid and he's crazy, how he get out of the house without leaving a blood trail into the yard, over the wall. Where the hell's the blood trail? Where's the hell the footprints going up a wall? I mean, it's not easy for him to vault over a wall, so I don't know. It's a weird ass story, it doesn't make any sense at all. But Alicia, appreciate your sense of humor because I got that same one.
That takes care
that's an interesting point. Oh, Mom, you're asking like an intelligent question. What was the time of death per coroner? I have not a freaking clue. The information is dismal. I can't get an actual autopsy report except these few pages. Apparently, he was very dead by the time he arrived. So the theory is that he died around 4 a.m. and was brought to the hospital between 5 and 5:30. That says something kind of interesting. And Dini says, was she afraid of her own life? Well, she wouldn't be afraid from this guy because, he'd be gone. So,
let's see.
Like, did one of the two guys kill a kid and then threaten her? Possibly. But if some dude kills your kid, I don't give a crap. They killed your kid. You're not gonna tell the police? And the fact that the daughters would cover up, I think one of the other guys actually killed their brother, and one of the guys actually supposedly raped the 13-year-old. I'm going to say a 13-year-old would sing. You know what I mean? I think the only reason the girls didn't say anything is because they're protecting someone. They would be protecting a couple of dudes who are shagging their mother, Kelly says some people get really scary, paranoid, and crack. And that's an interesting issue because that's a problem. You can get very paranoid, you can get very agitated, you can get very angry, you can get very hostile. All kinds of things can happen on certain drugs. And if that happens, your normal, supposedly mothering instincts, if she had any, are not necessarily there. You don't see things the way you see things in normal life. I know that, for example, people who do cocaine or amphetamines feel very, very powerful and like nothing can go wrong and they can do anything, which is obviously not true. But they believe that because they feel that the energies going through their body and giving them a super positive attitude. Crack can cause all kinds of things. So she may have done something to her son that she had no intention of doing. But once she's done it, what do you do? So that's an interesting problem. Let's see what else you have to say here. The father was seen giving an envelope. And this, let me tell you about the controversy issue here. Okay, let me find it. The case gained widespread notoriety throughout the island when the gossip news channel Super Exclusivo, can we say, made media shut the hell up because you're just causing trouble? Apparently, they just would not keep their mouth shut. They started following closely. While following the case, a number of irregularities were alleged. Among those, the crime scene was not secured. That's true. And was cleaned after it had already been seen by investigators, but not before the forensic could thoroughly analyze it. That's also true. So I'll give them credit on that. They're right about that. Ana Cacho's father met with the governor at the time, Luis Fortuno, and handed him a mysterious envelope. The Secretary of Justice at the time, Antonio Segardia, resigned his post and became Ana Cacho's lawyer.
Mine now.
That's a little freaky. Although this was seen as unethical by many. Of the other three previous suspects, only Renato Camacho has given a public interview. El Manco, who was accused of the murder in March 2016, was shown to have been diagnosed with mental problems. Again, I don't know what those mental problems are because a lot of times I find people are highly misdiagnosed. Was he schizophrenic? Was he bipolar? Or was he psychopath? What kind of problems are we talking about? I can't find that out. He had confessed at the beginning of the investigation and several other times, sometimes retracting his confessions. His confessions were considered valid at first because, according to authorities, they didn't add up, and the claimed murder weapon was never found. Some believe he confessed because he prefers jail to being homeless. On April 28, 2016, another judge explained the confession was full of errors and that there was no evidence, DNA,
Doing great!
let's see what else we have to say here. Well, Molly says, Michaela, I couldn't find much on this case. I thought you were a research wizard. Very little on this case. If you speak Spanish, the daughter does do there's a whole bunch of interviews with the daughter. I couldn't understand it, so all I could do was look at the comments on the YouTube channel to see if anybody was saying what was going on there. Very little on this case. I don't understand it. It's a fascinating case. I'm surprised somebody hasn't put together solid stuff like this. The guy wrote that crappy book. Sorry, dude, but that's the worst book I've ever read. Why didn't you, if you worked on this case, why couldn't you put in solid information? What did she say? Exactly where is this location of this hospital? How far is it from the residence? All these details, none of it's there. Did you not bother? Did you not ever get those details? Did you not bother to get those details? Or are you just so busy telling your emotions and everything? I don't know. Very little information. Can they say no? I don't know, Tikkun, because I don't even know where the stab wounds actually were. Because we're hearing right, we're hearing left. I don't know how. I would like to see the autopsy report. I would like to see pictures because I don't know whether somebody did stab, okay, or somebody just did stab. In other words, they sliced through, not even meaning necessarily to hit certain points, but they just hit them. Don't know. Now there is the one picture that showed that. 1 second. Let me find bed. The bed. The only thing I could find.
Be careful!
In the bed. Here. You see this here? This is supposed to, I think, some kind of blood splatter pattern on this wall. Now,
Alvary's here.
Thanks for welcome.
Good to see you.
When they did this, came up and did this with their hand, and the blood went out to the wall. Splatter pattern.
Take me off now.
I mean, if this is what you call a great crime scene sketch, it sucks. It doesn't tell me much of anything, except that blood was on this wall over here. I don't know. Here's another interesting thing.
I'll put this to good use.
Now, supposedly, Lorenzo's ate in the bed with his sister was alive. Which side is which side are they on? Because this blood splatter pattern on this wall, oh, I think the kid's over here. There's a guy somebody leaned over the door.
Your dick is numbered. This is gonna hurt.
I honestly don't know. This is where, I mean, this is what the crime investigators together is pretty much garbage. Because, if you're going to talk about a crime and write a book, I'd kind of like to know a little more. I don't know, I have no idea.
Here it comes.
I would love to be able to investigate. I'm available. But, okay, let me
need some of your parts.
Lisa. Hi, Lisa. New here. Hey. A new Lisa. Wait a minute. We got Elisa S, Elisa N. Now we have Elisa D. Welcome, Lisa D. New here. Wonder why the daughter who was sleeping with Lorenzo slept through the attack. perhaps if it was the mother, she whipped it and ran off. Okay, great question, Lisa. The first question is, was the child actually in the bed? Was she or wasn't she? I don't know that she was there, because just because mommy says she was there doesn't mean she was there. She could have been sleeping with the sister over here, and this is Lorenzo's room. This is the bigger sister's room. She could have been sleeping over the bigger sister's room. Who knows? She could have been sleeping on the couch, for all we know. We're only getting the word of Anna, and I don't know if she's telling us any truth. So was the child living in the bed when Lorenzo got attacked? Is it possible? Yes. And then she woke up and freaked, and the mother, I don't know. No clue.
Here it
No
comes.
clue that she was there when the child was attacked, or she wasn't there when the child was attacked. I would like to get Anna Pacho to her room and interview her properly. She lawyered up really quick. And that's another interesting issue. Admittedly, I learned enough to lawyer myself. But still, she did lawyer really quick. So, very concerned.
Your days are
if there's only one sentence, I think I know. I still don't understand any of the proof crap. I don't see, there's no evidence of any crimes of these sorts. I don't even know what's going on there.
Here it comes!
Let's see.
Be careful! Be careful!
What?
Here it comes!
Maybe a folder on your desktop would be helpful. Are you talking about my missing photos? I do have a folder.
Here comes the pain!
I forget to put things in the folder.
That's it for you!
I honestly think,
Now's our chance!
when you're doing live, it's not the same as doing,
See you again
Piece
soon.
of cake!
I screw up this. I just, what happens is I have folders. I have a folder for all my photos. I have a folder for all my information. But there's so much of it sometimes. And when the show gets closer, you try to get everything in order, and sometimes you just misplace things. And I have simply learned that I don't give a crap that much. You know what I mean? I have to take life a little bit easier. Not like my internet's going crap. I can see my face freezing. So, yeah, I just got to this point where I don't worry too much. Because it's too much work to worry.
Working hard?
I'm here to teach. I'm not here to be heard.
village proud.
I've been waiting for you.
Most of the time, again,
Special
most
quest
of the
has
time,
come in
it's the
for you.
last person saw the victim alive. So I'm betting that 13-year-old girl did it. I don't know that she was the last person to see him alive. I don't know there's any evidence of that at all. And if her mother covered for her, why won't she speak to her mother? Why won't the younger one speak to her mother? I don't see any evidence that the 13-year-old did it. Now, mind you, I often think a teenage kid will do horrible things. But I just don't see any evidence in this particular case. I really don't.
These are the available quests.
And so,
I wish you luck.
Yeah, I don't come up with it here. Now, could she have done? Yeah, some people think when the adult version of the 13-year-old spoke in court and on television, a lot of people thought she was very cold.
I've got it.
And they suspected her. Because the claim was, what was the claim? I don't know, the claim. See, the thing is, I don't see any evidence that the 13-year-old had a motive. And the 5-year-old didn't rat the 13-year-old out. And I don't know, I can't come up with anything to put the 13-year-old there. I really can't. So I don't care what people think of her as an adult. I just don't see a shred of evidence that says she went in and was able to pick up her brother and smash his head into a wall with that force and then stab him to death and then go back to bed. I just don't see the evidence there. So I personally not sure about that. Kelly says, I doubt if a 5-year-old would threaten to tell on his mom. It's a girl. Kids are very, very controllable. I mean, that's your mommy. Your mommy says, don't say anything. Don't say anything. So if you say anything, mommy will go away. It's your mommy. I mean, you can say a lot and just shut the hell up. And at the hospital, I don't know that anybody questioned the 5-year-old because at the beginning it didn't sound like they should question the 5-year-old. So she said, "Hey, this is what happened." My 5-year-old came in and said, my brother has blood in the bed. I went down and his bloody fell from the bed, and that's the way it was. And only later that they said, "That's a weird story." And that I don't know whether they ever questioned the 5-year-old properly with what they should question the 5-year-old with, which is a detective who has training in interviewing children. I don't know if that was ever done. I've seen no evidence. CJ says, "Hi CJ, she may not have been doing crack. PCP makes people crazy. Possibility? Yeah, the drug information is a little... They're supposed it was a crack pipe. They're supposed it was other stuff. But I'm getting a lot of gossip, and I don't like to base anything on gossip because I don't know if it's true. I do believe that the crack pipe was found. That's one thing I believe is accurate. Was other stuff used? I don't know. She says we just had a beer. You know? Oh, that's an interesting point. Jamie says, "Mom sounds like she lies often and easily." Interesting. The private investigator said that they thought she was controlled by her parents. The mother was a vicious little bulldog, and the grandmother, of Lorenzo and Anna's mother, she was controlling everything. And it could be because she was trying to save her daughter. The fact that the grandmother was so insistent and so aggressive, especially against the ex-husband, makes me wonder that she wasn't protecting her daughter. Because if it was a complete stranger came in and killed her, or one of those other dudes killed her grandson, she should be going nuts about that. Hey, those two dudes came to my daughter's house, she just invited him over as friends, and they would kill their son. She should have been furious. She wasn't. So, very strange. Very, very, very questionable.
That takes care of that.
Let me see here. Aggie has an interesting... Maybe her son reminded her too much of her ex, and she took it out her anger on the child. It's possible, when you're under influence of drugs, you see things in a different light. And also if the child is bonded more to the father because of the boy. And he then holds things against you. We see the cherubic, cute little boy, and he's so smiling. The mother looks happy too. I mean, we see those pictures. We can't imagine that a child is angry and bitter and vicious even. For mommy, I'm going to tell daddy, I'm going to tell daddy what you did.
Let's see.
I don't know. I don't know what kind of person Anna was. I don't know what kind of person the little boy was. I don't know what kind of person the father was. This is all very, we're not there to be able to analyze to any great extent. And again, this is an educational channel, so I'm trying to show people how you think these things through and what's missing when you're trying to understand things. I would love to know more about this case.
I needed that.
I have fascinated this case, and I wish I knew more. So if you're out there, anybody who wants me to know more about this case, we're fed, I know that one. I know a few little words, but other than that, I suck at Spanish. So, if you one of the Americans who are frustrated with this case and have something useful to tell me other than gossip, I don't want gossip because I don't waste my time with it. But if there's somebody who likes this case solved and wants to give me information that's actually valid and useful, this is one of those cases I would follow up on. I don't necessarily set out to solve cases. This is an educational channel just to teach people about profiles. But there are those cases that catch my attention. This is one of them.
Now's my chance.
One way to hurt the husband is close to the kid. This is true. We have all the time the husband killed the kids, the wife will kill the kids just to get back. A case here, two doctors and husband killed 2 kids to harm his wife. Yes, it's like
You're good at this.
If I can't have it, you can't have it. Or if he loves you more than me, I'll take care of that problem. Yes, it's a good way to format the other person. Aggie says, where's she drinking?
This is for my
just one beer.
You're going down!
That's what she says. Again, that's what she says. She has been there for a whole day. I want to believe that. Okay. A person recently the crap if you hit the but basically you're lying by killing somebody, injuring them, maybe killing a kid. You're not going to say, oh, I forgot about this. Apparently, the information about whether Anna Cacho, or whether she had used drugs that night or had alcohol, apparently that test went missing. So we don't actually know what she did that night. So again, this is why people are suspicious, because where's that piece of information? Did somebody get rid of it? And I don't know. Again, I'm not a big conspiracy person, but occasionally somebody does have some access to being able to make things disappear. And I don't know.
Sweet.
Allison says if the family is powerful enough to cover up the case, they
mine now.
The media. This is true. And it's not very often that this happens, but sometimes it does. And the media is, I have a lot of issues with the media, and I've worked with the media for so many years, and now I'm happy not to work with them most of the time, because they want to make money. And they'll do whatever they have to do under certain circumstances, and they will also go along with the program if it's necessary for them to survive. So, yeah.
I needed that.
This is and James is more parenting.
Very careful.
More reporting. No wonder this case hasn't been solved. All of the above. No. It's really sad. All of the above. I thought he was 5.
I needed that.
8. The little girl was 5. He was 8. Can't have too many leases. Yes, we now have 3 leases. I'm so glad it was a deal. We have great leases here. We really do. That's why I love you guys.
Very kind of you.
One of the things fun about doing the shows and why I do it live is because when you do tape shows, it's so rigid and you just feel like you're talking to nobody. I know, sometimes I do it because it's necessary.
Here it comes!
I do love the live show because it allows me to have more freedom and to also interact. And
thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I like my friends. So, all guys are great. Let's see.
Very kind of you.
Very helpful.
Having some live feed. Does anybody else have any problem?
Thanks so much. I needed that.
You're going down. Testing is how I am plugged into the internet. And last time the internet was well,
Need to find a cure.
you never know. Well, thank you. It's part of your charm, Pat. I love your show. Oh, thank you. Yeah. I hope to have some fun. I mean, I really do. I mean, I just simply can't. I can't.
Very kind of you.
I can't live by just to do short serious stuff every time. I would have a miserable life. And I'm past that crap.
All done. Yay!
I really am.
Glad that's over.
I'm past that. And, maybe it's because it's fortunate. One thing people ask me about what's good about
Don't mind me.
I'll tell you, this is just, I can survive. I don't have to feed a family and my children.
See ya.
And I don't have to pay
Nice
for
to
the
meet. I
house
had
anymore.
fun. I'll
I don't have
put
to do all
this
the
to
stuff
good
that I cannot take a chance.
Gonna need some of your
Although I
parts.
have to admit, even when I did television, I sort of just did my own thing.
But I need
I'm a higher survivor for 15 years. Honestly, I do. I really do not.
Let's see what you have.
Okay, here's a good point. See, this is why I love your questions.
Thank you.
Lila says, but if the mother killed him, wouldn't she have been dripping in blood? Yes, but she also took him to the hospital, right? She had to carry her child.
Yeah.
She'd have blood all over, theoretically. Now, of course, she's claiming he's spurting blood at the time she's taking him to the hospital, although his blood was really dry when he got to the hospital.
Back to the village.
Yes. See the problem, Lila? So this is the problem I have in this case. It's like, what happened in the car? Where was the blood in the car? Where was the blood going from the bedroom to the car? Where was the blood on a blanket she was carrying him in? Where was the blood on her clothing? Where the heck is anything? And I don't know. I don't know because nobody's documenting why that's not documented. The private investigator didn't do a very good job of it either. You know, he could have said, I was unable to get that information. I looked to find out about the car, but I never got the information.
Hello.
No, about the car.
Oh.
Whether it's like,
Until next time.
why does he say something? But he doesn't in his book.
How can I help you?
I tell you the truth, I don't know what kind of private investigator he was. He had some good points on how to handle a crime scene, but I was very frustrated with the book. Very frustrated. So that's a great question. Kelly says, I wonder why the grandma hated the husband
Come back
so
anytime.
bad. I don't know. She really didn't like him.
Welcome.
And again, when we're outside of a divorce situation, she was the mother of
Come back
Anna.
anytime.
I don't know if Anna was telling her the truth or Anna was telling her lies. She could have said, he beats me, he's cheating on me, he's this, he's that, he's mean. And then the mother said, well, he's a piece of crap. Or he was a piece of crap. I don't know. And I don't think the grandmother could know either unless she really knows her daughter. See, oh, I had the paper towels really good underneath my stand here, but they just moved. All right. This is, let me see here. Molly says, Pat said she's having just one beer, but not sure if she meant during the show or within the 24 hours after the first swallow. You know, I just bought this at the local gas station, which has a really nice outdoor seating area where you can then drink your beers. Very interesting. I've never seen that before. That's a Puerto Rican thing. Anyway, this is outside of the gas station community. So every time I look over there to see, it's a covered area, so if it rains, which it rained like 8 hours last night, people can sit out there and have a beer and the rain won't hit them. And it's a great idea for the gas station because they can sell more beers because then you can sit out there and enjoy it. Just one. Kelly says no one ever just has one beer. I did. I could show you the 6-pack, which I did buy a 6-pack, but it's only one missing. Honestly. All right. Now, blurry picture. Really? All right, I have no idea. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I can't do anything about it because this is what we got. A little freezing at times. It's good in Scotland. Okay. Well, hey, Pam. It's all good in Scotland. All right. I say I have no choice here. Oh, it's good now. That was 15 minutes ago. Okay. Holmes would be stuck. It's a capital mistake to theorize and pull on his data. This is a good point. Insensibly, one begins to twist facts to suit theories instead of theories to suit facts. Yeah, I like that. I like that very much. Hello, do we have... Okay, thanks for that. Okay, so, it's my roommate here. She probably hit some. Yes, this is a problem. And again, this is why I say here, I'm not working this case, and I do not have access, and apparently nobody seems to have access to anything proper here. I don't have enough access to be able to say I can solve this case. Now, if I was invited in, and I could go into the police station, and I could see every interview they had, and I could talk to Anna Cacho and all these other people, I might have a totally different opinion in the act. I might say, well, if I'd only known this, I would think this. I don't. So from what we're having here, I'm telling you the questions I would have and the things that strike me as red flags. It's just as a profiler, these are the things I see, but that doesn't mean I can come up with an absolute. What I come up with is it's a question between Anna and the guy with one arm, and I just don't understand why it's the guy with one arm when Anna is telling stories that don't make sense. That's the problem I have. And I can't get away from that unless I got involved in the case and found out that, oh, that's why she told the stories that don't make sense. They still don't make sense. Let's see. That's also true. Not if she took a shower first and had shower first, have plenty of time. Now, there's a question where people believe there's 1 hour between when the child died and when she took the child to the hospital. Some even say she left the home. And I have no idea the answer to. But yeah, it's possible if she committed the crime, she was stunned by what she had done, and she was trying to figure out what to do about it. And you know, and again, if she was under the influence of something, she may have had trouble trying to figure out what to do about it until she sobered up, essentially, or that came down from the drugs. We don't know. Hi, Annie. Hello, Annie. Glad to see you here. Let's see what your final comments are. You saw Avatar. The second one was very good. I didn't love the first one, so I wasn't sure about seeing the second one. But I want to start. Wait a minute, hold on a second. Let me make it thing straight here. I saw. Okay, hold on a second. This is just for you, Annie. I saw. Okay. The Woman King. What's the name of that movie? I saw the Marvel one. What's okay? Somebody help me out here. Maybe I've had more than one beer. I haven't. Okay. I'm drawing a blank. You know I draw blanks every time I do a show. Somebody help me out here. Drink beer and have lunch with tropical birds. Yeah, the pigeons. Okay. I saw. Okay. Somebody give me the two big films, Marvel film, and was it The Woman King? I'm trying to remember. Come on, I'm losing my mind. Where are you guys? Why not Wonder Woman? No. The two most popular movies that came out. Second round of come on now. The Kingdom in Africa. The Marvel one. I'm sounding really stupid here. Hurry up. Wakanda Forever. Okay. I saw, no, not Dark Adam. Wakanda Forever I saw and I hated it. I'm like, holy crap. How are they going to make this bad? Yeah, you're too late now. I already got it, Alicia. Oh my God, I hated that film. It sucked so bad. I was so bored out of my mind. And I was like, this is just, and the women in there were so stupid. I couldn't believe it. But then I saw the woman, the one about, I hate being, okay, somebody tell me out here. I thought it was really good. Was it The Woman King? The Woman King, yeah, okay. Yeah, Woman King, which is interesting, it's called The Woman King. In 1800s, a group of all-female warriors protected the African kingdom of Dahomey with skills and fierceness unlike the world has ever seen. And that was with Viola Davis. She was fabulous in it. And it was actually, Woman King was really, really good. I know that it's not, I've been in Dahomey, which is interesting. I've actually been in the country of Dahomey. I know that the historical truth was not actually in this movie. It was a bunch of garbage, but the movie was great, and I loved the women in it, and they were really cool.
It's a long way down.
I really liked The Woman King. I was surprised to have liked it as well as I did, but if you're going to see Wakanda Forever or The Woman King, go to The Woman King. Swear to God, that's a much better movie. So, I don't know how I got to movies all of a sudden. But anyway, all right. Okay, yes, you have to see that. It was really awesome. I think you really like it, Annie. I know you didn't like that movie, The Woman King. Very well done and very impressive. I say the history was not accurate.
Need a hand?
The women certainly had the ability to fight to the level they fought, but it was still pretty fun. Really was. But not forever. Felt forever. I was like, can I get out of there now? It's killing me. First Wakanda was okay. Second Wakanda was okay. Anyway. So anyway, that's the end of my show as far as we go here. Again, a fascinating case. It's been 13 years, and why they've let everybody's been a suspect. Everybody but is no longer a suspect. It's like, how can you have this many suspects in this case? This many suspects, you know? We have Anna's a suspect, and one armed dude is a suspect, and at least two of the guys that supposedly might have been with her that night, maybe even her boyfriend. At least 5 people have been suspects and are no longer suspects. Well, somebody killed this child while she was home with the 2 sisters. So there's only 5 people. I don't even think 5. I'm going to go 4, and not even those aren't even good. People that could have done it. So why the heck is this case stalled the way it has been stalled? Why has it screwed up so badly? It's really sad because it wasn't like a serial killer case. We have no clue who it is. They knew who the possible people were, and they didn't. I think it was a terrible investigation, terrible handling of everything. And I do think it was probably political influence and people with money influencing. And then the fact that the FBI came in too and sent all these people in to do all this work and came up with nothing. What's the FBI's problem in this? So it was a pretty sad situation. Christine says her family is wealthy and has bought everyone. That's why I don't know what we saw. Maybe true. I do hope, I think I brought up some things in this video that have never been brought up before. Nobody's ever brought up the thing about her telling the kids to get dressed. Nobody's ever talked about the fact that she bled out in bed, so there's no way in concert she could have fallen from bed. That's impossible. I hope I brought up some things that have never been considered before, because I've seen the other ones on the show and nobody's talked about these things. And that bugs me, because there's some really glaring things to talk about. The issue about was there blood in the car? Was there blood where? All this other stuff. It's very important. I don't know why no one's talking about it. So I do hope I've added something, along with the educational part. I do hope I've added something for people to think about, because I know the people in Puerto Rico, now they've been here for, I know this is a very important case for them. They're frustrated
looking
over it,
good.
and I just hope I add a little something. If anybody from Puerto Rico does see my case, and my video, yes, I'm Spanish.
Fine.
Sorry. But I hope they can get something out of it and add to maybe, I don't know. I have no great hope that this case is ever going to be solved, but it is a really, really sad situation. And the point Lila says at the end here, why did no one call 911?
Get ready.
She did not. And that's a good question, because you would think that's the first thing you would do. The only thing I think that is possible is that she thought it was quicker to drive him down the street. That's why I tried to find out where that hospital was supposed to be. Both she lived in Dorado and the hospital was in Dorado, but it doesn't mean it was like 1 minute, it could have been 10 minutes, although it wasn't in the morning, so it was very empty, and she could wail through, to the hospital, not stop at any traffic lights, because you don't do that anyway at night. In Puerto Rico, you just run the red lights. And so she could have maybe thought, I can get there quicker than if I call 911. Possible. But then again, shouldn't somebody have asked her that question? Because that's what you do in an interview. You say, why didn't you call 911? Maybe they could have given you instructions how to save your son's life right that minute. I would want to know the answer to that. And I don't see any information on why she didn't call them. Nobody's let's see. Thank you very much, Christine. You always add to making us think. Okay, that's good, because that's my intention here. It's not so much to solve problems, but to help you look at things in a different way, and to think things through, and to do some logic and say why is this true? Why wasn't this done? It's very important. Molly says, Pat, have you ever had similar drug-fueled cases where mom killed a child in bed?
This one's gonna hit hard!
Drug-fueled. I couldn't remember the name of Madonna forever, and the woman kicked. Yeah, when you do live shows, it's really hard to always come up with a name or something. So I'd have to think about that. I think the answer could be yes, but I'm going to blank again. I can't go on. Oh, this is an interesting point. father thing. I don't know. I can't get any information on my father at all. You would think he'd be like...
Gonna need some of your parts.
No clue. Absolutely no clue. At all.
It's coming for you!
So I don't know.
This one's gonna hit hard!
Yeah, that's the problem. Can't get enough information. Now, part of it is in Spanish, but still, there's only one book, written very poorly, and then there's just very few videos on this case, and I'm surprised because
this one's gonna
so many videos on so many cases. But I was surprised there wasn't more. And the one thing I did with the ones in Spanish was I wanted to see what the pictures were, understand everything. I wanted to look at the pictures and try to catch what Spanish I could. A few words like cerebro, which is body.
Get ready!
I mean, certain things that I would catch, and then I looked at all the comments to see what they were saying about what the presenters said. I still can't answer all of these questions. The private investigator is better than it. Probably the best resource that I had, and it was still terrific. So anyway, that's it for tonight. I'm glad hopefully it wasn't too frozen up here coming out of Puerto Rico. Shut up. Other than that, I think at least relatively quiet here. I'm full of kind of full of refrigerator. And the rain. Oh my God, last night the rain.
Thanks. Oh no, you
so
don't.
Heavy, we have a metal roof, so it's crazy loud, which I love, but I'm not for doing shows, so that's not really useful. So anyway, thank you for being here. And again, if you're new here to the channel, please do subscribe. And if you'd like to be on the channel, please do join Patreon. As I say, $5 a month, you get to join in with everything, and it does support the channel, which makes a huge difference. And, thank you for being here. All those nice comments going on. I'm glad you're having fun. Enjoy your break. I've got 6 days off. I'm leaving on Sunday, so I'm not sure what I'm going to do. I'll do it hang out this week, probably on Thursday, and then I'm going to do the show either Saturday at 3 o'clock or something like that, or I'll do it on Monday again, because I try to keep one case show a week. But now I know how to hang the green screen on the television set. So it's doable if it's not a pain in the ass, but yes. So I'm glad you all were here. I would miss you all, but if I could just go away for an entire 2 weeks and not see anybody, I feel sad. So I'm glad you're all here and have a good time too. So see you possibly Thursday for the hangout. And if you got any ideas that you want me to talk about in the hangout, do send them along to me, because I'll always try to address those if I can do so. So I'll see you next time. Bye. Say anything funny about one time doing Frick. I lived in White Bear Lake for 4 years.
Making progress.
Hit the bell so you get notified, and share in true crime groups. Buy a book to support the channel, and you can hit the little $sign below and do a one-time donation. Okay, so that's that. Let's get to the story. All right. So this is fascinating. Now, what I want to do first. Whoa, really? I'm sorry, I just have to check this out. Annika says she's also in Minneapolis, in Seward. I lived in White Bear Lake for 4 years, so I have a little bit of my heart over there in Minnesota. So, okay, Judy Smith. What, if you've never heard about this case, I'm going to do the little quick Wikipedia rundown, and then there's actually really fair good amount. Hold it.
This one's gonna hit hard.
I'm knocking over my soda.
You listen to me now.
I just wanted to warm you up to the way I do my shows, which is not very well prepared. No, I'm not kidding. slightly incoherent. All right, here we go. The killing of Judy Smith. What I wanted to say was I'm going to do a small bit, and then I'm going to go back over all these details of what they say they found as far as evidence goes, what her movements were, and what they're missing, in my opinion. All right, so look at that. Really? The White Bear Lake Community College. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so here we go. Killing of Judy Smith. On September 7th, 1997, hunters in North Carolina's Pisgah National Forest found human bones, clothing, and some other items scattered in the woods near a campground. By the way, I do remember the word campground. The remains, most of which were centered around a shallow grave, were identified as belonging to a woman between the ages of 40 and 55 with a seriously, oh, it's going to be a great day, seriously arthritic knee. And this is also very important because there are many people who say, oh, I don't think that was Judy Smith at all. That's why, okay, it's crazy. She was supposed to be in Philadelphia, and she ends up 9 hours away by car in the mountains of North Carolina. That's not Judy Smith. That's some other lady who was murdered up there. But the arthritic knee plays a part in this, in both the identification and in some people's opinions of why she would be there in the first place, hiking in the mountains with a seriously arthritic knee. Okay. But she didn't have one. Due to holes and cuts on her bra and similar cutting marks on the bones, investigators ruled that the unidentified decedent at that time had been stabbed to death. Now, let's get rid of the first problem here. People think it's not Judy Smith. And to be fair, folks, I thought that's a possibility, that it wasn't her at all. And we've been running around in circles trying to connect, what happened in Philadelphia with her husband and how she ended up in North Carolina. What if she never was in North Carolina? What if that's total bump? It's not Judy Smith. That's not her body. Something happened up either at home in Boston, where we started from, or in Philadelphia, and this is all, wasting our time. Let me put that to rest right now. Dental records, and she had a lot of dental work. Dental record and the arthritic knee was how they identified her as Judy Smith. So, and there's a lot of sightings as well, but the important thing is, because I don't trust sightings as far as I can throw them, but she was the right height. She was, I think she was 5'3". I think that's what she was. I'm trying to find where it is. I think she's short. And of course it's just bone, so you're not going to see how much weight she had. But you see the height. That you can measure stuff. Her bones weren't all together, so they were kind of scattered because animals had kind of chewed on them. But there was some clothing there, so the clothing would tell you something about her proportions of the body. And then the arthritic knee shows up, and I checked this out because just because somebody says they have an arthritic knee, it doesn't really mean they do. Even if they tell people they do, you would have to have some proof that you truly had an arthritic knee, as opposed to some other issue going on with some, ACL or some other, meniscus thing going on with your knee, or water around the knee, all kinds of things it could be that cause you some pain, but it's not really a seriously arthritic knee. However, you can actually see seriously arthritic knees on x-rays, and I checked that out because one thing you want to do when you're investigating or profiling is not assume something when you really don't know, and I really didn't know, so I'm like, let me check that out. So they were able to identify that she had the decedent had a seriously arthritic left knee, which is interesting. Now, that doesn't mean, because since she's in her 50s, it couldn't be another 50-year-old woman with a seriously arthritic knee. However, then she had all the dental work. And dental work is like fingerprints. It's great stuff. Here's how that works. So, if you've had very little dental work, it's much harder. But once you've had serious dental work, you can see all the conditions to your teeth, whether they be fillings or whether they be some kind of ridges, all these kind of things have been done to you. And first of all, they got to know how many teeth there are. Now, what can't happen is she could have gone away away and gotten more work done.
That takes
For
care of
example,
that.
so you could have, if you were looking at 2 X-rays, you could say, well, this X-ray only has, let's say, I don't know, so many fillings, and this X-ray has 3 more, so it's not the same person. That's not true, because that could have been added.
Use.
However, you can't go the other direction. So work has been, if you had the original work there, and then when you find the dead person, that work isn't even there. You can't take it away. So I'm pretty sure that when they looked at these 2, because they have so many different interesting stackness, it's nobody's teeth look the same, nobody's work is the same. So unless it would be very rare that you could have 2 mouths matched like that. So they had the dental work, which is, and the arthritic knee, and her height, and it was her. So let's get rid of that part of it. They found her body. It was Judy Smith. Now, what happened to Judy Smith? So now we're going to go back to the beginning. I agree with this, Harry. Sightings tend to be red herrings. And I'm going to explain why some of these sightings really might have been off the mark. And this happens all the time in investigations. It's very frustrating. Okay, so let's go back to what happened to Judy Smith. Now, Judy and her husband, first of all, let me tell you about her, because it's kind of interesting. Judy Bradford, her name from her second marriage, was a home care nurse in the area. She met Jeffrey Smith, a lawyer. When she cared for Smith's father for a week following the latter's surgery in the mid-1980s. Jeffrey later recalled Judy's devotion to his father's care using a window neurological device that his father had needed dripped into him in the absence of a proper holder. Jeffrey, a divorcee with a grown daughter, began dating Judy, who also had 2 adult children from a previous marriage. This was actually her third marriage.
Very kind of you.
First dude apparently disappeared and ran off to like Sweden or something. Very weird. Second marriage, she had 2 kids and eventually divorced, and he was divorced. And I think this is important to point out that both of them had been divorced, so I don't think that these 2 people would, a lot of people think maybe he killed her as opposed to divorcing her, but I mean, they've done divorce before, so I'm not sure that that's a good reason. So anyway, he was also related to healthcare work and legal stuff. But anyway, they got married in 1996. Now, they had actually been around together for years. So they had a long relationship, but then finally got married in 1996. So he represented the Northeast Pharmaceutical Conference, an organization of researchers and executives from New England. 8 months after their marriage, the couple planned their first trip together. I don't know about that, because they were together before, so did they never take a trip together? Kind of weird. Maybe that pisses her off. He was going to attend a conference in Philadelphia from April 9th through 11th in 1997. And then the idea was she was going to join him there, do some tourist stuff while he was at the conference, which is perfectly reasonable. A lot of people do that. It's like, hey, come join me. Already got the room, So why don't you just have fun during the day? Stuff that I never want to do. And then in the night, we'll go, meet. We'll have, go to dinner, whatever. And then afterwards, they're going to visit friends in New Jersey. So far, sounds very reasonable. I want to point out what Lisa said. I think so much depends on which sightings are credible. That is true. In this case, there's sightings of her in Philadelphia, and actually in New Jersey, and then sightings of her in North Carolina. You point out which ones are credible. How do you prove which ones are credible? That becomes difficult. All right. So now what happened? So now they're living in Boston, and they're going to Philadelphia. Let me just throw up a map. Some people aren't in the United States, and I want you to sort of understand the distances in this case. On the first, my first map. Map, where are you? Okay, it should be this one. There we go. Okay, so up at the top there, where the top of the blue line is, that's Boston. And if you go down there by car, it would take you 5 hours. A little over 5 hours to get to Philadelphia. So that's one reason they flew. He was probably being paid to fly, and so he asked for a ticket, not a highly expensive ticket to just go from, that was a through flight, I'm sure, back in those days. No, so Philly to Boston to Philly, back home again. So But I want you to remember the 5-hour drive time because that could have an impact on this case. So anyway, they go
Gonna
to
need
Logan
some of your
International
parts.
Airport on April 9th to check in for
Might
their
as well
flight.
put this to use.
Judy suddenly realized she had forgotten to bring her driver's license. New FAA regulations at the time, and those regulations had been in play for over a year and a half, required the airline verify passengers' identities before allowing them to fly. And if any of you remember, if you're old enough, you used to be able just to get on a plane, get a ticket and go. And if you couldn't go, you could just hand a ticket to your friend and say, you use the ticket. And suddenly they came up with this idea that everybody had to prove who they were before they could use a ticket and all that stuff. So things had changed. She said she forgot she got there and said, oh my gosh, I don't have my driver's license. This is a bone of contention with people.
Mine now.
First of all, is the reason she didn't get on that plane was because he'd already murdered her and she was dead back in the house in Boston or someplace else? Or did she really forget that and that's why she just had to go back home and get a later flight? Or did she plan to forget the license so she wouldn't have to board the plane with him and she could come in later? Those are three different possibilities. So what happened was, Judy called the husband to return to their home to get it and take a later flight. Also in the days when it was easier to get a later flight. That evening, she caught up to him in the lobby of the DoubleTree Hotel in Center City, Philadelphia, where the conference was being held, apologizing for her mistake and bringing flowers.
Be careful!
Okay, I have a problem with this. Does anybody know what I have a problem with? I'm going to see what the chat room folks have to say here. By the
Flowers.
way, it has been proven, as far as I know, that she was on the flight. So I want to get that kind of out of the way. There were people who said, there were 2 people at the hotel that said they saw her. One said they saw her with the flowers. Somebody else said they saw her. Somebody from the conference said they saw her.
Hang in there.
But again, those are questionable accounts, especially the guy from the conference, because did he really know what she looked like? I don't know. I don't have the police reports. I didn't interview these people. But one guy, I guess, working for the hotel said he saw her with the flowers. But the more important thing is supposedly they have record of her getting on the second flight in the evening, and her luggage came with her. Supposedly. Okay. Again, I can't check it because I don't have the proof in front of me, but they say she got on the flight. So she did not arrive in Philadelphia, is what they're saying. But, okay. Here we go. Here's a couple questions. Why would she buy flowers for him? Yes, I have that question. And Annika says, why bring flowers to a hotel for 1 or 2 nights? Well, I'm going to answer that one. Some people love flowers. And in airports, certain places in the world, like I know in New York City, they got like flowers on like every corner, right? So picking up some flowers, you think, oh, they're pretty. I'm putting them in your hotel room to enjoy them while you're there. I don't have a problem with that. So I don't have a problem with the flowers as far as that goes. Now, Lisa says, did someone give her the flowers?
We'll get through this together.
I guess it's possible, but that's not kind of what I would think. If she didn't want him to know about the flowers being given to her, she would have dumped them. That's the one that bothers me. Thank you, Doreen. It was just a mistake. No need for flowers to apologize to your husband. Yes, I think it's kind of excessive, shall we say? I mean, you're lucky if a guy cheats on his wife, lucky she gets flowers. But here, she
Mission complete.
Why would she need to bring flowers as an apology? I mean, she was only 5 hours late. I mean, so he's a flight executive. He travels all the time. So he gets there earlier at 4 o'clock. He goes and relaxes, has a decent time. She shows up. Maybe has dinner by himself, but he's for a conference. So there's probably people to eat dinner with. He's probably just as happy she's not there. Does she really feel like she needs to apologize by bringing flowers? Makes you wonder what's the purpose of this excessive, oh, I'm so sorry thing. That's suspicious. I find that odd, shall we say. So anyway, let's go on to the next thing I find suspicious. The next morning, Jeffrey woke before his wife and went downstairs to get breakfast. Okay, if I were a police detective, the first thing I'm going to ask is, your wife didn't come in late. It's not like she was like super tired from some incredibly long international flight. It was probably an hour. Did you always have a pact where, hey, if I wake up 20 minutes before you, I just go and eat alone and screw you? I mean, yeah, you think he would wait for her? I mean, she's going on flowers. He could just wait a little bit. Now, was the conference in gear and he was afraid he was going to be late? This is a little odd, and I'd love to know what the interview was in this case. So then it gets odder. He returned to the room afterwards and found her awake in the shower. I hope she's awake in the shower. Awake and in the shower. It should be written. He told her the breakfast was exceptional.
Let's do this!
Really? I'm sorry, I've never found one of those buffet breakfasts particularly exceptional. And that she should have it for herself. Well, I guess it's usually included anyway, so. Anyway, she joked in response that she should just go down as she was at the time, naked. Okay. Did anybody say anything funny about that statement? He says, hey, why don't you go get some breakfast? And she says, well, I should go down naked. What do you think? This is my opinion. Sometimes when people tell a story about what happened, it has pieces of truth to it, but it's not the entire truth. Does anybody have a clue where I think the actual story might be as to what happened that morning? Anybody have an idea? Because I'm curious whether you're going to see some of the things that I think. Now, again, when you're doing this kind of thing, this is speculation. And you have to be aware that it's speculation. But speculation based on how people's behavior tends to be and what the statement is that makes you, throws up red flags to you, is something that allows, if you're a profiler or detective, what leads you might want to look into and what questions you might want to ask. He was with someone else? No, I don't think so. No.
What happened with the shower?
Odd thing after odd thing after odd thing. This is true. But does anybody have an idea what I think actually happened that morning, which would be more likely what happened that morning? So let's say, all right, he gets up. He wants to have breakfast. She says, I'm taking a shower. Well, I'm going to go eat. Why did I wanted to go eat. You're taking too long. And she says, well, you just want me to go down naked? Much more likely what happened, that he left her in the hotel because she was taking too long in the shower or something like that. So, yes, and I think this is very possible. There was an argument somewhere in there. Yep. Exactly. Let's see. She said, I'm not dressed. Should I just go down naked? And he leaves. So, yes, I think there's something going on. And there's people that say that, they had a wonderful marriage. And there's a friend apparently who said not so much. So she goes, she's apologizing with the supposed flowers, either because she's fearful of him. They say there's no violence in the marriage and they seem to be happy, but behind closed doors. She's bringing flowers like she's worried about his, I guess she's got to beg for his forgiveness, or she's trying to cover up something she's going to do, one of the two. And then, now there's this, I'm just going to leave you and go have breakfast, and then she's saying strange things. Or is it just that when morning came, he's like, I'm going to have breakfast. Well, I want to take a shower. Well, screw it. I'm going to go down. She'll come down naked. And then, that's the last he sees her. Supposedly at that point, this is what happens next. All right, Jeffrey left for the day's first session. The night before, the couple had agreed that Judy, who was making her first trip to Philadelphia, would go visit the city's first attraction site and call in the Liberty Bell. By the way, I'm going to Philly to see those same things. If I disappear, somebody did it too. And then they were reunited at the hotel again for the day for the conference When Jeffrey finished ordering the last of the day's sessions, he returned to their room, and Judy was not there. He assumed she had returned. By the way, they don't have cell phones here, so that's an issue. He assumed she had returned, changed, and gone down to the party ahead of him. Perhaps had gotten confused about their plans. Okay. When he went downstairs to check on this, however, she was not there. After going back and forth between the party and the room several times, he grew concerned and informed the concierge and began calling area hospitals.
Oh, no, you don't!
All right. Small
Need a hand?
Well, then she,
Nice.
the agreement was they were going to meet for cocktails, and she did not return. Clearly, she did not return. There's no question about that. So, did he know she wasn't returning, or did he not know she wasn't returning and became like, what the heck is going on? I think this part is relatively acceptable. Jeffrey left the cocktail party. Well, there are many reasons why she might have been delayed. She might have not have thought twice about helping a stranger in need. Okay, let's not overdo it here. But if she did something like that, she usually tried to let someone know. She knew where she was staying. Okay, because she took from the airport. She had to take a taxi to the hotel. So it's not like she didn't know what hotel she was in. And I say that only because it's very possible somebody picked you up from the airport and said, we're staying wherever, Doubletree, or you might even forget the name of the hotel. Some people just aren't very good with that. You're being picked up and carted about, you go in the hotel, you get in your room, you kind of say, heck, what's the name of the hotel? I could see that's possible. But she took a taxi to the hotel. Consequently, she knew she had the address of the hotel. She knew the hotel's name. So that she wouldn't have called and left a message at the hotel, said, leave a message for the room, I need to tell my husband I'm going to be late, is off. So there's something about that. Don't buy anyone flowers. No flowers when I go to Philly. No flowers when I go to Philly. All right. She's missing. And they call around, he doesn't know where she is. Okay, so they call the hospital. All right. So let's see. Children and asked them to go to the house and check the answer machine for any messages. Nothing. Answer machine. I believe she was in Philadelphia. I believe that something's kind of fishy about why she had to bring the flowers and what happened that morning. Maybe things aren't as good. We'll say they were. Then she vanishes in the daylight hours in the city in a tourist area. That is very unlikely. Very unlikely. And everybody is clearly looking for her in ways that make sense that he would have looked for her, and that he went to the police, that he called the stepchildren, he followed that tour bus. I have to say, he looked for her. He did not kill her, by the way. This is just nonsense that he would have killed her. He didn't kill her at home because she got to Philadelphia. He didn't have time to kill her in Philadelphia. Even some people say, oh, well, he killed her in the night after, somehow after the first night that she got there, somewhere, in the evening, he killed her. He put her in somehow put her in a vehicle, drove her all the way to Arlington, North Carolina. So let me show you the map and how far away that is. This is okay. So now you're in Philadelphia up there, going all the way down to North Carolina, to the Asheville area. We're talking 9 hours and 13 minutes. No, he did not say, let's go for a ride, honey. And he had this car nobody knew about. He chucked her in it. He drove her all the way to the mountains of North Carolina at 3 o'clock in the morning, knocked her off, and somehow got all the way back to Philly to be there for to run the seminar thing. No, just not happening. Absolutely not happening. So, guy did not kill her. So let's get that out of the way. So now, all right. So now, she's gone missing. And he reports it to the police, and they don't do too much about it because she's 50-some-year-old woman, and they're like, and let me talk about serial killers now here. This is during the day. Serial killers have grabbed people off the street during the day. And I just want to point out this very important point about serial killers. This is the picture. The picture you see here is often the picture you see of her with her little, I suppose, iconic red backpack. I'm going to get into the backpack issue in a minute. Now you can tell there she's not exactly small. I mean, she's kind of chesty, so she's not exactly thin, shall we say. And here is a fuller picture of her. In other words, she's overweight. I'm going to say, not quite, I don't want to say obese, but definitely overweight. All right. I'm sorry, but, serial killers do just say, oh, look, an overweight 50-year-old tourist wandering around. And let me grab her. No. No. They go for the young teenage girl. They go for somebody thinner, easier to grab, easier to fit into their car, into their trunk, No, I mean, it's just she's not a good victim for serial killer in the middle of the day. So I want you to keep the weight thing in mind because that's kind of important in what happens in people's lives, essentially. All right, so now she's missing. All right. The next thing that happens here is, okay, now they're looking for her, all right? And they put out this, and I have a crappy picture of this. Where's my crappy picture? Hold on a second. No. Oh, there it is. Here's the crappy picture. And I want to point out something about this crappy picture. All right, this picture on the right appears to be of her at younger years, I think. And over to the left in the blurriness, you see missing person put out by the Philadelphia Police Department. You see, she looks kind of porky on the left, and you see the red bag.
I'll put this to good use.
The red bag. Okay. This red bag becomes extremely important because there are all these sightings in Philadelphia. Once they put this thing out about her, there's a sighting about how, and I'm going to put the link to two shows below of a Trace Evidence's show on it and also Dr. Grande's, because he goes into a lot of the psychological possibilities of what happened to her. There's sightings of her. Homeless man says that she spent the night on the bench next to him. Then there's a hotel that said there's this crazy woman, essentially, who was talking about, let's see if I can find that statement here. Oh, here are the possible sightings. Get these. All right. Some of them Jeffrey found credible. Most were in the city, but later reports came from outside the city. A number of reports described a woman who matched Judy's description but appeared to have psychological issues. Now, mind you, nobody's ever said Judy had psychological issues prior to this moment. And as I point out, it's pretty rare that suddenly in the middle of hey, I'm visiting Philadelphia, I'm going to go look at the Liberty Bell, and you go psychotic. But anyway, she was described by staff at the Society Hill Hotel. I'm curious how much of a Society Hill that was. As their weirdo of the week. When she stayed there between April 13th and 15th, signing in as H.K. Rich/Collins. While there, she masturbated in front of an open window, spoke to herself in tongues, and then loudly claimed the emperor would be borrowing her money when she needed to extend her stay. Okay. That's pretty crazy. Then another report mentioned a woman at the junction of Broad and Locust Street around 3 p.m. on the day Judy was last seen, describing the woman as disoriented. Now, I want to point out right here, you're in the middle of Philadelphia. You know how many disoriented people you got on the streets of Philadelphia? Crazy people. There were other reports of a similar woman who also appeared disturbed in Penn's Landing, another neighborhood, a flash stop, and a popular tourist attraction as well. But both the police and the family believe that those who saw her confused Judy with a homeless woman in the area who strongly resembled her. Because white 50-year-old women with short blonde hair, they're a dime a dozen, down the street. They are. They just are. And they're mostly overweight because they're over 50. So there you go. Go to Walt Disney World and count. They all look the same. So there's a homeless woman who strongly resembled her, so much so that even Judy's son thought the woman was his mother when he saw her from across the street. There you go. All right. However, one of the homeless man said he was shown Judy's picture and insisted he had seen her. and not the other homeless woman sleeping on a bench next to him. He's a homeless man. Most of them have psychiatric and alcohol and drug problems. I'm not believing him. All right. So anyway, so this was the last time anyone had identified her. Then there was this other really strange. Okay, there's a couple more strange things. Let me tell you the other strange one. Okay. Sightings that seemed to be more positive identification were centered around the Flash bus and its route. The hotel employee said she had asked later in the morning of April 10 where she could catch the bus nearby. A driver said he picked her up in Front and South Street in the early afternoon and let her off near the hotel. She was also reportedly seen entering and leaving the city's Greyhound bus terminal, possibly to use the bathroom. The terminal was near Chinatown, and she loved Chinese and Thai food. However, no one at any restaurants actually remembered seeing her. Another report service, she had been seen shopping for dresses at Macy's at the Deptford Mall in Deptford, New Jersey, across the Delaware River. She could have gotten there, they realized, via the New Jersey Transit bus route 400, which makes hourly runs to the mall from Market Street in Center City and the intersection of Broad and Cherry Streets. A salesperson and customer at Macy's gave an account of the actions of a woman who may have been Judy, saying she was shopping for her daughter, even though her daughter often disliked what she bought, which rang true to the family, and giving a description that included the distinctive red backpack she carried almost everywhere, especially when traveling. As the woman left, they recalled, she had tried to get a younger woman, whom they assumed at the time was the woman's daughter, to leave with her, probably because it was the woman's daughter. All right. And now these are the Philadelphia ones. Interesting enough, when she gets to North Carolina, and there's supposedly sightings of her there, nobody's talking about the red backpack. This is really important. So, okay, let's start with the backpack issue here. All right. I want to show you the backpack issue. Okay, here I am with my friend Annie, who's sometimes here in the chat room. Here are Annie and I. Oh my goodness, we both have red backpacks. As a matter of fact, this one was I can't remember if how did that work? I know Annie added these stickers for me, the places I had been, India and Mongolia, China, and she fancied up this backpack. And I think I might have actually brought backpacks for people because I found these cool ones. They're at Walmart. They're super great because they're super thin, and they're wonderful for traveling because they don't take up much space. And you can use them as day packs, and you can hardly feel them on you. You just take out the stuff that you've got in them, and then use them for your camera and whatever you're carrying during the day. And then you can still stuff a lot of crap in them, and you can use that for traveling to the next city. So here we are with our iconic red backpack. And you can see, there it is on my shoulders. Look at that. See? They're red straps, just like her red straps. Look at that. We're like little twins. If I had shorter hair, people would say that was me. Okay, so here I am with the red backpack. Now, supposedly, all these people see her with a red backpack. Now remember, what did the Philly police put out? They put out this, with her with a red backpack. That picture right here, the red backpack. So now once you implant that idea in people's heads, now people are looking for a woman with a red backpack. They may see a woman with a red backpack. They may imagine a woman with a red backpack. They may add a backpack to a woman. That's what. Until next time. Now, in North Carolina, they never talk about the red backpack. If it's so iconic and it's her in North Carolina, and people are citing her, where is the red backpack? And here's a very interesting point I want to make. All right. So what happened is when she went missing from Philadelphia, they asked the husband what she was wearing. Apparently, this is what is stated, that this says she wore this one outfit to Philly. Let's say it was this outfit with a backpack. She wore that into Philly, and then she had her small suitcase or whatever. Only a 2-day trip, right, or 3 days. So she had a suitcase. Then when she went missing, they asked him, what would she be wearing? Well, what was missing was the clothes she had worn to Philadelphia and the red backpack, right? Okay. So, and supposedly he looks in her luggage, and none of the clothing was missing from her luggage. Well, first of all, he's a dude. He probably has no idea what her clothing is anyway. And And secondly, he doesn't know what the hell she packed. So how would he know what was in or was not in her luggage? So that's garbage right there. What he could know is that if she wore her outfit and then threw it on a chair, you're getting ready for bed, you just chuck the stuff on a chair, you could hang it up in the closet, stuff still in the suitcase, but you haven't got it out yet, and then you drop your backpack, and the next morning she gets up and the same things, those things are missing, then you would assume she was wearing them. They were suspicious of that, the police. They're like, well, those would be dirty clothes, essentially, that she wore. Why would she put them on for the next day? And her daughter went, Mom does that. And I have to tell you, there's a comedian, and she's fantastically funny. But anyway, what she had said on her show was she was going out of town, so she was like, she packed like 4 different bras, and one of her friends goes, why are you packing all those bras? You know you never change them anyway. She's like, it's true. So there is a truth that sometimes just because a woman wears something doesn't mean she's not going to just get up in the morning and go, hey, I'm going to be sweating all day long. I'm just going to throw the same thing on and go. Maybe it's her comfy outfit. Who knows? But that was the outfit. The outfit she arrived in was the outfit she was missing. And her red backpack. Now, if you were going to disappear,
this is going to be easy.
There's two possibilities. Now, Dr. Grande thinks that the crazy lady that had been seen at places being disoriented could have been she had bipolar stuff and she went off her nut and she started doing strange things and people noticed that. It could be she faked it. In other words, he said maybe she wanted to run away for a while, but she wanted to be able to come back. You have an excuse. I thought that was kind of clever. That's a good point, Dr. Grande. That, hey, if I let people think I'm a little off, something's gone wrong with me, it's dissociative fugue state of some sort, that they will forgive me and won't say, well, you ran away on purpose to have a good time. You just lost a few brain cells. And we noted that in Philadelphia, so then you can be welcomed with open arms when you recover. Okay, good point. Or she faked the whole dang thing, that she faked being that way, so that people would not be upset with her. So, yeah, all those possibilities. But now the other possibilities, you have to do these things in places where people are going to remember you. Right? So theoretically, if you wanted people to remember you acting that way, you make sure you have your red backpack on and go, loudly in places so that people go, oh, that woman. Maybe. Or none of those sightings were anything. First of all, most of those sightings have been proven wrong. So here's the real question.
Sweet.
What did she actually do what did she actually leave the room wearing? And the red backpack issue. It's also possible that she did not want to be sighted in Philadelphia, that she was slipping out of the hotel and going to disappear, and she did not want anybody to know that she went this way or that way, or somebody picked her up or whatever. Now let me show you how that works.
We were waiting for you.
Oh, look, I have a iconic red backpack. All right, so this is what I'm wearing. This is what you see me with, right? Here I am. Okay. Now, I could leave the hotel with this on, go into that Greyhound station if I wanted to, or whatever. Or I could not even leave the hotel with this. And look, I have clothing. Lots of clothing. Shorts. I got a top. I got an entire. There's another shirt. Okay. Oh, look what I have in here. It's another backpack. Okay. Now I've got this backpack. Now I don't have the red backpack. I'm in totally different clothing with a completely different backpack, and now I can walk around and nobody is going to say I saw that. Nice. Because I'm not wearing the proper clothes and I don't have the proper backpack. So this is an interesting thing I've never seen anybody bring up. I think you can't do that. I mean, one thing to point out about Cindy is that she had gone to Thailand before by herself. She was a good traveler. And I'm one of those people. I've done lone traveling by myself. I've been to many countries by myself. I've run tours to other countries. I got all the tricks, I got all the tricks. And now you just saw one of them. I know how to do these things because I've traveled. I know how to move things around and how to travel light and so on and so forth, how to buy stuff. Interestingly, let's go to what they found in North Carolina as far as what was with the body. All right. Let me stop here just to let you all guys have a say in here before I go on to the body thing. There we go. That suggests she could have ditched the backpack with her clothing somewhere in between. She could indeed have done so. She was probably saving her nice new clothes for the cocktail party, perhaps. No photo of the backpack. Not on it. I mean, there's photos of just the army thing. I don't know. I don't know. The signs weren't up in North Carolina, not at the time, but when they finally did find her body and people figured out who it could be, then they went back and interviewed people, and nobody said anything about her backpack. So interesting. Nylon, nice and light, dry, easy. Oh, my backpack is great. It costs like, I think it's like $8 from Walmart. I bought tons of them. They were great. Christine says, I know that picture. And these patches. Yeah, Annie got those patches from me. Be careful! Okay, so now let's go to North Carolina. So she disappears out of Philadelphia. And I'm going to get back to the issue of the airport and the getting her ID and making a later flight. I'm going to discuss that later. So I just want you to have two possibilities. She really was running around Philadelphia with her iconic red backpack. Some people saw her. She went off, and then she vanishes. Again, not a serial killer. There's no proof of how she left Philadelphia. This is very important. There's no proof she got on a bus. There's just nobody ever saw her anyplace after the fact. I think back in the day, you may not have had an ID to take a bus, so she could have theoretically used cash and got on a bus in North Carolina. Hey, okay. Great explanation, says Lisa. Everyone goes on about how she didn't have money to buy new clothes and a bag. Well, she was found with about $170 on her. Besides, okay, here's another thing. Supposedly she left the hotel with $200, but left $500 in the hotel. Now, first of all, who is telling us how much money they had in cash? Him. He's telling us. We don't know how much money she actually had, and now he says she left $500. Maybe it was his $500. So maybe if she had taken his $500, he would have been like, oh, I know what's up now. Because if you're only going to tour around Philadelphia, you don't need $700 in cash. You know, she did have credit cards, so it's not like she could have gone into a store and bought something or paid for tickets with those credit cards. Why is everything in cash? And she left $500. There's a couple of reasons. One is because she never planned to do any more than go around Philadelphia with her $200, or she didn't want him to think she was taking his money and running. Now, the next thing is, how do we know how much money she had on her? Again, like he wouldn't know what clothes she actually had on her. No. What clothes she actually had? You think he stood next to her and says, I think you ought to take these 3 outfits? You know, he's not there. I'm sure he's not observing his wife packing, and after she didn't get on the plane, she could have gone home and repacked and done anything she wanted. He doesn't know how much cash she had on. Now, it's possible she could have been saving up cash forever. She could have a huge amount of cash. We don't know what's really going on with the cash issue. So, whether she, planned eventually to use her credit cards. She never did use her credit cards when she left Philadelphia. But she got dead very quick. So it's possible she would have eventually used a credit card. It could be that, it's hard to say. She could have had more money and that was stolen. Money was found with her, but it doesn't mean that there weren't other options. We don't know any of that stuff. My husband has no idea how much money I normally have. I've stashed cash many times.
Mine now.
If people think that, everybody tells everything in a marriage is, you have a very excellent marriage or somebody's fooling somebody. Okay, let's go to the body site. Because this is the next really interesting and very, I think, incorrect analysis of the site. Meanwhile, by the way, Jeffrey hired 2 private investigators to look for his wife and faxed and mailed copies of his wife's missing person flyer to hospitals all over the country, asking them to look for her. Mission complete! So the information about his wife did go all over the country. On September 7th, 1997, a father and son hunting for deer out of season on a hillside in the area of North Carolina's Pisgah National Forest found what appeared to be human bones near the Stony Fork picnic area along Chestnut Creek, just 9 miles from Asheville. Now, the bones have been found scattered because animals have gotten there. But in the middle, the center of where the scattered bones were, there was a shallow grave where the majority of the skeleton remained, still partially buried and clothed. Some personal effects are found in the area as well. The lead investigator put aside his convalescence from recent back surgery to scour the area for evidence, and he claimed his sciatic nerve as a result, requiring further surgery. They make a big deal of this, but her body was found on this I suppose it's hillside, and this guy, this investigator hurt his back trying to get up this hillside that was so steep, and therefore he couldn't have done it because he's a very obese man. He couldn't have carried his wife up that side, and why was she with her arthritic knee going up the steep hill? Okay, and then who would have carried her up the hill? If they killed her elsewhere, how could they have carried her up the hill? Well, first of all, if you have a back condition, you shouldn't be walking on any hill. So who knows that the hill did it to him. Anyway, he could have leaned over and hurt himself. So anyway,
these are the available quests.
Now they also discovered, cutting marks on her ribs, and among the clothing recovered from the scene was her bra, which also had cuts and punctures.
Come back.
They don't talk about a shirt being cut and punctured, which I find interesting. Which I wondered, did she have a shirt on at the time she was cut and punctured? Now, two things are true for that, are true, possible. One is some killer made her take her shirt off, or ripped her shirt, took her shirt off, and then stabbed her, or she didn't have her shirt on and she was stabbed. So, and that's an interesting point, and I'm going to get to that. All right, so anyway, they finally identified her remains, and then they started asking about what was going on. All right. Most significantly, her leg bones were still clad in jeans, thermal underwear, and hiking boots. Now, these were not the clothes she was wearing when Jeffrey or any other witnesses might have seen her in Philadelphia, but they were the kind of things you might have when you're hiking around Asheville in mid-April. All right. Usually you don't hike in thermals, especially if you're hiking during the day, because you get hot really quick. Usually if you put thermals on, it means you're staying overnight in the mountains, and you don't want to get cold at night. Now, her body was found wrapped in a blanket, or what was left of her body. Her skeleton was wrapped in a blanket. A blanket is not something you take hiking. Nobody seems to talk about this. When was the last time you went hiking with a blanket? I'm sorry, you don't do that. You're going to have a blanket for two reasons. One is there's a picnic site near there, and you're going to lay the blanket down and have a picnic. Secondly, you're going to stay overnight, and you bring a blanket because you want to keep warm. So you might have a tent there, and you might have sleeping bags, you might have blankets, you might have a bunch of stuff. Now, they make a big deal of it. It makes it, when they talk about this case, it makes it feel like she's in the middle of so far in the middle of nowhere. Like this is the Pisgah area. Now that does look very, very, wow, that's, if you're out there, you must have been hiking for 50 miles, one of those, big backpacking people, that's backpacked the Appalachian Trail, and, and you're now in North Carolina, hiking the trail. No, that may be the general area, but let me show you what the reality of that is that they're not telling you. Okay, so let me go here and try to find, so here we are. This is Pisgah National Forest. This is the location where she was found in. It's called the Stony Fork Picnic Area. Why did they say picnic? Because you can have picnics there. Now, talk about this huge hill that somebody would have had to carry her body up a hill. It's a picnic area. Generally speaking, picnic areas are not that far away from roads because that's how you have a picnic. Backpackers don't usually go to picnic areas. They might stop in a picnic area if it happens to be on their trail, but generally speaking, picnic areas are in locations you can access from a road. Something fairly close before they're going to put up all this crap that you can, have a big picnic in, because you have to bring your picnic stuff in, for a picnic. Otherwise, if you're a backpacker, you don't really have a picnic lunch. You just sit down and eat some stuff, maybe you might have your little burner underneath there, and you might be making a little soup or something, your little rice and pot. You might be doing some, put some, your little snacks. You're not having a big picnic. A picnic area is for a picnic. People come, 7 or 8 of them, and they have a picnic. Picnic's got to be near a road. Okay, so So here is this got the Stony Fort picnic area, and here is a bigger picture of it. Now look at Stony Fort. Now you see that road 151? Yep, there it is. There's a big highway going fairly near the picnic area. Then there's a Stony Chestnut Creek Road, which is a smaller road going up there. And then there's all these, I'm not sure what the rest of this crap is. But anyway, all right, so it's somewhere near a road of sorts. Now, the other thing was interesting was there was a sighting of her. Supposedly she'd gone to a campground area where she wanted to stay overnight, and they said she couldn't stay there with her car. I'll get into the car issue in a minute. But here's a place right near that location. It's called sorry. Back to showing where the see where the picnic ground is. So there's a little thing off the highway here. So that's the way you get into it. All right. By the way, it's called the Haunted Picnic Area. This is actually a picture of the picnic area. And there you have a little place where you can go, have your picnic under, see the picnic tables. So this is an actual picnic area. People stay at. Some people camp at this picnic area because there actually is considered a campground as well. And it's the reason they call it creepy is because apparently a bunch of weird things happen in that area. So, along with her, and it's in disrepair apparently over the years. No, I don't put that up. So it's in disrepair. And as far as how hard is it to get to, and you can't get there, okay, here's an interesting point here. Here's an article I found. The remains of Judith Bradford Smith, 50, of Newton, Massachusetts, was found by a hunter. She disappeared April 10th after being in Philadelphia. On Sunday, Smith, that's her husband, visited the campsite where the remains were found. Campsite. And he agreed to an interview because he hoped it would jog somebody's memory. And he says that, if you go back up to the top here, it says, it was kind of disbelief, Smith said, of seeing for the first time the area skeletal remains are found. It seems also business that some of the force they're going to carry her. Yes, it does. But husband, apparently you Lisa, are actually at the campground. And you can see the place where your wife's remains were. So, you could get there, couldn't you? And you could get there, and that means Judy could get there, too. And an arthritic knee thing, okay. You can have an arthritic knee, but you take some kind of pain meds, and sometimes the arthritic knee doesn't bother you as much. She liked to hike. She hiked before her life. So, she could have hiked to that point. She could have gotten with that person she was with, to maybe with a car, pulled off the road, up to that campsite, the picnic ground, and maybe stayed there for the night, and something went wrong, got killed, he wrapped her in a blanket, and he took her, as far as he took her, and buried her, out of the way from the campsite, so he couldn't find her. And he didn't have a blanket, so he could have dragged her.
This is gonna be easy!
Some people say it could have been two people. Yeah, it could have been. Why not? But clearly, Judy got to that campsite, which is a campsite in a big town on her own. She got there, okay? She was dressed for it, because she had the old jump on. I'm believing she was staying overnight there. Now, what else did they find there? They also found, okay, this is something else that's interesting that they found, okay? They found, a blue and black vinyl backpack was found with the body. In it were winter clothes and $80 in cash. A shirt buried nearby also had $87 in the pockets. The combined $167 is consistent with the $200 Jeffrey believed Judy to have on her at the time of her disappearance. The presence of the money and the wedding ring of blood investigators conclude that robbery was not the motivation for her killing.
That's one!
However, her red backpack was not found. No other clothes she was wearing were last seen. Judy's family also said that an expensive pair of sunglasses found near the bones were not hers as far as they knew. too. They know there are campsites nearby. You could have stopped at a store and bought something. She could have done that, but she could have also just simply packed it. You wouldn't have any clue that that was actually in her backpack. She could have packed a blue, an extra pack in the red backpack. So that when she left, she could dump everything, have her blue backpack, and her little sunglasses, so nobody could see her face, and walk away in different clothes, sunglasses, different backpack, and get out of town, and she would have nobody having a sighting of her whatsoever. And that's what she's found with in the mountains. And the guy who killed her buried the backpack, buried the shirt, buried the sunglasses. And the police were saying they thought they were the killers. The killer doesn't need to bury those things, take those things with him. I mean, he wouldn't bury them. There's no good reason for it. So, to me, once he killed her, he just left all her things with her, hoping none of them would ever be found on the slight slope or whatever, away from the campground. And he hoped that just wouldn't be found, at least not for a long time. And they were her things anyway, so what does it matter? Just he didn't want to walk away with those things. Because then if somebody said, oh, I saw her with a blue backpack and those sunglasses, he would have them and he wouldn't want to take them with him. So I think he buried all her stuff with her and walked away. Now, why didn't he take her money? Maybe he didn't know the money was in those things. Because what happened may have happened in some kind of argument, some kind of, who knows what went wrong up there. I don't think it was an anonymous serial killer just coming by. I don't think she went up there by herself, camping in the mountains, and then some serial killer just happened to show up at that one campground and attack her. There was no sign that she still had her clothes on. She had her bottom clothes on. So she had around her legs the long johns and the pants. She wasn't wrecked. So serial killer doesn't need to, if that's what he is, he's probably going to do more to her. So it sounds like to me, because there was a blanket up there too, that somebody was with her, something went wrong, somebody stabbed her because they were in an argument with her, and then they freaked out. Oh my God, what do I do? I got to cover this up. Probably never thinking about the money, the wedding. What the hell? Just want to get this taken care of and get the hell out of here. Pack up the tent, pack up the picnic stuff, whatever it was. Get out of here. And hope nobody ever figures out I was with her. That would be my theory about what happened there. Now, the question would be, how did she get to North Carolina? All right, I'm going to stop here before I go to that. Check your comments out again. Because now we're going to see how she got from Philadelphia to North Carolina. She would have left a note, though, because of her kids. You'd think? Not necessarily true. There's so many people that disappear and don't leave notes. They do. Maybe because she planned to eventually contact her kids. I don't know. But I'll get. Let's see. I want to go back up here a minute and see what y'all had to say. She could have been saving up cash for a while. She could have been. Yes. Is there any way she could have stabbed herself? No. It was good, but it's a good question. No, you say it's a dumb theory. No, and it's if you're going to profile a crime or analyze a crime, you want to ask everything. Could she have stabbed herself? Yes, she could have, because she could have wanted to commit suicide and decided to go to a place that's beautiful and alone, that nobody would find her. She actually wanted to kill herself, as opposed to people who managed to take just enough medicine 5 minutes before their husband comes home, and they found them and take them to the hospital. That's called what they call attempted suicide. Is what I call fake attempted suicide for attention. If you know you're going to be found before you die, you're not really planning to die. Because believe me, if you want to kill yourself, it's not that hard. It's not. So she wanted to kill herself for real. She might have decided, I'm just going to disappear. I want to go up to this beautiful place by myself, commune with nature, and I'm just going to take that knife and nobody can save me. Yeah, except that the knife wasn't there. That's what throws it off. And she was in a shallow grave. In other words, enough of a shallow grave that she couldn't have buried herself, and they buried the other items as well. But it's a perfectly good question because I asked it myself. I just said, okay, let me just make sure that there's not a possibility that nobody killed her, but she killed herself, by like stabbing herself and then rolling around and putting the blanket over her and holding it to herself. But apparently she was buried enough, and the other items were buried enough that, and there's no knife, so no, somebody else killed her. So I think that's perfectly fine. I felt like she did this. Oh, see, you're saying here, it feels like she did this all alone. She chose a place that she could walk in and still be in nature. I agree, and I think it would be reasonable, except that, again, somebody had to have killed her. So we have to take, this is where I talk about evidence. The evidence is she's buried in a shallow grave. Somebody had to kill her. One of the evidence pieces, which I think is fascinating, is the blanket. Again, because when you go for a day hike, you don't carry a blanket with you. You don't. You don't wear thermal underwear on a day hike unless you're like in Alaska. It could be chilly in the morning, but you know you're going to get hot really quick. So yeah, you could wear it and then rip it off and put it in your backpack. True. But the blanket, you don't carry a blanket on a day hike. Not even if you're going to stop and sit down, you don't usually do that. So the blanket to me either means they were planning on a picnic, or more likely, because you had the long johns on, they stayed overnight in that campsite. Now they could have had a tent, because it doesn't mean the killer didn't pick the tent up and go. They could have had a tent, and I say sleeping bags and a blanket, and planned on a whole nice weekend, and things didn't go well, and then after she got killed, he buried her and everything with her, and then ran off with the remains of the campsite, and nobody knows they were camping. Let's see. Lisa, knowing nothing about this case before the show, all right, my gut reaction to hearing about a woman gone missing and was found elsewhere than the place she was thought to be last seen was she had a secret lover. This is an interesting point, and the secret lover is possible, but it's also possible she had a secret, what I call friend. And I can't prove either one of these things, so I'm going to get to that in just a second. Lisa S. has agreed to meet him at a certain place, a third destination, which no one would know about except for her and her lover. Okay. That's okay. I want to get to the point of a prearranged location. I like this, Lisa. Okay. Also, Lisa says about the arthritic knees, I had both of mine replaced, and I can walk, hike, climb, so it's not unusual. Case by case. True. Let's see. So could a third person lover have killed her? Well, yes, somebody else did kill her. Parking close would help a killer too. This is correct. I don't know how close. They don't tell me how close the parking is, and I've been looking on the maps and everything. I can't figure out how close it is. But a backpacker can easily carry a little tent with him and sleeping bag, those kind of things, and hike for whatever it takes to get into the picnic site area and camp up there. Husbands know nothing. Possible. Sorry, dog, be quiet. Sorry, dog. The dog is barking behind me. You hear that? Woof, woof, woof. That's a German Shepherd. Why are you barking, German Shepherd? So annoying. Why was there no rape? Well, probably because he didn't want to rape her. That may be the issue. I don't hear about the shirt being stabbed, which also makes me wonder. Just the bra having stab marks in it. So either she took off her shirt and they got in some kind of argument and he stabbed her because it wasn't, there wasn't any sex going on, or they could have had sex. Well, she was still dressed and everything. Dog, what? I might have to go take care of the dog problem. I mean no rape because it was a woman. Okay. That doesn't mean he wouldn't have. Okay. Let's say. Hold on 1 second, folks. I'm slithering out of here. I just want to get rid of the dogs. Hold on a second. Coming back in just a second. It's a cat dog fight. Okay, come here. How many? Eat in the kitchen. Who needs in the kitchen? Okay. Hi there. I lost my glasses. Hi can't see. Hold on 1 more second. Hello. Don't you just love live shows? This is what the fun stuff. That was the dog attacking my cat trying to get in the front door. So the dog is now in that house. The cat is now in this house. We're good. Okay. I've disappeared in the Pisgah forest. I'm back. I haven't been killed. Okay. Okay. So not that a woman can't rape somebody. No. If it was a female, and it could be. That's a good point you make. She could have had a female lover or a female friend, and she could have gone down to the Pisgah forest to go hang out with that person for a romantic thing or just as friendship. And then, while they were there, they were going to say, the shirt's not on. That could be the beginning of something sexual. It could be, for example, that the friend wanted more romance than she did and said, oh no, and then the friend got mad. Or there was an argument they were getting, she just happened to have the shirt off, they got an argument, and the friend, could be. So I won't take a female out of that possibility. Could have been a romance, it could have been a friendship, it could have been just somebody she knew who was helping her out, getting her out of town. We'll never know that unless they catch whoever did it. So we don't know. I love this. It happens as it happens. Yes, this is an unedited show, and this is proof. Oh my goodness. Brief intermission to rescue Ziggy. Lots of laughs, yes, and here's Ziggy lying on the floor next to me now. Yeah, I don't know what. There was a big, huge fight outside. So, anyway, now to the gray car. I know we got to point to the gray car issue, and then we're going to go back to the driver's license issue, not getting on the plane, and the gray car issue. And I think this all might link in quite well. Now, Judy's family didn't know why she would have gone to North Carolina. It wasn't like she had folks down there, friends down there. They had no clue. All right. She had been in North Carolina before, but not in that area. So maybe she had a fast. She was doing nursing once, and maybe she visited took a patient on a drive there. So nobody quite knows, but she might have had some kind of awareness of the area. Now, the sightings in Asheville. Several people in Asheville area recall having seen Judy or a woman matching her description. Again, 50-year-old white woman with blonde hair to the shoulders. That's overweight. Yeah, half the population of the area. All right. So, a clerk at a local retailer said she seemed very alert to me. She was very pleasant. I didn't see anything about her that would indicate she wasn't right in any way. The woman she talked to said her husband was an attorney from Boston attending a conference in Philadelphia. During that time, she just decided to go to the Asheville area. Now, mind you, that flyer had been out, and by the time they talked to these people, it was a long time away. So that it's possible she already knew the woman had been in Philadelphia with her attorney husband, and that she had come to North Carolina. We don't know that the woman didn't make that crap up. Is it possible that Judy did say that to somebody? She came down there and she was just saying, yeah, he's not. She might have not worried about it. She might have just by the time, nobody's going to know about this, anyway. And she wasn't planning to get killed. People don't say, oh, they're probably going to be murdered tomorrow, so this is going to be important. She may have decided she was just going to vanish for a while, or she was going to vanish forever even. And nobody's going to give a crap that she said something about having a husband in Philly. So that may have been her. It may have been. Now, then it says this. An employee at the Biltmore Estate also recalls seeing Judy. That's the Biltmore Estate. It's a really pretty place in Asheville. And I don't know how he would have seen Judy, because the amount of tourists that go through there every day, I've been there, it's ridiculous. So that he would remember this one woman, get out of here. At a campground near where her body was found. A campground where her body was found. The owner recalls. Remember I just showed you that RV area? Right nearby? The owner recalls she drove up in a gray sedan. So this is the RV campground. I believe that let me show you the picture again. That was this one. Wait a minute, that's not that one. Sorry, take that back. Where was it? Where's the RV campground? Well, maybe that was it. Wait a minute, hold on a second. Yeah. No, that's not it. Sorry. Where is it? Where did I put it? This one. There we go. The Stony Fork Creek RV place. Now, I don't know that this is what they're talking about, but this is nearby. And so you can see there's a little green area, places where you can park your vehicle. At a campground near where her body was found. So again, we're not in the middle of like if there are mountains. It's not like it's so isolated. The owner recalls she drove up in a gray sedan filled with boxes and bags and asked if she could spend the night there in her car and drove away after learning she could not. So if this was really Judy, A, where does the gray sedan come from? B, why is it gray sedan filled with boxes and bags? And I don't, when they say filled, he is a guy with a campground. So a lot of people stay at campgrounds, go there with their possessions. A lot of people who are sort of homeless, but not necessarily homeless, you know what I mean? They're not indigent totally. They're on Social Security. They can't afford whatever they, these days afford an apartment by themselves, so they live in a camper. Sometimes they do live in a car and have maybe camping equipment. So they go to a campground and they have their worldly goods in there with them. But then they, set up their campsite and they sleep in their tent and they eat their food and they make themselves a life on the road. That's very, very popular, especially down in Florida, where it's warm. So she asked if she could, but she couldn't because I guess they were full up. A deli owner in the same area told the Philadelphia City paper that Judy came to, and by the way, I hate it when they said that Judy came. They don't know it's Judy. A woman that looks like Judy. They don't, there's poor reporting when you say that is Judy because there's not proof of that. A deli owner in the area said that Judy came to her store in a gray sedan and bought $30 worth of sandwiches and a toy truck. Local investigators consider these sightings credible. All right. So in the area, a woman that looks like her, but again, can look like a lot of other women, was seen in a gray sedan. And if this is Judy, and it could well be only because Judy died right there in that area. And so she had to get there somehow. Buses don't roll in there. So she had to be in a vehicle of some sort. So I don't have too much of a problem with her being in this gray sedan. The problem comes down to is where the heck does the gray sedan come from? So let's say she were rolling in from, this will be right away. Remember, she got murdered quite quickly, so it wasn't like she lived in the area for a month or two. Supposedly she was killed quite quickly. So she leaves Philadelphia somehow. Let's say she took a bus. Where'd the gray sedan come from? So she rolls into Asheville and gets out and buys a gray sedan. There's no record of her buying anything. Nobody in the area says, the woman just gave me $2,000, $5,000 and bought this old gray sedan. Nobody says that. So where'd the gray sedan come from? And she was driving it. So that's also interesting. Somebody it either was her gray sedan or somebody let her drive their gray sedan. If that's true, it's unlikely to be that she was picked up by some hitchhiker. She was hitchhiking, and the person who picked her up let her drive a sedan. Probably not. So here is the only theory I can come up with that makes any sort of sense. Something was amiss in the marriage, so that she made a decision to not get on the plane, that she wanted to go back to her house to prepare for something. If that sedan was something she was driving, then it well may be that she took some boxes, some of her things, and had somebody meet her at her home. She put the boxes in that vehicle. And her husband may know more than he ever said. He may, once she disappeared in Philadelphia, and it may be the reason he hired the private investigators was because he had a clue that something, he went home and thought, things are missing that shouldn't be missing. But he didn't want to tell anybody this because then, it's like, I don't want to admit this. So he just got some private investigator and said, look, something suspicious here. I think she may have gone off with somebody. Go figure it out. That's what I think. So now what happens is she comes back home, she meets the person, she puts all her stuff in the vehicle that she wants to take with her, and then she says to them, meet me in Philadelphia. Remember I said it's only like 5 hours to Philadelphia from Boston. So, meet me in Philadelphia. When you're taking the plane, I'll meet you tomorrow morning someplace. And the morning comes, she gets ready, she goes out, and she meets that person wherever that gray sedan is going to be, jumps in that vehicle, and off they go down to North Carolina. Now she's down there with somebody. She bought, if it's true she bought $30 worth of sandwiches, she's either a very hungry woman or somebody is going to share those with her. And okay, you're in a campsite area. You know, you're not talking about really fine sandwiches. So sandwiches have to be, you know, not that great. Yeah, so maybe if she was buying for herself, somebody, and a kid, because now that toy truck issue, maybe she bought 4 sandwiches. They didn't say how many sandwiches she bought, but she could have bought 4, 2 for the dude, 1 for herself, or 2 for the other woman, and 1 for the kid. I don't know. She bought this stuff, right? If it was her. And if it was her, the person let her drive the sedan. Maybe didn't have a problem with it at that point. Now she drives the sedan, goes and gets some stuff. They go back wherever they're staying at. I don't know where they're staying at. Maybe they're camping, maybe whatever. And so then they decide they're going to go to this location. And off they go to that location, and they camp, and something goes amiss. She's killed there. The person buries her, gathers up all the stuff, puts the crap in the gray sedan, wherever that gray sedan is parked, and gets the hell out of Dodge. And nobody knows who owns the gray sedan. And there you're left with the final mystery. I personally think that the truth of this case lies back in Boston, in that home, with that husband, with whatever may be missing from that home, with whomever might have been in the area. Because if she was able to put things in a vehicle, and if that vehicle picked her up in Philadelphia and took her south, that person probably did live in the Boston area, or have some reason to be in the Boston area. So, and she had to know them. It wasn't like complete random, you know, just ran into somebody. So I think there is more to the story that the husband probably did not want to admit. That's my personal belief on that. I do believe he thought, you know, he freaked out when she disappeared because all his behaviors are correct for that. But then once he started thinking about it and thought something's not right here, then he might well have, once he got home, thought, why is this missing? Why is that missing? Maybe she ran away. You know, maybe there's something else going on here. And then he hires the private investigators. Because people do hire private investigators to find out what happened to their missing loved ones. That does happen quite often. But in this case, I wonder if the reason was because he knew that he believed she was alive. He believed she was somewhere with somebody. And could figure out where she went to and tell her to come home and whatever, find out who was with her, but never had the opportunity because she was found then. The trail went cold because she was dead, and nobody had a clue for 5 months what happened to her until they found her body. So very, very peculiar case, but those are the things that I thought were particularly fascinating about the case. $30 worth of sandwiches in a toy truck. That's a whole lot of sandwiches. Again, this was, by the time they found her body, nobody reported this crap until after they found her body. So you're talking about somebody's trying to remember 5 months ago. Did they really remember how many sandwiches she bought? Yeah, this is where witness reports get stupid. Maybe it was only $20 worth of sandwiches. Maybe they exaggerated that. Maybe the toy truck wasn't even something she bought. It's not like they had, oh, look, here's the receipt. No, the woman had the receipt. Did she buy a toy truck, or was it somebody else who bought a toy truck for their kid? So we don't even know that any of that's true. And so you have to take that with a grain of salt. So the things we know is that she did get to North Carolina. She did die at that campsite, in my opinion. She wasn't carried to the entire campsite. She was buried there by the campsite. So she got there somehow, and the fact that she had changed her clothes and been seen in town, theoretically been seen in town, it's just unlikely she just got kidnapped on the streets of Philadelphia by some complete stranger. Oh, and here's another good point. People with kidnapped people, husbands with women that wives they want to get rid of, don't drive 8 hours to North Carolina. This is Philadelphia. Don't you know there's mountains near Philadelphia? I mean, I live in Maryland. There's a lot of nice little rolling hills and mountains here. You can dump a body all those places. There's lots of other places to dump bodies closer to Philadelphia than drive all the way 8 hours to North Carolina. You don't need to go that far. You can go 2 hours if you're good. Maybe go 1 hour if you're good. So if you want to get something, not have an extended period of time where you've got a kidnap victim with you or a body with you, and you can be tracked. All your movements can be tracked through tolls or stores or gas stations. You just want to go kind of close, dump them there, and come back and show up again. So if the husband, let's say she got to Philadelphia and he got all pissed at her and said, "Hey, let's take a little ride in the, a romantic ride in the dark," he could have taken her an hour away, killed her, thrown her there, and gotten back and appeared in the morning and said she went on her travels. So we wouldn't have to go 8 hours away. So the only reason she's going to go 8 hours away is because she had to have a plan to go to that distance, to get away for whatever reasons. And whatever those reasons are, we don't actually know them. Okay, she disappeared in April, said Carolina. Her bones were found in September. When do you think she died? The theory is she died. They actually thought there were only bones left, so she had been there a long time. And since she wasn't much seen around, the theory is that she died quite quickly after she arrived in North Carolina. So she probably died in April as well, quite soon after. But there's no way to pinpoint that exactly. Delaware River. I'm not sure what that is, but okay. Let's see what else you have to say here. I honestly don't 100% buy any of the sightings. Correct. Except that the fact there's so many, at least one is right. And there is the dilemma. Which one is right? Which one makes most sense? I personally don't find any of the Philadelphia ones make a damn bit of sense. I personally think she changed up the backpack. Because, why not? I mean, if you're trying to sneak away, you don't want to be recognized. And sunglasses make me think that. I don't think she wanted to be recognized in Philadelphia. I think she wanted to disappear and not have people identify like her getting into the vehicle or at a certain location. You don't want to be trapped. I think she changed up quite quickly and disappeared out of there so that nobody would know. That's my personal opinion on that. So the sightings up there are questionable. Sightings in North Carolina, once you're free from where you're at and you're kind of off on your own, you can get kind of careless. I don't know about whether she was drinking anything either. Sometimes that loosens people's tongues. She could have had a couple beers, or she could have had, who knows, sat out having a margarita, and then it's like, Philadelphia. My husband was up there. I don't know. 2 people right around that location saw the gray sedan right in the area where she ended up dead. That one is the most likely correct sighting, in my opinion, those 2 gray sedan sightings. So let's see what else we have here. Lisa N. says, very interesting theory. Thanks, Pat. Surprising that no friends or family in Boston or the PI came up with any ideas of friends who might have gone with her. I get why you say husband suspects more. There is very little written about this case, so we can't say that the PI, that the police, that the friends, that the kids didn't come up with more. We're not hearing a lot about Judy. All right? Remember the thing I always say that it's interesting how one of the number one professions of people with exhibit Munchausen syndrome is nursing. And Munchausen syndrome being getting attention for yourself. She was a home care nurse. Not saying anything about home care nurses, but I'm just saying it's interesting. I don't know her history. She's on a 3rd marriage. Does she love? Do her kids know more than we think? Do they actually say, mom's got problems? Mom likes attention. Maybe the husband's thinking, God, is she running after? So I go running after her. I don't know because nothing has been said about her actual psychological history at all. So we don't know. And because we don't know, it's hard to analyze that. So I have to stick with the only facts that we do know. And certain facts seem to be absolute, like that she's dead, and she died there in the mountains. There's no question. And there are things around her that suggest, because of the evidence, that she changed clothes and changed her backpack And the only reason you would do that is because you were trying to disappear, at least for a period of time. That you were trying to disappear unnoticed for a period of time. Otherwise, you wouldn't care. Dr. Grande has a theory that she was running around town being like a little bit, hey, I'm crazy. And then everybody knew I'm crazy, so I can eventually come back. Possible? Maybe. But, I personally don't believe that. I think that would be... if you're going to do that, you have to do it in a place where you can be sure that they would know it was you and not mistake you for the homeless woman. Or to be in another complete city. You don't go over to New Jersey and then go, hey, let me go crazy here in New Jersey in Macy's. That makes no sense. You do it someplace where you go, where you make it obvious that it's you. Even from, you can even leave your hotel. Husband's already at the thing. You could start at your hotel with your red backpack going, am I in New Jersey? You can do strange things there. And then they have a whole staff going. Your wife left the place. She was acting crackers. But the fact is, she's not any place where she's identified as Judy, and she's not near enough to any location that could prove she's Judy. So I find it weird that you would go halfway across town on a park bench and talk to a homeless person and say, I'll be crackers here so that people won't think that I'm crazy. And they'll get back to my husband. I can't buy it. That just doesn't even work. Let's see. Dorian says, maybe Hubby Dearest was controlling and awful, and she trusted the wrong person to help her get away. Maybe. Very maybe. Yes, very maybe. The fact he bought the flowers, I said there's two possibilities of the flowers. One, she was trying to butter him up before she vanished. Two, she was afraid of him. And she was some control, and she knew he was that angry that she had not gotten on the plane, so she bought him flowers. But the only reason I think it could be a combination. He was very controlling, so she thought, what I'll do is I'll not get on the plane, and then I will pack up everything. I'll get there, and I'll give him my apologies, and he'll think I'm, oh honey, I'm sorry I did that, and then I will be free to vanish and get in that car and go away, and it won't be tracked back to the house. It's hard to know what the whole sequence of thinking would have been, but he could have been very controlling. Again, we don't know. People say, he's a nice guy. They seem to have a good marriage. Who says that? How often were the children around to note their behaviors with each other? What went on behind those closed doors? I don't know. And I think that anybody thinks they know doesn't know. And Lisa says, I lean toward that theory, Doreen. It seemed like she had a reason to want to go away. But then again, maybe she was one of those people that loved lots of crazy attention. Maybe she was getting bored with the marriage already. It's hard to know where you want to put blame, and we can't because we don't know a thing about these two people. Again, if I were on an insider's investigation, I was one of those detectives, I might learn a lot more. Husband refused to take a polygraph. He said he had good reasons. He didn't trust them. And he might be right. Maybe the reason the police were so suspicious of him for so long was because of his demeanor. So maybe something was off about the guy that bugged them. I don't know. I don't know what the PI's found. Just don't know. So all I can go on is what evidence I have tells me that she wasn't kidnapped. Absolutely wasn't kidnapped. That somebody helped her leave the area. Because otherwise, I don't know where that gray sedan would have come from. I don't know how she would have gotten to North Carolina. I have no record of her getting there. I don't know how she would have gotten to the mountains unless somebody was with her with a vehicle. So for those reasons, I honestly believe she planned this. She decided to leave. She went with somebody, and something went wrong. Let's see what she have to say here. What was she of sound mind? Well, this is what Dr. Grande points out, the four possibilities of her having these issues not being a sound mind. But nobody said she wasn't of sound mind prior to that moment. And secondly, if she planned this, she had some mental faculties to work with. She wasn't totally out to lunch. Could she have had issues? Yeah, she could have been highly narcissistic. She could have, but Dr. Grande thinks possibly bipolar. He actually has a couple of things. Let me point out what he says here. A thing called dissociative amnesia, an inability to recall important autobiographical information. This is one of it. He didn't think this was highly likely. Dissociative fugue, where you have purposeful travel or bewildering wandering. In other words, you suddenly go into some kind of dissociative state, kind of like DID thing, the dissociative identity disorder, yeah, like multiple personality thing, where part of your brain goes out to lunch, the other part takes you someplace. He didn't go for that too much either. He did say this, the bipolar disorder and manic phase. And I think he might be a little closer if you're going to go with psychological things. He said she didn't take the 500 in the hotel room. So in other words, she went into a manic phase. She wasn't thinking totally clearly. Well, again, that 500 was maybe his, and maybe she didn't want him to know. She was like taking the money and running. Not taking her passport, he was incorrect. He meant the driver's license. That maybe she did forget her driver's license because she wasn't thinking properly. Suddenness of her decision. Was it sudden? Not using her credit cards. Well, she was dead pretty soon. Maybe she did, and if she didn't want to be seen leaving town, she might not have used those credit cards. Acting in a bizarre manner in Philadelphia. Dr. Grande bought a lot of those sightings in Philadelphia, and I disagree with him. I think those are not. I don't think he did enough research into that. Those were mostly disproven, and I think he didn't see that part. And so he thought she was acting bizarrely in Philadelphia, and involving in goal-oriented behavior like hiking in a manic state. That makes sense because sometimes when you're manic, you want to do very energetic things past your own normal ability. Like, I'm going to get out of town. I'm going to take a hike. I can kind of see where he comes with that. And then he does point out that. What does he point out? Wait a minute. Oh, he points out that she might have forgotten her driver's license as an excuse to go back and get some stuff she had forgotten or didn't want Jeffrey to see. So he did point out that possibility. And then he had like 4 different possibilities. And this fourth one, and this is the one he believes most. Judy knew exactly what she was doing and didn't want to be with Jeffrey anymore. Perhaps she chose behaviors that would mimic dissociative fugue to confuse people and make people think she just lost her mind and ran off. I disagree with that. I don't think anything in Philadelphia had to do with her. I don't think she faked anything. I think she snuck away. But he thought she faked things in order to be able to run away. She wanted to have fun, but she wanted to be able to come back someday. She should have an excuse to be a little disappearing. I don't agree with that. I see why he's saying that. If it was proven that she was the woman in Philadelphia, or the many women in Philadelphia who were acting oddly, yeah, but I don't see that to be true. And I don't believe they had already put out the thing about the red backpack. So first of all, most people didn't mention the red backpack. One person did. The other ones just said a woman her age. And again, if she wanted to fake this, she would have faked it where people would be sure it was her, not some vague thing in New Jersey. It just makes no sense at all. So I don't believe that. I believe she snuck away. Let's see. Anyway, let's see what you have to say here. Actually, Gone Girl would totally do the flower thing. Anybody who's read Gone Girl, which, by the way, I think is a terrible book and a terrible movie. But maybe I'll do a show on that one day. I thought it was ridiculous. But very popular movie. But yeah, she was Gone Girl, she was a massive psychopath and planned all kinds of sneaky things. So let's see. Yeah, if somebody snatched you in Philly, the Delaware River isn't that far. Yeah, I mean, you don't go to North Carolina. It's just too much work. Disappearing and starting again is a fantasy a lot of people have, though few ever attempt it. That is true. Especially with very little stuff with you, but who knows? I mean, sometimes people just don't have a good way out of where they're at. Now she had been divorced 2 times, so, you think she could just put the 3rd time on the plate. People would say things like, well, she could have gotten alimony then because, he was a pretty well-off fellow. And she could have gotten good alimony out of it. But the answer to that is no. They don't give you alimony anymore these days. Even if you haven't been working for 20 years and let's say, for example, a woman has been home with children for 20 years, husband has gotten up to $100,000, $200,000 in a job. In the old days, they would have said, well, she hasn't been working, so therefore she deserves alimony. These days, they say, if she can work, tough luck. And so this one, Judy was a nurse. She could get work, so she wouldn't get alimony. And he could probably afford a better lawyer than her. So she would just get divorced and just walk away. Probably leave or whatever. She might get something like part of the house or something. She might get more than if she ran away. But who knows? Maybe he was very controlling. Maybe she didn't want to deal with him. Maybe she just wanted to escape. And maybe not even, as Dr. Grande points out, in the sense that maybe it wasn't a permanent escape. Maybe she just wanted to disappear. Tough luck. Ha ha, honey. Eventually she would have called him a week later, says, I'm in North Carolina. You drove me crazy and I ran away. She could have done that, but she was probably dead by then. So it's hard to say. We don't know what she would have done if she hadn't been killed. I saw somewhere she didn't really want to get married and wasn't too keen on signing a prenup. Oh, yeah, Carolyn. I forgot about that. I did forget about that. Yeah, I read that someplace too. I think I didn't know if it was true. And that's always the problem with, when you're trying to do, internet research, which is why I'm really careful about gossip and crap. Because I know she's dead in North Carolina. That's a police issue. But, and I don't know that she didn't want to sign a prenup. That somebody said that. And they've been hanging out together for a long time. It was quite a few years before they got married. And I don't know that she didn't really want to get married, or maybe she didn't want to get married if she had to sign a prenup that pissed her off. It's hard to say, why they ended up getting married. Did she need to? Because she was already, kids were grown. She didn't have to get married. A lot of people don't. She was already living with a guy, I think. So it wasn't like she was have to get married to have sex. So I don't know. But maybe he was very controlling, and eventually she caved in, and now she's not happy. Don't know. Martin says she was a sandwich short of a picnic. Well, after the picnic, clearly she had a lot of sandwiches missing, which is very, very sad. Very, very sad. Okay, here's an interesting point. Let me look here. She's doing a lot of manipulative things, like maybe starting the fight about breakfast. Okay, we don't know who started the fight about breakfast, though. We don't know whether he started it or she started it. Because he's saying that he went and ate breakfast without her because she was sleeping. He came back, she was taking a shower. He just mentioned she should go get some food. And she said, you want to go down there naked? Now, that's his story. And if she was being really awful, you would think he would have told that story, but he didn't. He told an actually nice story about her and a nice story about him. So my belief is it didn't quite go that way. I'm thinking more likely he told her to get the hell out of the shower and, gotta go. I want to go have my breakfast now. I'm out of time. And she said, you want me to go down there naked or what? And he goes, oh, fine. Just take a shower. I'm going to go eat. You eat later. That's what I think happened. That's more likely. But he didn't want to come off sounding to the police like he was a jerk, especially when his wife was missing. So he says, I went early and then she was showering. She made a funny joke and I told her, have a great breakfast. And I don't know that I blame him. You don't want when your wife is missing to come off like a guy who wants you to go missing. So maybe he lied because he was just, let me improve that story. I don't want him to think we fought. Because also here's the thing too, he could be innocent of this. He might think, if I tell them the truth, we had a fight, they're going to think she ran away, and then they're not going to look for her. And I'm trying to find her and bring her home. And if I just say, oh yeah, we had a big fight, they're going to say, pfft. So he says we didn't have a fight. She went away happy. She was supposed to be back for a wonderful evening. So he might have changed that, whatever happened, in order to make sure the police pursued looking for her. So I can't even say I blame him for that. He could be a really great guy who just wanted to find his wife. I don't know. We don't know. Wait a minute. Annika's got or maybe she was really being flirty, and he was proud. She was quite heavy, overweight. I'm overweight at the moment. I'll tell you, when I stand in front of a mirror, I'm not like joking about people finding me sexy when I hit the breakfast table. Maybe before coronavirus, I would have said that. She was quite overweight, obese. I can see she's joking. I can see where she's joking about. They want me to go down there naked, not because it's going to excite people, but because it would be embarrassing. But that it's flirty in the sight that he's proud of. I'm not going to go there. But Annika says, I'm obviously just going to try every theory until Pat likes one. Keep going. What's this? Oh, here in the UK, we would say she pulled the Lord Lucan. Oh my goodness, I won't get into the Lord Lucan story. I will not. Oh, and Joe says exactly. I think I did talk about Lord Lucan already in one of the hangouts, but it's a whole nother matter. But their women have gone missing before, men have gone missing before. The old, he went out for a pack of cigarettes and never came back, and then ended up with another wife and 3 other children. And it's true, it happens. People do walk out on their lives because sometimes they just think their lives aren't what they want, and if they can just get away and they can be somebody else, suddenly they can just be somebody else, and and maybe it would have worked out for her if she hadn't gotten murdered. Joe says, I hear you, Pat. If the body's a temple, mine's up for urban renewal. Oh, my God. Oh. Yeah, sometimes that does happen in life. I mean, that's just realism. And I want to point out something else that's very important about profiling and investigation, is to be realistic about people, about ourselves. Because a lot of times people, in trying to be overly kind or overly, romanticizing things or not wanting to think the worst, can just completely ignore stuff that's
Time's running out.
I've pointed out many times that I show a picture in one of my seminars on serial homicide, and I show a picture of an incredibly obese woman, one of those 700-pound woman I weigh, and I put underneath, not the victim of a serial killer. And good reason to eat Ben and Jerry's. You'll never be a victim of a serial killer. And I've had cases where when that person asks me, do I think a serial killer took this girl, I look at her picture and I go, no, it's probably a boyfriend or a friend of the family or somebody she knows. And they're like, well, why? I said, because she's fat. Oh, my God. Then everybody gets mad at me. Oh, you're calling the girl fat, and you're saying that she couldn't be a victim of a serial killer because she's fat. That's what I'm saying. Because if you actually look through all the history of serial killers, very few women are fat. And I say it for a number of reasons. One is because a lot of serial killers at least want, if they're going to pick a girl like walking down the street, they want a trophy girl. Somebody that society's going to be really upset about, like, a little cheerleader girl. Secondly, somebody they can overpower. You don't want to go for an Amazonian woman. You got a strong woman, she lifts weights, and she works out at the gym. That's not the woman you pick, This woman is 200 pounds of solid muscle. Not her, because so what you go for is 5'2", 100 pounds, really easy to subdue. Thirdly, and this is reality, you want to be able to get her pants off. You got a little slim girl, you got a girl that's really fat. She's got pounds on her, she's got her jeans on her. By the time you get her jeans halfway down, somebody else will be coming by and you'll be arrested. You can't get her pants off. It's a fact. And then also you can't get them into the trunk of the car. Now I have a Datsun Miata, a Mazda Miata. All right? I can barely get a suitcase in there. If I were a serial killer driving that vehicle, I'm going to pick a very small girl. But if I get a big girl, I'm gonna have to drive with the trunk open and put a little tag around her foot on the street. And she's too heavy. You can't drag her body. And this is one of the things they said about Judy. Because she was overweight, they're like, who could carry her up that slope? Who could do that? And certainly her obese husband couldn't do that. And so that was the big question. Now, I still don't understand the crime scene there, so I really personally think they went camping. And I don't know that she went up the slope or down the slope, or how far, or whatever. But that would be important to know, because if she was killed at the campsite, picnic ground area, then the question is, how far was it to where her body was found? Was it up? Was it down? What was it? And then who would be that person who had the strength to move her if she was already dead? That would be an important thing. How would they move her? So I don't know those details because those aren't out in the public. If I knew them, I could analyze this case a lot better. Could you check Carolina's questions about why go to Philly at all? I'm not sure of Carolina's question on that. But are you okay? But I'm going to guess this is what it is. Why not just leave from Philly? Why not just leave from Boston? In other words, why get on the plane to Philly? And I thought about that as well. Let's say somebody picks you up there, puts crap in the car. Could you just jump in that car and leave from there? You never go to Philly. Yes, you could. But the only reason I think that would be problematic is that it might be that then the focus would be back on somebody came to the house. And that's what she didn't want. Noted that somebody came to the house and picked her up. Because then the whole investigation would go to the Boston area. By getting on the plane, the whole investigation was in Philly. Nothing was in Boston. That's just a guess. Again, I'm lacking information. I wish I had all the interviews with the husband. I want to know if things went missing out of that house. Because did she just leave with a backpack and somehow somebody picked her up somewhere with a gray sedan and those boxes? It's possible the boxes and the bags had nothing to do with it. It's possible. It could have, maybe all she took was a damn backpack. But maybe she didn't. I don't know. And because we don't have that information. So that's why I always point out, as I do every time I do the show, I do not solve crimes on the show. This is an educational channel to help you understand the thinking process of analyzing crimes. Not that you necessarily are going to be perfect at analyzing a crime based on half-crap evidence that we've got here. Men who type fat shame. Okay, wait a minute. Where's the fat shame? Wait a minute, Gretchen. I didn't mean you. Where's your other comment on the fat shaming? I'm going to go back up here. I can't even find that other comment that you made, Gretchen. So I'm not quite sure. What fat shaming is, I'm accused of that a lot. I'm accused of fat shaming. I'm accused of shaming prostitutes. I'm accused of shaming women who have behavioral issues that get them into trouble. I've been accused of shaming everybody. But my point isn't to shame people. It's to point out, make observations that have to do with analyzing crime, because it's simply true. It's simple. These are facts. If you're into prostitution and you go off with some strange guy, the chances of dying are a lot harder than if you go into church with your family. I mean, that's the way it works. And therefore, if you're looking at who might kill somebody, you want to look at their behaviors. And if you want to keep people from getting killed, you want to mention certain behaviors are unsafe. So it's just, these are reality facts. This isn't anything about, shaming anybody, but I've been accused of that repeatedly. I have a very bad reputation for that. Yes. Terrible. Let's see. As me, her husband would start looking for her right away. He did. Wait a minute. Trying to figure out where that was. That's what Gretchen said. Originally I typed, so even serial killers fat shame. Yes. I mean, just to be honest, this is where society drives me crazy. This whole thing these days about how fat is beautiful and these huge women and aren't gorgeous. No, they're not actually. You might have a pretty face that's very round. You might be a wonderful personality, but let's face it. As I say, I've gained 40 pounds during coronavirus. I'm looking in the long mirror. I prefer not to go below here. Okay, I know what I looked like before. I know what I look like now. No, if I were with somebody, I'd be undressing in the dark and making sure there were no lights on. It's just reality. So, we have a thing, it's a thing called a beautiful figure, beautiful body, and it usually tends to be fatted up, there's a reason that there are beautiful models and there are beautiful actresses and so on and so forth, and their bodies usually represent something. It doesn't mean you can't love a person who is 10 pounds heavier or 20 pounds heavier, and it doesn't mean that you can't have an attractive enough body when you're 30, 40 pounds heavier. But when you're getting up to 300 or 400 pounds, I'm going to say that is not the generally people do not find that attractive, and that's a fact. So when you get to serial killers, they want something that makes them proud that they got this girl, that society is going to be upset about it. So if they have the choice of the 110-pound cheerleader girl and the 250-pound girl who over there, they're going to pick the cheerleader girl. And I say, and the other reasons is simply practical. It's harder to get the pants off, put the woman in her trunk and drag her. Those are simple facts, And No, if everybody's going to be all overly sensitive about crime scene analysis, well, that's just too bad, you know? In your personal lives, you can have whatever beautiful thoughts you want about every single person in the world. But in reality is reality. So that's exactly right. Eat lots of cake. Sounds good to me. You're safer if you're fat. That's true. That's just the way it goes. Thank you very much, Lisa. I don't see it as fat shaming. It's the facts. It is. It is the facts. But people, exactly, victimology. You know, victimology is important. You know, we can't look away from victimology if we're going to do proper profiling and detective work. We can't satisfy the personal, emotional needs of the entire population. You know, it's so sensitive these days that they're going to get upset about everything. You know, it's like, yeah, it's the way it is. You know, so, yeah. I talk about the same thing about date rape. One of the problems with date rape is that generally involves drinking. Generally involves with the woman going to the guy's location or him coming to her location. They're both drunk. And then she has a lack of ability to know what choices she's making, and B, that she has lack of physical ability. And he has the same problem. So the next morning when she's naked and she says, oh my God, I slept with this dude. And, sometimes she thinks, I didn't say yes. He took advantage of her. And maybe they even remember some moment when they were fumbling around and suddenly he was on top of her and she doesn't remember saying yes. How do you prove these kind of things? This is an interesting problem. So that's why it's very hard to prove rape that occurs during a date. I don't like the term date rape. I like the rape that occurs during a date because the problem is that it's the time factor and the location factor and the activity factor that has the problem we're trying to prove the rape. Okay? It's not like you went on a date and you were both sitting in a restaurant and you walked out and the guy attacked you in the alley. It's not that kind of thing. It's literally usually because you're both someplace doing something and then somebody ends up having sex occurs and proving it was not consensual becomes the problem. And usually there's no physical signs of physical violence. Very hard to prove. And I tell women, look, you might have been raped, but the problem is it's hard. Going into the police and trying to prove that is another whole matter. So if you don't want to end up in a situation where you are going to be possibly not voluntarily having sex with somebody, you want to avoid being with them in a situation where you do not have control. And that's just a fact. Can't change that for you. No, but people don't like to hear that. It makes them upset. So, let's see. Well, thank you. Pat cuts through the BS and says it like it is. Well, I say I believe in facts and reality, and not just doing things to please people. Joe says, totally agree, Pat. By the way, I identify as a 27-year-old Adonis, irresistible to women, and anyone who disputes this will be sued. Any questions, and I'll be in my safe space. Yeah, I'm totally with you. I'm only 30 myself. Yeah, and do I use a filter? Yeah, the funny thing is, recently, my thumbnails are really good because I use Face App on them. I'm like, Hollywood #1. Oh, I look better. Because I really don't want to see my face perfectly the way it is on my thumbnails. And then when you get here, you go, oh, she looks a lot older than her thumbnails. But then I had the problem because I had a camera that was, when I was doing the green screen behind me, everything was done. But I looked pretty good because I could do a blur on the face. And then I got this great camera and all the blurring stopped. But then the face was like so perfect. I'm like, holy God. I look 200 years old. So I threw that camera out. And then I got this camera, which is kind of a in between. It doesn't make me look as good as the original camera, but it does stop the blurring. So, the buzzing on all the green screen. So now I look older than my old camera, but not as bad as the camera with the really great, clarity. But I prefer to at least, not be totally appalled when I see myself. So, yeah. I'm okay with slight fakiness. So I once met a girl who claimed to be an Instagram model. In that case, I'm the heavyweight champion of Facebook. Oh, there's a lot of lies that go on. There are a lot of lies. Oh, I do love George Carlin. Yes, he stated facts and made people laugh. He was a genius. I absolutely love that guy. He was fantastic. And yeah, we need more George Carlins out here. But again, when you're coming back to analyzing crime, you got to put the emotions, you got to put your sensitivities aside, and go with reality, because that's how you solve crimes. You can't solve them by pretending. It doesn't work very well. And in families, one of the sad things too is families, they have trouble a lot of times telling the truth because it makes them look bad. It makes the loved one look bad who went missing. So they'll say things like, "Oh, my daughter would never be a prostitute." You can get, you're on, like, really? Because I'm finding her page over here, and she's got like 50 dates in the last month. Yes. Or my daughter would never go on Tinder and sleep with a guy she's never met. Yes, she would. And if but you don't want to tell anybody that. So a lot of times you get a very slanted opinion from husbands, wives, parents, kids. They don't want to say bad things about their mother. By the way, my children are watching. Do not tell everybody about me, okay? So if I end up dead someplace, do I want my kids to tell the truth about me? Or do I want them to lie? My mother was perfect, absolutely perfect woman. She would never do this, and she would never do that. Exactly. Carolyn says, I remember Dick Clark and how people said he looked so young. It was because he never took a close-up photo. Oh, wow, that's interesting. Huh? Well, the same thing is very true about Jane Fonda. I point that out with her because she looks better in her 80s than I do in my 60s. Actually, she looks better in her 80s than I looked in my 50s, so that's really depressing. But, admittedly, she did a lot of, she was an exercise guru, so, and I'm not, whatever. So she did a lot to keep her body in good shape. Give her all the credit in the world for that. But she's had a tremendous amount of plastic surgery, and I don't fault her for it. And she wants to have her face look younger. That she does plastic surgery. But I also know that in her recent television series, she looks really good in video, and I'm like, there's no way on God's earth she actually looks like that. Even with plastic surgery and makeup, I don't buy it. So I'm pretty sure that they use a filter on her face in the videos. So you see a whole show of her, and when she's on camera, her face is flat, perfect, without wrinkles. And that's not true in real life. So you get this. So it's sad for people who are older that they go, oh my God, why don't I look like that? It's because that's not what she looks like either. But she's on TV, she's doing a show. She doesn't want to look like an old crow, which is probably what she looks like in person. And some people, they avoid cameras that will catch the real them because they don't want that out there. And I've had that problem. Oh my God, because if I'm in a group of people doing like a seminar, somebody goes, I want to take a selfie, and at my age, a selfie is something you never want. You want the person to be on the other side of the room when they take the picture. So, a selfie, no, that's for 30-year-olds and under. So all of a sudden, that picture shows up on Facebook, and I'm like, holy crap! Oh, and nothing I can do about it. But my daughter's very nice. She never puts up Facebook pictures of me unless she has my approval. I don't like them. So I like being fake, but anyway, I'm not that fake. I never did plastic surgery, so. But I believe Jamie Lee Curtis refuses to have any plastic surgery. And I think she did say that, yeah. But, but even, I've done television work, and when you've done, some people have done makeup on me, and I've sat at a distance, I look way younger than I really am. That was one of the difficult things about, going from television to YouTube, because I can't do makeup very well, and I don't control things too well on lighting and everything, so I'm like, screw it, I don't have the energy to fight. But so anyway, you'll be overly nice, not so much in person. But thank you. But I'd say for the purposes of analysis, gotta be real. You do. You gotta be real. And you can't. And this is also true when I see people analyzing crimes, and they're very cautious about pissing anybody off in the internet world. So they say, well, it's likely to be this, but it also could be that. I could be definitely wrong. And they just hem and haw and go around the bush because they don't want people to be mad at them. And people do. They get really mad at you, and they get nasty, and they call you names. But what it does is it distorts analysis, because you can say when you don't know something, that's fine. Or it has a possibility of being one of two things. I don't have a problem with that. But we also don't want to get so wishy-washy that we don't actually look at the evidence, because we're afraid to be real, afraid to truly analyze, and that's just not good work. Let's see. Really? I was walking around the large shopping mall today, and everybody looked like they had plastic surgery. Well, that's creepy. I don't know. Maybe you need to move to a new location. That's kind of scary. Joe says the term sex worker is designed to somewhat legitimize prostitution. That's a bad thing. Destructive behavior ruins lives. Yeah, I've had a problem with that too. As escorts, massage workers, sex workers, mostly go-go dancers, strippers. I mean, some of these can involve the other things, but they almost all involve prostitution. And so it does water it down. So it's an attempt to legitimize it, to say it's, I mean, that becomes a big political thing. But it is important when you're doing analysis. And you're saying someone was an escort. No, they were a prostitute. And that has an effect on who they might have hooked up with. They're making money for what they're doing, so don't minimize the behaviors there. And you can approve of those behaviors if you want to, but they're still the behaviors. So I have issues with that. But I think the issue of sex worker becomes more of a political thing. But in crime analysis, we just have to call it what it is, which is prostitution. So, anyway, I think I've covered everything I wanted to cover in this particular case. I think it's a very fascinating case, and it's interesting to me they have never come up with a suspect as who could have done this. I will point out that many people think it could be a serial killer. I think you mentioned this earlier. I've heard that because there are serial killers that have hit on these mountains. I don't think it's a serial killer. I do not believe that person acted like a serial killer. I don't think that. It's not like she went there alone and was just hiking along, somebody grabbed her and sexually assaulted her. None of that happened. She obviously went there with somebody. That's how she got there. There was no sign of sexual assault. The person panicked and didn't even take them and buried everything. That's not a serial killer. That's a person with a problem. And I don't know why they've never been able to identify anybody linked to this particular case. I don't know if it was poor investigating or they looked in the wrong places, like in Philadelphia as opposed to Boston. I don't know why it's never been solved or even come close to being solved. But it's not unlikely that can happen. So there you go. Well, you're welcome, Lisa. It was a crazy